The moment I stepped into the Thompsons' mansion, I knew something was off. It wasn't the grandeur of the place or the eerie silence that permeated the air. No, it was the way Mrs. Thompson's eyes darted nervously as she showed me to the security room. "It's just a precaution," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Check the cameras every hour or so. It's probably nothing, but—" She trailed off, leaving the sentence hanging in the air like a guillotine. I nodded, trying to hide my unease. It was just another babysitting gig, right? Easy money for a college student like me. But as the Thompsons left for their charity gala, the weight of the empty house settled on my shoulders. Little Oliver was already asleep upstairs, his gentle snores echoing through the baby monitor. I settled into the plush sofa in the living room, the security tablet resting on the coffee table like a ticking time bomb. The first hour passed uneventfully. I flipped through the channels, only half watching some reality TV show. When the clock struck 9, I reluctantly picked up the tablet. The security system was state-of-the-art, with cameras covering every angle of the sprawling estate. I swiped through the feeds, the manicured front lawn, the Olympic-sized pool in the backyard, the long driveway flanked by towering oak trees. Everything seemed normal, until it didn't. It was just a flicker, a shadow passing across the camera overlooking the back patio. I blinked, rubbing my eyes. When I looked again, everything was still. Must have been a trick of the light, I told myself, setting the tablet down. But the seed of doubt had been planted. The next hour crawled by. I found myself glancing at the tablet more frequently, a growing sense of unease gnawing at my insides. When I checked the cameras again, my heart nearly stopped. There, on the feed from the camera pointing at the side of the house, was a figure. It was hard to make out in the grainy night vision, but it was unmistakably human-shaped, and it was standing perfectly still, facing the house. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding. It had to be a mistake, right? Maybe a glitch in the system. I switched to the other cameras, but they all showed empty scenes. When I flipped back to the side camera, the figure was gone. My palms were sweaty as I gripped the tablet. I zoomed in on the spot where I'd seen the figure, searching for any sign of movement. Nothing, just the gentle sway of branches in the night breeze. I tried to calm myself down. It was probably just my imagination running wild. Too many late-night horror movies, that's all. But as I settled back onto the sofa, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The house creaked and groaned around me, sounds that would normally fade into the background now amplified by my frayed nerves. Every shadow seemed to move, every reflection in the windows a potential threat. When the clock struck 11, I almost didn't want to look at the cameras. But I forced myself to pick up the tablet, my finger hovering over the screen for a moment before I swiped to the first feed. Front lawn, clear. Backyard, empty. Side of the house, nothing. I let out a shaky breath. See? Nothing to worry about. I was about to set the tablet down when something caught my eye. The camera in the upstairs hallway, the one outside Oliver's room. There was someone standing there. The figure was tall, shrouded in shadows. It stood motionless at the end of the hallway, its face hidden from view. I felt the blood drain from my face as I stared at the screen, willing it to be another trick of the light, a glitch, anything but real. But it didn't disappear. It didn't move. It just stood there, a silent sentinel in the darkness. My mind raced. Oliver was in that room. I had to do something. But what? Call the police? What if it was nothing? What if I was just seeing things? I switched to the camera inside Oliver's room. The little boy was still fast asleep, his chest rising and falling peacefully. No sign of any intruder. When I flipped back to the hallway camera, the figure was gone. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the tablet. I stood up, my legs wobbly beneath me. I had to check on Oliver. I had to make sure he was safe. The stairs creaked under my weight as I climbed them, each step feeling like a mile. The hallway loomed ahead, dark and forbidding. I flicked on the light switch, half expecting to see the shadowy figure standing there. But the hallway was empty. I crept towards Oliver's room, my heart thundering in my chest. The door was ajar, just as I'd left it earlier. I pushed it open slowly, wincing at the slight squeak of the hinges. Oliver was still asleep, his stuffed giraffe clutched tightly to his chest. I let out a sigh of relief, feeling some of the tension leave my body. It was all in my head. Everything was fine. I was about to leave when I noticed something. The window was open. I was sure I'd closed it earlier when I put Oliver to bed. A chill ran down my spine as I approached it, the cool night air brushing against my skin. I leaned out, scanning the grounds below. The moonlight cast long shadows across the lawn, turning familiar shapes into menacing silhouettes. As I was about to pull back, a movement caught my eye. There, by the old oak tree, was the figure. It stood perfectly still, its face turned up towards me. I gasped, stumbling backward. In my haste, I knocked over a lamp, the crash echoing through the quiet house. Oliver stirred in his sleep but didn't wake. I rushed to the door, my heart in my throat. I had to get him out of here. We weren't safe. As I reached for Oliver, the baby monitor crackled to life. A voice, low and gravelly, came through the speaker. "I see you." I froze, my blood turning to ice in my veins. The voice wasn't coming from Oliver's room. It was coming from downstairs, from the living room where I'd been sitting. With shaking hands, I scooped Oliver into my arms. He mumbled sleepily, but didn't resist. I held him close, feeling his warmth against my chest as I edged towards the door. The hallway was still empty, but now every shadow seemed to hide a threat. I made my way to the stairs, each creak of the floorboards sounding like a gunshot in the silence. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I heard it. Footsteps, coming from the kitchen. Slow, deliberate steps that echoed through the house. I clutched Oliver tighter, my eyes darting around for an escape route. The front door was just a few feet away. If I could make it there. The footsteps grew louder, closer. I could hear heavy breathing now, ragged and animalistic. My legs felt like lead, but I forced myself to move. 1 step, 2 steps. The front door loomed ahead, a beacon of safety in this nightmare. I reached for the handle, my fingers brushing against the cool metal. Just as I was about to turn it, a hand clamped down on my shoulder. I screamed, spinning around. But there was no one there. The hallway was empty. Not wasting another second, I wrenched the door open and ran into the night. The cool air hit me like a slap to the face, jolting me fully awake. I ran down the driveway, my bare feet slapping against the pavement. I didn't stop running until I reached the guardhouse at the entrance of the gated community. The security guard looked startled as I burst in, wild-eyed and clutching a sleeping child. "Call the police," I gasped out between ragged breaths. "There's someone in the house." The next few hours passed in a blur. Police cars, flashing lights, concerned neighbors peering out of windows. The Thompsons arrived home in a panic, Mrs. Thompson pulling Oliver from my arms and checking him over frantically. The police searched the house from top to bottom. They found no sign of an intruder, no forced entry, nothing out of place. The security footage showed no mysterious figures, no open windows, no shadowy forms in the hallway. "Are you sure you saw something?" The detective asked me for what felt like the 100th time. "It wasn't just your imagination," I wanted to scream. I knew what I'd seen. I knew what I'd heard. But with each passing minute, with each skeptical look, I began to doubt myself. Had it all been in my head? As the night wore on and the adrenaline wore off, exhaustion set in. The Thompsons were gracious, offering to drive me home, but I couldn't bear to spend another minute in that house. I called a cab instead. As I waited on the front steps, Mrs. Thompson approached me. "I'm so sorry about all this," she said, her voice low. We should have warned you." I looked at her, confusion and fear warring inside me. "Warned me about what?" She glanced around nervously before leaning in close. "The house. It plays tricks sometimes. Shows you things that aren't there. We hoped it had stopped." Before I could respond, my cab arrived. Mrs. Thompson pressed some extra cash into my hand, mumbling about trauma and therapy, but I barely heard her. My mind was reeling from her words. As the cab pulled away, I looked back at the house. In an upstairs window, I saw a figure watching me. Tall, shrouded in shadow, and beside it, a smaller figure, a child. I blinked, and they were gone. But the image stayed with me, burned into my memory. A reminder that sometimes, the things we see in the shadows are all too real. I never babysat for the Thompsons again, but sometimes, on dark nights when the wind howls outside my window, I find myself reaching for a tablet, an urge to check cameras I know aren't there. And in those moments, I wonder what else might be lurking just out of sight, waiting to be seen. The forest always felt like home to me, until the day it betrayed me. I've been hiking these trails since I was a kid, but today was different. The air was thick with an unseen tension, the usual chorus of birdsong replaced by an eerie silence. I should have turned back then, should have listened to that primal instinct screaming at me to run. But curiosity has always been my downfall. It started innocently enough. I was running late, my weekend hike delayed by an unexpected work call. By the time I hit the trailhead, the sun was already dipping below the tree line, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. I knew I wouldn't have time for my usual route, but I was determined to get some fresh air and exercise. That's when I remembered the shortcut. It wasn't on any official map, just a local secret passed down through whispers and knowing nods, a narrow path that cut through the heart of the forest, shaving at least an hour off the usual loop. I'd always been curious about it, but never quite brave enough to try it. Until today. The path was barely visible, just a slight depression in the undergrowth. As I stepped off the main trail, the forest seemed to close in around me. The trees grew denser, their branches intertwining overhead to block out what little daylight remained. I flicked on my headlamp, the beam cutting through the growing darkness like a knife. The silence was oppressive. No rustling leaves, no scurrying animals, not even the buzz of insects. Just the crunch of my boots on the forest floor and the sound of my own breathing, growing more ragged with each step. I'd been walking for about 20 minutes when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just an oddly shaped rock or a fallen tree. But as I got closer, my headlamp illuminated its true form. A door. A heavy metal door set into the side of a small hill, almost completely hidden by moss and vines. My heart raced. What the hell was a door doing out here in the middle of nowhere? My mind conjured up images of secret government facilities, hidden bunkers from some long-forgotten war. I knew I should keep walking, stick to the path, and get back before full dark. But that damn curiosity kicked in again. I approached cautiously, half expecting alarms to go off or armed guards to appear from the shadows. Nothing happened. The forest remained as silent as a grave. I reached out, my hand trembling slightly, and brushed away some of the moss covering the door. There was no handle, no visible lock, just smooth, cold metal. I pressed against it gently, not really expecting anything to happen. To my shock, it swung open with a low, ominous creak that echoed through the silent forest. A wave of stale, musty air washed over me, carrying with it the faint scent of something I couldn't quite place. Something unpleasant. I hesitated at the threshold, common sense warring with curiosity. In the end, curiosity won out. I stepped inside, my headlamp barely penetrating the thick darkness. The beam of light revealed a long corridor, its walls made of rough concrete. The air was heavy and damp, making it difficult to breathe. I moved forward slowly, my footsteps echoing off the walls. The corridor seemed to stretch on forever, with no turns or doors in sight. Just as I was about to turn back, convinced I'd made a terrible mistake, the corridor opened up into a large room, and that's when I saw them. Boxes, dozens of them, stacked floor to ceiling. Some were cardboard, others metal, all of them covered in a thick layer of dust. My curiosity, already piqued, now went into overdrive. I approached the nearest stack, wiping away the dust from one of the boxes. There was no label, no marking of any kind. With shaking hands, I pried open the lid. What I saw inside made my blood run cold. Jewelry, watches, wallets, personal items that clearly didn't belong together. This wasn't some forgotten storage facility. This was a stash, a hiding place for stolen goods. I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. I needed to get out of here, to call the police, to do something. But as I turned to leave, I heard it. Voices, muffled at first, then growing clearer, coming from the corridor I'd just left. Panic surged through me. I looked around frantically for a place to hide, but the room was wide open, with nowhere to conceal myself. The voices were getting closer, accompanied now by the sound of footsteps. Heavy footsteps, multiple sets. In desperation, I dove behind a stack of boxes, making myself as small as possible. I switched off my headlamp, plunging myself into total darkness. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure they'd hear it. The voices entered the room, accompanied by the harsh glare of flashlights. I could make out at least 3 distinct voices, all male, all angry. "I'm telling you, something's not right," one of them growled. The door was open. "You probably just forgot to close it properly last time," another replied, his tone dismissive. "I never forget," the first voice snapped back. "Someone's been here." I held my breath, pressing myself harder against the boxes. Please, I thought, please just leave. Check your stuff and go. But they didn't leave. Instead, they began moving through the room, their flashlights sweeping across the stacks of boxes. I could hear them opening lids, rustling through contents. "Everything seems to be here," the third voice said, speaking for the first time. "Maybe it was an animal. A bear could have pushed the door open." "A bear?" the second voice scoffed. "Out here? You're out of your mind." They continued to argue, their voices growing more heated. I remained frozen in my hiding spot, too terrified to move. My legs were starting to cramp, and I was finding it harder and harder to keep my breathing quiet. Just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, when I was sure I'd either scream or pass out, I heard something that made my blood freeze in my veins. A sneeze. My sneeze. The dust that had been coating everything had finally gotten to me. I'd tried to hold it in, but it had burst out before I could stop it. For a moment, everything went deadly silent. Then all hell broke loose. "There!" one of them shouted. "Behind those boxes." I didn't wait. I exploded from my hiding spot, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I knocked over stacks of boxes as I ran, hearing them crash to the floor behind me. The men were shouting, their flashlights dancing wildly across the walls. I reached the corridor and ran faster than I've ever run in my life. I could hear them behind me, their heavy footsteps echoing off the concrete walls. My lungs were burning, my legs screaming in protest. But I didn't dare slow down. I burst out of the door and into the forest, the cool night air hitting me like a slap to the face. It was fully dark now, the forest a maze of shadows and looming trees. I ran blindly, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. Their voices were getting closer. They knew these woods, probably better than I did. I was lost, running on pure instinct and terror. I don't know how long I ran. It could have been minutes or hours. Time lost all meaning in that frantic flight through the dark forest. At some point, I realized I couldn't hear them anymore. But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. It wasn't until I burst out onto the main trail, the familiar path I should have stuck to in the first place, that I finally allowed myself to slow down. I bent over, hands on my knees, gulping in great lungfuls of air. My whole body was shaking, a mix of exhaustion and fading adrenaline. I made it back to my car in record time, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every sound. It wasn't until I was on the highway, putting miles between me and that cursed forest, that I finally felt safe enough to think, what had I stumbled upon? A cache for thieves, a storage site for some criminal organization, and what would have happened if they had caught me? I drove straight to the police station, my hands shaking as I recounted my story to the skeptical officer at the desk. They took my statement, promised to investigate, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. A secret bunker in the woods, a hidden stash of stolen goods. It sounded crazy even to my own ears. In the days that followed, I waited anxiously for news, but there was nothing. No reports of a bunker being found, no arrests made. It was as if that night had never happened. But I knew it had. The scratches on my arms from the branches, the bruises on my legs from stumbling in the dark, they were proof. And sometimes, in the dead of night, I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I can hear heavy footsteps approaching, flashlight beams cutting through the darkness of my room. I don't hike anymore. The forest, once my sanctuary, now feels like a threat. Every tree could be hiding a secret, every shadow concealing danger. I've learned the hard way that sometimes curiosity doesn't just kill the cat. Sometimes it nearly kills you. And sometimes, late at night when sleep eludes me, I find myself wondering, did I really escape? Or are they out there waiting, biding their time until I let my guard down? Because one thing I know for certain, in this world, there are secrets better left undiscovered, and some shortcuts lead to places you can never truly leave behind. I've always believed that a single act of kindness could change someone's life. I never imagined it could end mine. The night was pitch black, rain pelting my windshield with such force that my wipers could barely keep up. I was driving home after a late shift at the hospital, my eyes heavy with exhaustion. The roads were empty, stretching out endlessly before me like a river of asphalt. That's when I saw him. A lone figure on the side of the road, thumb outstretched, drenched to the bone. In any other circumstance, I would have driven right past. My mother's voice echoed in my head, warning me about the dangers of picking up strangers. But something about the desperation in his posture, the way he hunched against the relentless rain, tugged at my heartstrings. I slowed down, my tires hissing on the wet road. As I pulled over, I caught a glimpse of his face in my headlights. He looked young, maybe mid-20s, with a scraggly beard and eyes that seemed to shine with relief. I rolled down my window just a crack. "Where are you headed?" I called out over the sound of the rain. "Just trying to get to the next town," he replied, his voice barely audible above the storm. My car broke down a few miles back. I've been walking for hours. I hesitated for a moment, my hand hovering over the door lock. Every instinct told me to drive away, to leave this stranger in my rearview mirror. But the doctor in me couldn't bear the thought of leaving someone stranded in this weather. "Hop in," I said, unlocking the doors. "I can take you as far as Millbrook." He quickly slid into the passenger seat, bringing with him the smell of rain and something else I couldn't quite place. As we pulled back onto the road, I snuck a glance at him. Up close, he looked even younger, almost boyish despite the beard. His clothes were soaked through, clinging to his thin frame. "I'm Sarah," I said, trying to break the awkward silence that had settled between us. "Jake," he replied, offering a small smile. "Thanks for stopping. Not many people would have done that." I shrugged, keeping my eyes on the road. "I couldn't just leave you out there in this weather. It's not safe." We drove in silence for a while. the only sound the rhythmic swish of the wipers and the drumming of rain on the roof. I was acutely aware of Jake's presence beside me, the way he kept fidgeting in his seat, his eyes darting around the car. "So, what do you do, Sarah?" he asked suddenly, his voice startling me in the quiet car. "I'm a doctor," I replied. "Just finished a long shift at the hospital." He nodded, seemingly interested. That must be tough work, especially with everything going on in the world right now. I agreed, and we fell into an easy conversation about my job, the pandemic, the state of the world. Jake was articulate and seemed well-informed, which put me more at ease. Maybe I had been too quick to judge, too paranoid. We had been driving for about half an hour when Jake's demeanor suddenly changed. He became quieter, more agitated. His fingers drummed an erratic rhythm on his knee. "Everything okay?" I asked, glancing at him. He didn't respond immediately. When he did, his voice was low, almost a whisper. "We need to take a detour." I frowned, my hands tightening on the steering wheel. "What do you mean?" "There's a road coming up on the right. I need you to turn onto it." The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. "That's not the way to Millbrook," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I thought that's where you were headed." Jake's hand moved, and suddenly there was a knife in it, the blade glinting in the dim light of the dashboard. My breath caught in my throat. "Turn right," he said, his voice no longer friendly. "Now." My mind raced, trying to process what was happening. The kind, articulate young man was gone, replaced by someone cold and dangerous. I considered my options. I could try to grab the knife, but that would likely end with one or both of us injured. I could try to crash the car, but at these speeds, that could be fatal. With shaking hands, I turned onto the narrow road he had indicated. It was unpaved, more of a dirt track than a proper road. The trees pressed in on either side, their branches scraping against the car like skeletal fingers. "Where are we going?" I asked, my voice trembling despite my best efforts to stay calm. "Just drive," Jake snapped, the knife never wavering. We drove for what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes. The rain had eased to a drizzle, but the night seemed darker than ever out here, away from the lights of the highway. "Stop here," Jake commanded. I brought the car to a halt in a small clearing. The headlights illuminated a decrepit old barn, its wood gray with age and neglect. "Get out," Jake said, gesturing with the knife. On shaky legs, I stepped out of the car. The ground was muddy, sucking at my shoes. Jake came around to my side, the knife pressed against my back. "Walk," he ordered, pushing me towards the barn. As we approached, I could smell the musty odor of rotting wood and damp hay. The large doors creaked ominously as Jake pushed them open. The interior of the barn was pitch black. Jake fumbled with something, and suddenly a harsh fluorescent light flickered to life, revealing a scene that made my blood run cold. The barn was filled with cages, and in those cages were people, men, women, even a few children, all huddled in small metal cages like animals. Their eyes, wide with fear and desperation, turned to us as we entered. "What is this?" I gasped, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. Jake's hand gripped my arm painfully. "This," he said, his voice filled with a twisted pride, "is business." The reality of the situation hit me like a physical blow. Human trafficking. I had unwittingly delivered myself into the hands of human traffickers. "Please," I begged, tears streaming down my face. "You don't have to do this. I won't say anything, I swear. Just let me go." Jake's laugh was cold and humorless. "Sorry, Doc. Can't do that. You see, we've got a buyer who's very interested in someone with your qualifications." He began to drag me towards an empty cage. I struggled, my doctor's instinct to do no harm warring with my desperate need to survive. In that moment of internal conflict, I made a decision. I stopped resisting, letting my body go slack. Jake, caught off guard by my sudden compliance, loosened his grip for just a second. It was all I needed. I drove my elbow back into his solar plexus with all the force I could muster. As he doubled over, gasping for air, I kneed him in the face. The knife clattered to the ground. I didn't wait to see if he'd get up. I ran, faster than I've ever run in my life. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit, but I didn't look back. I couldn't. I burst out of the barn and into the rain, which had picked up again. The mud sucked at my feet, threatening to trip me with every step, but I kept going, driven by pure adrenaline and the desperate need to survive. I reached my car, fumbling with the keys with shaking hands. Just as I got the door open, I felt a hand grab my jacket. I screamed, lashing out blindly. My fist connected with something solid, and I heard a grunt of pain. I threw myself into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut and locking it in one frantic motion. Jake's face appeared at the window, contorted with rage. He pounded on the glass, screaming obscenities. The engine roared to life, and I floored it. The car fishtailed in the mud before finding traction. As I sped away, I could see Jake and several others in my rearview mirror, growing smaller by the second. I drove like a mad woman, taking random turns, praying I was heading towards civilization. It wasn't until I saw the lights of a gas station that I finally allowed myself to breathe. I pulled in, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn off the engine. I stumbled into the store, probably looking like a lunatic with my wild eyes and mud-splattered clothes. "Please," I gasped to the startled clerk. "I need to call the police." The next few hours were a blur of police statements and hospital examinations. They found the barn, but it was empty. Jake and the others had cleared out, taking their victims with them. I couldn't go back to my old life after that night. How could I, knowing what I knew, knowing that there were people out there, suffering, while the rest of the world went about its business, oblivious? So I made a change. I still practice medicine, but now I work with organizations that help rescued trafficking victims. It's hard, heartbreaking work, but every life we save, every person we help rebuild their life, makes it worth it. Sometimes, on dark, rainy nights, I still see Jake's face at my car window. I still hear the desperation in the voices of those caged people, but those memories don't paralyze me anymore. They drive me, because now I know the truth. A single act of kindness can change someone's life, but so can a single act of courage. And I choose courage every single day. The wilderness has always been my escape, but on that fateful night, it became my prison. I'd been planning this solo camping trip for months. Work had been suffocating. My relationship had just ended, and I needed to clear my head. Just me, my tent, and the great outdoors. No cell phone signal, no emails, no responsibilities. It was supposed to be perfect. The first 2 days were everything I'd hoped for. I hiked deep into the backcountry, far from the designated campsites and well-worn trails. The solitude was intoxicating. By day, I explored hidden waterfalls and climbed rocky outcrops for breathtaking views. By night, I sat by my small campfire, watching the stars emerge in a sky unpolluted by city lights. On the third day, I found what I thought was the perfect spot to set up camp. A small clearing nestled between towering pines, with a babbling brook nearby. I pitched my tent, gathered firewood, and settled in for the night, feeling more at peace than I had in years. I woke sometime in the middle of the night, disoriented. Something felt off. The forest, which had been alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures, was eerily silent. I lay still in my sleeping bag, straining my ears. Nothing. Not even the rustle of leaves in the wind. Then I heard it, a twig snapping, just outside my tent. My heart began to race. It was probably just an animal, I told myself. A deer, maybe, or a raccoon looking for food. But deep down, I knew this was different. The footsteps, and I was certain now they were footsteps were too deliberate, too measured to be an animal. I held my breath, hoping that whatever, or whoever it was, would move on. The footsteps circled my tent slowly, methodically. Once, twice. On the third pass, they stopped right by the entrance. I was frozen, paralyzed by fear. My mind raced through possible scenarios, each more terrifying than the last. A bear? A psychopath? Some hybrid of the two spawned by my panicked imagination. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps resumed, moving away from my tent and fading into the distance. I let out a shaky breath, my body trembling with residual adrenaline. Sleep was impossible after that. I lay awake, jumping at every sound, real or imagined. As the first light of dawn filtered through the tent fabric, I finally allowed myself to relax. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, the sun was high in the sky. I unzipped the tent, blinking in the bright daylight. Everything looked normal. Birds were singing. The brook was gurgling cheerfully. I almost convinced myself that the night's terror had been nothing more than a vivid nightmare. Almost, because there, circling my tent, were footprints. Human footprints. My blood ran cold as I examined them. They were fresh, the edges still crisp in the soft earth, and they were big, much bigger than my own. Someone had definitely been here, watching me as I slept. I quickly packed up my gear, my hands shaking so badly I could barely roll up my sleeping bag. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig made me flinch. I needed to get out of here, back to civilization, back to safety. But as I shouldered my backpack and turned to leave, I realized with growing horror that I didn't know which way to go. In my panic, I had lost all sense of direction. The forest that had seemed so welcoming just yesterday now felt oppressive, hostile. I picked a direction that felt right and started walking, trying to keep my pace steady despite the urge to run blindly through the woods. I hiked for hours, the sun moving across the sky, but nothing looked familiar. I should have reached a trail by now, or at least some sign of human presence. But there was nothing. As the day wore on, a new fear began to creep in. What if I couldn't find my way out? What if I was walking in circles? The forest seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction, each tree indistinguishable from the last. The sun was setting when I finally admitted to myself that I was hopelessly lost. I needed to make camp for the night and try again in the morning. With a heavy heart, I found a small clearing and began to set up my tent. That's when I noticed it. My gear had been rearranged in my backpack. Items that I always kept in certain pockets were in different places. Someone had gone through my things while I slept. Panic clawed at my throat. I wasn't just lost. I was being hunted. I abandoned the idea of setting up camp. Instead, I climbed a large tree, securing myself to a high branch with some rope. It wasn't comfortable, but at least I'd be off the ground, harder to reach. Night fell, bringing with it a bone-deep chill. I huddled in my jacket, straining my eyes and ears for any sign of my stalker. The forest was alive with sounds, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. But underneath it all was something else, something that didn't belong. Footsteps. Soft, deliberate footsteps moving through the forest below. I held my breath, pressing myself against the tree trunk, praying that the darkness would hide me. The footsteps paused directly beneath my tree. I could hear breathing now, deep and rhythmic. Then a voice spoke, low and gravelly. "I know you're up there. Why don't you come down? We need to talk." Terror gripped me. How had he found me? What did he want? My mind raced through options, but there were none. I was trapped. "No." The voice continued when I didn't respond. "That's okay. I can wait. I'm very patient." True to his word, he settled at the base of the tree. I could hear him moving around, getting comfortable. He started to whistle. a cheery tune that felt obscene in the oppressive darkness. Hours passed. My body ached from staying in one position for so long, but I didn't dare move. The whistling had stopped, replaced by the soft sounds of snoring, but I knew better than to think he was really asleep. As the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, I heard him stir. "Last chance," he called up. "Come down now, or things will get unpleasant." I remained silent, clinging to the hope that someone, anyone, would come along and save me. He sighed, a sound of exaggerated disappointment. "Have it your way." There was a new sound then, a rhythmic thudding. It took my exhausted brain a moment to realize what it was. He was chopping down the tree. Panic gave me strength I didn't know I had. I untied myself from the branch and began to climb higher, desperately seeking thinner branches that wouldn't support his weight. The tree shuddered with each blow of the axe. I could hear the wood splintering, feel the vibrations running up through my hands and feet. It was only a matter of time before it fell. In that moment, faced with the inevitability of my capture, something inside me snapped. A primal, animalistic instinct took over. I wasn't going to die here, wasn't going to let this monster win. I unclipped my water bottle from my backpack and hurled it as hard as I could in the opposite direction. It crashed through the branches, making enough noise to sound like a person moving through the trees. The chopping stopped. "Trying to run," he called out, amusement in his voice. "Good luck." I heard him move away from the tree, in the direction of the noise. This was my chance. I scrambled down the tree as quietly as I could, my hands bleeding from the rough bark. The moment my feet touched the ground, I ran. I ran like I'd never run before, branches whipping my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. But I didn't slow down. I couldn't. Behind me, I heard a roar of fury. He'd realized his mistake. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in that desperate flight. My lungs burned. My legs felt like lead, but still I pushed on. The sound of pursuit drove me forward, always seemingly just behind me. Just when I thought I couldn't take another step, I burst through the tree line and onto a road, a real paved road. In the distance, I could see cars approaching. I stumbled onto the asphalt, waving my arms frantically. A car screeched to a halt, the driver looking at me with a mixture of concern and fear. I must have been quite a sight. Wild-eyed, covered in dirt and blood, clothes torn. "Please," I gasped, collapsing against the car. "Help me. He's after me." The driver, a middle-aged woman, helped me into the car and sped off, already dialing 911 on her cell phone. As we drove away, I looked back at the forest. There, just at the edge of the trees, I saw a figure. Tall, broad-shouldered, watching us drive away. Even from a distance, I could feel the weight of his stare. The police took my statement, but they found no trace of my stalker. No campsite, no footprints, nothing. They chalked it up to an overactive imagination, a solo camper spooked by the noises of the forest. But I know what I saw, what I heard, what I felt. I don't go camping anymore. The wilderness that once brought me peace now fills me with dread. But sometimes, on quiet nights, I find myself looking out my window at the distant trees, and I wonder if he's out there still, waiting, watching, patient. Because the thing that terrifies me most, the thought that keeps me awake at night, is this: what if he wasn't trying to hurt me? What if, in his twisted mind, he was trying to save me? And what if, someday, he decides to finish what he started? The wilderness was my escape. Now, it haunts my every waking moment. The moment I stepped into that lake house, I knew I had made a terrible mistake. But by then, it was already too late. I'd been dreaming of this getaway for months. The stress of my job in the city had been eating away at me. leaving me a hollow shell of my former self. When I stumbled across the listing for a quaint lake house rental, it seemed like the perfect escape. The photos showed a charming wooden cabin nestled among towering pines, with a deck overlooking a serene lake. It promised solitude, peace, and a chance to reconnect with myself. I booked it immediately, counting down the days until I could leave the chaos of the city behind. The drive up was beautiful, winding roads cutting through lush forests, the late afternoon sun dappling the pavement through the trees. As I turned onto the narrow dirt road leading to the cabin, a sense of excitement bubbled up inside me. This was exactly what I needed. The cabin looked just like the photos, perhaps a bit more weathered, but charming nonetheless. I parked my car and grabbed my bags, taking a deep breath of the crisp mountain air. The only sounds were the gentle lapping of the lake and the whisper of wind through the trees. I climbed the creaky steps to the front porch, fishing the key out of my pocket. The door swung open with a groan, revealing a cozy interior bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. I stepped inside, ready to begin my week of relaxation. That's when I saw him. A man was sitting in an armchair by the fireplace, a glass of whiskey in his hand. He looked up as I entered, his expression a mixture of surprise and annoyance. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded, rising from the chair. I froze, my mind racing. Had I gotten the dates wrong? Was this the owner? But no, I had the key. This was supposed to be my rental for the week. I'm sorry, I stammered. I rented this cabin for the week. There must be some mistake. The man's eyes narrowed. Rented? This is my house. I didn't rent it to anyone. My heart sank. I pulled out my phone, fumbling to find the rental confirmation email. "Look," I said, holding out the phone. "I have the reservation right here. It's for this address, for this week." He didn't even glance at the phone. "I don't care what that says. This is my house and you're trespassing." I took a step back, suddenly very aware that I was alone in a remote cabin with an angry stranger. "Okay, I'm sorry. There's clearly been a mix-up. I'll just go and sort this out." I turned to leave, but his next word stopped me cold. "You're not going anywhere." I spun around to find him much closer than he had been before. In his hand was a knife, the blade glinting in the fading sunlight. "Sit down," he said, gesturing to the couch with the knife. My legs felt like jelly as I sank onto the couch. My mind was reeling, trying to make sense of what was happening. This had to be a nightmare. Any moment now, I'd wake up in my bed in the city, laughing at this absurd dream. But the cold fear in my gut told me this was all too real. "Please," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "There's been a mistake. Just let me leave, and we can sort this out." He laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. "Oh, there's been no mistake. You're right where you're supposed to be." A chill ran down my spine. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This was a trap, and I had walked right into it. "What do you want from me?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He smiled, and it was the most terrifying thing I had ever seen. "Company," he said simply. "It gets lonely out here, you know." For the next few hours, he talked. He told me about his life, about how he used to have a family, a job in the city, but it had all fallen apart. He spoke about the peace he found in the solitude of the mountains, but how sometimes the loneliness became too much to bear. All the while, the knife never left his hand, a constant reminder of the danger I was in. As night fell, he ordered me to make dinner. I moved around the small kitchen on shaky legs, hyper-aware of his eyes on me, of the knife that was always just within his reach. We ate in silence, the only sound the scraping of forks against plates. My mind was racing, trying to think of a way out. But he was between me and the door, and I had no idea how far it was to the nearest neighbor. Even if I could get out of the cabin, where would I go in the dark? Unfamiliar woods. After dinner, he led me to a small bedroom. "You'll sleep here," he said. Don't get any ideas about leaving. I'm a light sleeper, and I'll know if you try anything. He locked the door from the outside, leaving me alone in the darkness. I didn't sleep that night. I lay on the bed, fully clothed, listening to every creak and groan of the old cabin. I tried the window, but it was nailed shut. The room was bare except for the bed and a small dresser. There was nothing I could use as a weapon, nothing I could use to escape. As the first light of dawn filtered through the window, I heard his footsteps approaching. The lock clicked, and the door swung open. "Good morning," he said, as if this was all perfectly normal. "Sleep well?" I nodded mutely, afraid of saying the wrong thing. The day passed in a surreal haze. He acted as if we were old friends on a vacation together, chatting about the weather, pointing out birds on the lake, but the knife was always there, a constant reminder of the truth. I played along, laughing at his jokes, answering his questions, all the while looking for an opportunity, any opportunity, to escape. It came on the third day. He was chopping wood outside, the rhythmic thunk of the axe echoing across the lake. I was inside, washing dishes, when I noticed his cell phone on the coffee table. My heart leapt. This was my chance. I glanced out the window. He was still busy with the wood, his back to the cabin. Moving as quietly as I could, I crept to the coffee table and grabbed the phone. My hands were shaking so badly I could hardly dial. I punched in 911, praying he wouldn't come back inside. 911, what's your emergency? I opened my mouth to speak, but no sound came out. I was paralyzed with fear. Hello? Is anyone there? I took a deep breath, ready to pour out my story, when a hand clamped down on my shoulder. What do you think you're doing? The phone clattered to the floor. I turned to face him, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. His face was a mask of fury. I trusted you, he snarled. I thought we were becoming friends. Please, I begged. Just let me go. I won't tell anyone, I swear. But I could see in his eyes that it was useless. Whatever humanity had been there before was gone now, replaced by a cold, hard anger. He grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in painfully, and started dragging me towards the door. I struggled, but he was much stronger than me. Where are we going? I gasped. He didn't answer, just kept pulling me along. We were heading towards the lake, the water dark and forbidding in the fading light. That's when I saw it. The boat. Small, weathered, barely big enough for two people. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, what he was planning. I planted my feet, trying to wrench my arm from his grasp. No, I said. Please, don't do this. He turned to me, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of something in his eyes. Regret? Sadness. But it was gone as quickly as it appeared. I'm sorry, he said, but I can't let you leave. I can't be alone again. We were at the edge of the water now. He shoved me roughly into the boat, climbing in after me. The little craft rocked dangerously as he started the motor. As we moved further from shore, I realized this might be my last chance. The water was cold, but it was better than whatever he had planned. I took a deep breath and lunged for the side of the boat. His hand shot out, grabbing my jacket, but the momentum was too much. We both tumbled into the icy water. The shock of the cold drove the air from my lungs. For a moment, I was disoriented, unsure which way was up. Then my survival instinct kicked in. I kicked hard, breaking the surface with a gasping breath. He was there too, spluttering and cursing. The boat was drifting away, the motor still running. Without thinking, I struck out for the shore. Every stroke was agony, my clothes weighing me down, the cold seeping into my bones. I could hear him behind me, his strokes powerful despite the cold. He was going to catch me. I was so close to the shore, but not close enough. Just as his hand closed around my ankle, my feet touched the bottom. With a surge of desperate energy, I lunged forward, breaking free of his grasp. I stumbled onto the shore, My legs barely holding me up. I ran. I ran like I had never run before, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping my face. I had no idea where I was going, but anywhere was better than back there. I don't know how long I ran. It could have been minutes or hours. Eventually, I broke through the trees onto a road. A car was approaching, its headlights cutting through the gathering dusk. I waved my arms frantically, praying they would stop. The car slowed, then pulled over. An elderly couple peered out at me, their faces etched with concern. "Please," I gasped, "help me." They took me to the police station in the nearest town. The officers listened to my story with growing alarm. They sent out search parties, but they never found him. The cabin, when they reached it, was empty. No sign of a struggle. No evidence that anyone had been living there recently. Sometimes, I wonder if I imagined it all. If the stress and isolation had caused some kind of breakdown. But then I look at the scars on my arm, where his fingers dug in as he dragged me to the boat, and I know it was real. I don't take vacations anymore. The thought of being alone, away from the safety of the city, fills me with a terror I can't describe. But sometimes, when I look out at the sky on a clear night, I can't help but think of that lake, of the stars reflected on its still surface, and I wonder if he's out there somewhere, waiting, watching, looking for his next victim. Because the thing that terrifies me most, the thought that keeps me awake at night, is this: what if I wasn't the first? And what if I wasn't the last? The strings of the vintage Gibson hummed beneath my fingers, a siren song that drowned out the voice in my head screaming that something wasn't right. If I had only listened, maybe I wouldn't be here now, wondering if every shadow holds a threat, if every creak in my apartment is the sound of an intruder coming to finish what they started. But let me start from the beginning. I'm a collector of sorts. Vintage guitars are my passion, each one with its own history, its own soul. I spend hours scouring online marketplaces, hoping to find that hidden gem. That's how I stumbled upon the listing for a 1959 Gibson Les Paul Standard, the holy grail of electric guitars. The price was too good to be true, but the photos looked authentic. The seller, Rick, had a compelling story about inheriting it from his uncle and not knowing its true value. We arranged to meet at a coffee shop downtown. I should have been more cautious, but the excitement of potentially owning such a legendary instrument clouded my judgment. Rick was already there when I arrived, guitar case by his side. He looked ordinary enough, mid-40s, slightly disheveled, with a friendly smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. We made small talk as I examined the guitar. It was beautiful, the sunburst finish rich and deep, the mother-of-pearl inlays gleaming. "She's a beaut, isn't she?" Rick said, a note of pride in his voice. I nodded, running my fingers along the fretboard. "Mind if I plug her in?" He gestured to a small practice amp he'd brought. I connected the guitar and strummed a chord. The sound was incredible, warm, and full. This was the real deal. We negotiated a bit, but I ended up paying close to his asking price. It was still a steal for a guitar of this caliber. As I was packing up the guitar, Rick asked casually, "So, you live around here?" I hesitated for a moment, then told him I was just a few miles away. It seemed harmless enough at the time. I spent the rest of the day lost in the music, marveling at my new acquisition. It wasn't until evening that I noticed something odd. There was a car parked across the street, one I didn't recognize. A dark sedan, nondescript except for the fact that it had been there for hours. I tried to shake off the feeling of unease. I was being paranoid, right? But as the night wore on, the car remained. I found myself peeking through the blinds every few minutes, my heart racing each time I saw it was still there. Around midnight, I saw movement. A figure emerged from the car, crossing the street towards my building. The streetlight caught their face for just a moment, and my blood ran cold. It was Rick. I scrambled away from the window, my mind racing. What was he doing here? How did he know where I lived? I hadn't told him my exact address. The sound of the building's front door opening echoed through the quiet night. Footsteps on the stairs, slow and deliberate. My apartment was on the 3rd floor, and I counted each step with growing dread. The footsteps stopped outside my door. A moment of silence, then a soft knock. "Hello?" Rick's voice, friendly, but with an undercurrent of something else. "I think you have something of mine." I remained frozen, hardly daring to breathe. "I know you're in there," he continued, his tone hardening. "Open up. We need to talk." My eyes darted to the guitar, sitting innocently in its case. What did he mean? Something of his? We'd made a fair deal. The knocking became more insistent. "Don't make this difficult. You don't know what you've got yourself into." I reached for my phone with trembling hands, ready to call the police. But as I dialed, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold, the scratch of a key in the lock. The door swung open, and there stood Rick, a twisted smile on his face. "Told you we needed to talk." I backed away, my phone clutched in my hand. How did you get a key?" He chuckled, stepping into the apartment and closing the door behind him. "I have my ways. Now, about that guitar." "We had a deal," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I paid you for it. It's mine now." Rick's eyes hardened. "The guitar was never for sale. It was bait, and you took it hook, line, and sinker." My mind reeled. "Bait? For what?" As if reading my thoughts, Rick continued, "That guitar, it's special, more special than you know. And there are people who want it very, very badly. People who will pay a lot more than what you gave me." He took a step closer, and I noticed for the first time the bulge under his jacket. A gun. "So here's what's going to happen," he said, his voice low and menacing. "You're going to give me the guitar, and then you're going to forget this ever happened. Understand?" I nodded mutely, my eyes fixed on where I knew the gun was hidden. Slowly, I moved towards the guitar case. "That's it," Rick said, a note of triumph in his voice. "Nice and easy." As I reached for the case, my elbow knocked against a lamp on the side table. It toppled over, the crash deafening in the tense silence. Rick startled, his hand moving toward his concealed weapon. In that moment of distraction, I acted on pure instinct. I grabbed the guitar case and swung it with all my might. It connected with Rick's head with a sickening thud. He crumpled to the floor, unconscious. For a moment, I just stood there, my heart pounding, the guitar case still gripped tightly in my hands. Then reality set in. I had just assaulted someone who knew where I lived, who had a key to my apartment, who was mixed up in something dangerous. I had to get out of there. I grabbed a backpack, throwing in some clothes and essentials. I took the guitar too. Whatever was going on, it was clearly important. As I was about to leave, I noticed Rick stirring. Without thinking, I grabbed a roll of duct tape from my junk drawer and quickly bound his hands and feet. "I'm calling the police," I told him, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Don't try to follow me." I fled into the night, with no real plan beyond putting as much distance between myself and my apartment as possible. I drove for hours, my mind racing. Who were these people Rick had mentioned? What was so special about this guitar? I ended up in a small motel several towns over. As I sat on the lumpy bed, the guitar case beside me, I realized I was shaking. I opened the case, half expecting to find drugs or something hidden inside the guitar, but it looked normal. On a whim, I decided to play it. As my fingers touched the strings, I felt a jolt, like a static shock but stronger. And then, nothing. The room was silent. I strummed again, but no sound came out. Confused, I checked the guitar, but everything seemed fine. That's when I noticed the TV in the corner had turned on, even though I hadn't touched it. On the screen was sheet music. notes dancing across the staff. As I watched, transfixed, I realized the notes matched exactly what I had just played. My mind struggled to comprehend what I was seeing. This wasn't possible. Guitars don't do this. But here it was, happening right before my eyes. Suddenly, Rick's words made sense. This guitar was special. It could translate music into visual data, perhaps even store and transmit it. The implications were staggering. In the wrong hands, it could be used to hide and transport all kinds of encrypted information. No wonder people were after it. I spent the next few days on the move, never staying in one place for long. I tried to research the guitar, but found nothing. Whoever had created it had kept it well hidden. It was on the 5th day that I saw the black sedan again. Different plate, but I knew it was them. They had found me. I managed to slip away, but it was a close call. Too close. I realized then that this would never end. As long as I had the guitar, they would keep coming. So I made a decision. I found a secure storage facility 2 states over and locked the guitar away. Then I disappeared. New name, new look, new life. But I can never truly relax. Every time I see a vintage guitar, my heart races. Every time I hear a Les Paul's distinctive tone, I look over my shoulder because I know they're still out there, searching, and I know that one day they might find me. The music stopped that night in the motel room, but the danger never ended. Sometimes, in my dreams, I hear the ghostly strains of that Gibson, playing a melody that sounds like a warning, and I wake up, reaching for a guitar that's no longer there, wondering if I'll ever feel safe again. The first gunshot shattered more than just the tranquil forest air. It obliterated my naive belief that nature was a sanctuary from the darker aspects of humanity. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me take you back to how it all began, to the day when a simple hike turned into a nightmare that still haunts my dreams. It was supposed to be a perfect day. My friends and I had been planning this hike for weeks, eager to escape the suffocating heat of the city and lose ourselves in the cool embrace of the mountain forests. There were 4 of us, me, Jake, Sarah, and Mike. We'd been friends since college, bonded by our love for the outdoors and adventure. The trail we chose was off the beaten path, a local secret that promised breathtaking views and peaceful solitude. We set off early, the morning mist still clinging to the trees as we began our ascent. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and wildflowers. Birds called to each other in the canopy above, and a sense of excitement buzzed between us. "I can't believe we have this all to ourselves," Sarah said, her eyes bright with wonder as she took in the lush greenery surrounding us. Jake grinned, adjusting his backpack. "That's the beauty of insider knowledge. No tourists, no crowds, just us and nature." If only we had known how wrong he was. We had been hiking for about 3 hours when we first noticed something was off. The forest had grown quieter, the bird's song replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to press in on us from all sides. I remember feeling a chill run down my spine, despite the warmth of the day. "Guys," Mike said, his voice low, "do you hear that?" We all stopped, straining our ears. At first, I heard nothing. Then, faintly, the sound of voices drifted through the trees. Rough, angry voices that seemed completely out of place in this peaceful setting. Before we could decide what to do, 3 men emerged from the undergrowth ahead of us. They were nothing like the friendly hikers we occasionally encountered on trails. These men were rough-looking, with hard eyes and clothes that had seen better days. Each of them carried a rifle. "Well, well," the tallest one said, his mouth twisting into a sneer. "What do we have here?" I felt Sarah tense beside me, her hand gripping my arm tightly. Jake stepped forward, always the diplomat of our group. "Hey there," he said, keeping his voice casual. "We're just passing through. Don't mean to disturb you." The men exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. The one who had spoken, clearly the leader, turned back to us with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You're trespassing," he said, his tone deceptively light. "This here's private property." I frowned, confusion momentarily overriding my fear. That can't be right. This trail's been here for years. It's public land. The moment the words left my mouth, I knew I'd made a mistake. The man's face darkened, his pretense of friendliness evaporating. "You calling me a liar, boy?" he growled, taking a step towards us. Jake quickly intervened. No, of course not. Look, this is clearly a misunderstanding. We'll just head back the way we came. No harm done." For a moment, I thought it might work. The men seemed to consider Jake's words, and I allowed myself to hope that we might walk away from this unscathed. But then the leader's eyes fell on Sarah, and something in his gaze made my blood run cold. "I don't think so," he said slowly. "You've seen too much. Can't have you running back to town, telling tales." That's when I noticed the fourth man, emerging silently from the trees behind us, cutting off our escape route. We were surrounded. What happened next is a blur in my memory. I remember Sarah's scream as one of the men grabbed her arm. I remember the sickening sound of flesh hitting flesh as Mike tried to intervene and was struck with the butt of a rifle. And I remember the paralyzing fear that gripped me, rooting me to the spot as our idyllic hike descended into chaos. It was the gunshot that finally spurred me into action. The leader had fired into the air, the sound echoing through the forest like a crack of thunder. "Move," he ordered, gesturing with his rifle towards a barely visible path leading deeper into the woods. With no other choice, we complied. Sarah was sobbing quietly. Mike was unsteady on his feet, blood trickling from a cut above his eye. Jake and I exchanged glances, a silent agreement passing between us. We needed to find a way out of this. They marched us for what felt like hours, deeper and deeper into the forest. The terrain became rougher, the trees pressing in closer. Eventually, we emerged into a small clearing. What I saw there made my heart sink. A ramshackle cabin stood in the center, surrounded by rusted vehicles and piles of debris. This wasn't just a chance encounter. These men lived here, hidden away from the world. "Inside," the leader barked, shoving Jake roughly towards the cabin. The interior was dark and musty, lit only by a few grimy windows. They herded us into what must have once been a living room, now cluttered with mismatched furniture and stacks of unidentifiable junk. "Sit," the leader commanded, gesturing to a threadbare couch. We obeyed, huddling together for comfort. For a long time, nothing happened. The men conferred in low voices in the corner, occasionally glancing our way. The tension was unbearable. What did they want with us? What were they going to do? As the light outside began to fade and the leader approached us again. "Here's how this is going to work," he said, his voice eerily calm. "You're going to tell us everything about yourselves, where you live, where you work, who your families are. And then, if we believe you're not a threat, we might let you go." The implication was clear. If they didn't believe us, or if they thought we might talk, we wouldn't be leaving this cabin alive. What followed was hours of interrogation. They separated us, questioning each of us in turn. I tried to keep my answers consistent, praying that the others were doing the same. The whole time, I was frantically trying to think of a way out, but every scenario I imagined ended with one or all of us dead. It was well past midnight when they finally seemed satisfied. They tied us up and left us in the main room of the cabin, two of the men standing guard while the others slept. I don't know how long I sat there, every muscle tense, my mind racing. Then, in the pre-dawn darkness, I heard it. A sound so faint I thought I might have imagined it. A helicopter. Our guards heard it too. They exchanged worried glances, then one of them went to wake the others. In the ensuing confusion, I caught Jake's eye. This was our chance. Using the little slack in our bindings, we managed to work ourselves free. The sound of the helicopter was growing louder, and our captors were distracted. arguing amongst themselves. In a burst of desperate energy, we made our move. Jake tackled one of the guards, while Mike, despite his injuries, grappled with another. I grabbed Sarah's hand and we ran, bursting out of the cabin and into the gray dawn light. The forest was a blur as we ran, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us at every step. Behind us, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit. The helicopter was louder now, definitely searching for something or someone. We burst out of the tree line onto a logging road just as the helicopter appeared overhead. It was a police chopper, and at the sight of us, it began to descend. The next few hours passed in a daze of paramedics, police statements, and tearful phone calls to worried families. We learned later that the men were part of an anti-government group that had been living off the grid for years. They had been involved in everything from drug manufacturing to weapons smuggling. Our accidental discovery of their hideout had led to their downfall. It's been months since that day, but the memory of it still haunts me. I've tried hiking again, tried to recapture that sense of peace I once found in nature. But every snapping twig makes me flinch, every unexpected encounter on the trail sets my heart racing. The forest was once my escape, a place of beauty and tranquility. Now it's a reminder of how quickly paradise can become a prison, of how thin the veneer of civilization really is. I know that most people we meet are good, that what happened to us was a terrible exception. But that knowledge doesn't stop the nightmares, doesn't ease the panic that grips me when I find myself alone in the woods. They say time heals all wounds. I hope that's true. Because right now, the only thing I feel when I look at those distant, tree-covered mountains is fear. Fear. And a lingering question that I'm not sure I'll ever be able to answer. In those moments of terror, with our lives on the line, did we discover who we really are? And if so, can we ever go back to who we were before? The low rumble of thunder in the distance should have been my first warning, but it wasn't the approaching storm that would prove to be the real threat that night. No, the true danger came in the form of a good Samaritan, a helping hand that nearly dragged me into an abyss from which there would be no return. I had been driving for hours, the monotony of the highway broken only by the occasional flicker of lightning on the horizon. It was late, well past midnight, and I was exhausted. The conference had run long, and rather than stay another night in the city, I had decided to push through and drive home, a decision I would soon regret. The rain started as a light drizzle but quickly intensified into a torrential downpour. My wipers struggled to keep up, and visibility dropped to near zero. I leaned forward, squinting through the windshield, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. That's when it happened. A loud bang, followed by the sickening lurch of the car pulling to one side. A blowout. Cursing under my breath, I carefully maneuvered the car onto the shoulder. The rain was coming down in sheets now, drumming on the roof with an intensity that made it hard to think. I sat there for a moment, weighing my options. I had a spare tire, but the thought of changing it in this weather was far from appealing. Just as I was about to bite the bullet and step out into the storm, I saw headlights approaching in my rearview mirror. A large pickup truck slowed as it neared, then pulled in behind me, its hazard lights blinking in the gloom. Relief washed over me. Help had arrived. A figure emerged from the truck, hunched against the rain. As they approached my window, I rolled it down a crack. "Having some trouble?" a gruff voice asked. In the dim light, I could make out a man's face, weathered and lined, with a scraggly beard and eyes that seemed to glint in the darkness. "Yeah," I replied, raising my voice to be heard over the storm. "Blowout. I've got a spare, but—" I gestured helplessly at the downpour. He nodded, understanding. "Pop the trunk. I'll give you a hand." Gratefully, I did as he asked. Together, we braved the elements, working quickly to jack up the car and replace the damaged tire. Despite the rain, his movements were sure and efficient. Clearly, he'd done this before. As we finished up, I tried to press some money into his hand, a token of my appreciation. He waved it away. "No need for that," he said, "just helping a fellow traveler." I was about to thank him again when he spoke up, his voice taking on a note of concern. "You know, that spare's not meant for long distances. There's a service station about 20 miles up the road. Why don't you follow me there? Make sure you get there safe." I hesitated. It was late, and I was eager to get home. But he had a point about the spare, and I didn't relish the thought of ending up stranded again, possibly in an area with less traffic. "All right," I agreed. "Lead the way." As I followed his truck down the dark highway, I felt a surge of gratitude for this unexpected kindness. It was reassuring to know that there were still good people in the world, willing to help a stranger in need. If only I had known then how wrong I was. We had been driving for about 15 minutes when I noticed something odd. The truck ahead was slowing down, and then, to my surprise, it turned off the highway onto a narrow side road. Confused, I followed. Maybe this was a shortcut to the service station. The road quickly deteriorated, becoming little more than a dirt track winding through dense forest. My unease grew with each passing minute. This couldn't be right. Finally, unable to shake the feeling that something was very wrong, I decided to turn back. But as I slowed to make a U-turn, the truck ahead suddenly stopped. The driver's door opened, and the man stepped out. In the harsh glare of my headlights, he looked different. The friendly demeanor was gone, replaced by something cold and calculating, and in his hand, glinting dully in the rain, was a gun. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a good Samaritan. This was a trap, and I had driven right into it. "Get out of the car," he called, his voice no longer gruff but sharp with command. My mind raced. I was alone on a deserted road with an armed man who clearly had ill intentions. Fight or flight instinct kicked in, and I chose flight. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spinning in the mud as I tried to turn around. The spare tire, not designed for such maneuvers, squealed in protest. A gunshot rang out, the sound amplified in the enclosed space of the car. My windshield starred, a small hole appearing in the glass. Panic gave me strength I didn't know I possessed. I managed to get the car turned around and floored the accelerator. The engine roared, and I shot down the muddy track, fishtailing wildly. In my rearview mirror, I could see the man running back to his truck. I had only seconds before he would be in pursuit. The drive back to the highway was a blur of terror and adrenaline. Every bend in the road filled me with dread, certain I would see headlights bearing down on me. The spare tire, pushed beyond its limits, began to shred, the car pulling dangerously to one side. By some miracle, I made it back to the highway, but my ordeal wasn't over. The spare was destroyed, the rim scraping on the asphalt sending up sparks, and behind me, gaining fast, were the headlights of the truck. I pushed the car as hard as I dared, praying that another vehicle would appear, that I would see lights of a town, anything. But the highway stretched on, dark and empty. The truck was almost on me now. I could see the man leaning out of his window, gun in hand. Another shot rang out, missing me but serving as a terrifying reminder of how precarious my situation was. Just when I thought all hope was lost, I saw it. A sign for a rest area, just a mile ahead. My heart leapt. Where there was a rest area, there would be people. Safety. I made for the exit, the car lurching and swaying. The truck followed, gaining ground. As I pulled into the rest area, I laid on the horn, a long, continuous blast that shattered the night's silence. To my immense relief, there were other vehicles there. A few cars, and better yet, a semi-truck. People began to emerge, startled by the commotion. The truck behind me screeched to a halt. In my rearview mirror, I saw the man's face, contorted with rage and frustration. For a moment, I thought he might still come after me, but then, with a squeal of tires, he threw the truck into reverse and sped away, disappearing into the night. The next few hours passed in a blur. Police were called, statements were taken, my car was towed, the bullet holes in the windshield, a stark reminder of how close I had come to disaster. As dawn broke, casting a pale light over the rest area, a police officer approached me. "You're lucky," he said, his face grim. "We've had reports of similar incidents in this area. Stranded motorists being targeted. Not all of them made it out." His words sent a chill through me. How many others had fallen for the same trap? How many hadn't been as fortunate as I was? In the days and weeks that followed, I found myself jumping at every sound, suspicious of every stranger. The highway, once a symbol of freedom and possibility, now felt like a gauntlet of hidden dangers. They never caught the man. Sometimes, when I'm driving at night and I see a truck in my rearview mirror, I feel that same panic rising in my throat. I have to remind myself that it's over, that I'm safe. But am I really? The experience taught me a harsh lesson about trust and the darkness that can lurk behind a seemingly helpful facade. It showed me how quickly a normal day can spiral into a fight for survival, how thin the line is between safety and mortal danger. I still drive, still take road trips, but now I'm always watching, always alert, because I know that out there on the dark highways, there are predators waiting, and sometimes they come disguised as a helping hand. The thunder that night wasn't just a warning about the storm. It was a premonition of the tempest that would nearly consume me, a reminder that sometimes when the real monsters aren't hiding under the bed or in the shadows. Sometimes when they're standing right next to us, offering to change a tire in the rain. The flickering neon sign of the Starlight Motel should have been my first clue that this wasn't the safe haven I was seeking. But when you're running on fumes after a 12-hour drive, even the most dubious of lodgings can look like the Ritz. I'd been on the road since dawn, pushing through fatigue and caffeine jitters, determined to make it to my cousin's wedding. The smart thing would have been to stop hours ago, but I've never been accused of making smart choices. So there I was, bleary-eyed and desperate for a horizontal surface, pulling into the nearly empty parking lot of the only motel for miles. The office was a small, dimly lit room that smelled of stale cigarettes and desperation. Behind the counter stood a man who looked like he'd been rode hard and put away wet, as my grandfather used to say. His eyes, bloodshot and wary, gave me a once-over as I approached. "Need a room," I mumbled, fumbling for my wallet. He grunted, reaching for a key without taking his eyes off me. "Cash only. Checkout's at 11. I handed over the money, too tired to be put off by his brusque manner or the cash-only policy. He slid a key across the counter, attached to a faded plastic tag with the number 13. Great. Just my luck. The room was about what you'd expect from a place like this. Faded wallpaper, a bed that had seen better days, and a bathroom that I decided to avoid unless absolutely necessary. But it was a place to rest, and that's all I cared about at that moment. I collapsed onto the bed, not even bothering to take off my shoes. Sleep claimed me almost instantly, dragging me down into a deep, dreamless void. I'm not sure what woke me. Maybe it was a noise, or just that sixth sense that tells you something isn't right. My eyes snapped open, heart racing, though I couldn't have said why. The room was dark, the only light coming from the neon sign outside, casting an eerie red glow through the thin curtains. For a moment, I lay there, trying to orient myself, to remember where I was. Then I heard it, a soft, scraping sound coming from the door. I froze, hardly daring to breathe. The scraping continued, followed by a metallic click that I recognized with a jolt of fear. Someone was trying to unlock my door. Panic surged through me, chasing away the last vestiges of sleep. I rolled off the bed as quietly as I could, crouching beside it. The door began to open, A sliver of light from the parking lot cutting through the darkness. A figure slipped into the room, their silhouette bulky and menacing in the gloom. I could hear their breathing, heavy and excited. This wasn't a maid or a confused guest. This was someone who meant harm. My eyes darted around the room, searching for a weapon, an escape route, anything. The bathroom. If I could make it there, maybe I could lock myself in, buy some time. I began to inch towards it, my heart pounding so loud I was sure the intruder must hear it. I was halfway there when my foot caught on something. My own discarded shoe, I realized with horror. The noise, small as it was, might as well have been a gunshot in the silent room. The intruder's head snapped towards me, and I saw the glint of something in their hand. A knife. What happened next was pure instinct. I lunged for the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind me and fumbling for the lock. I heard a roar of frustration from the other side, followed by the thud of a body hitting the door. "Open up!" a voice snarled, deep and guttural. "There's no way out." He was right. The bathroom had no windows, no other exits. I was trapped. The door shuddered under another impact. It wouldn't hold for long. My mind raced, searching for a solution. The tiny window above the toilet caught my eye. It was small, probably too small, but it was my only chance. I climbed onto the toilet, my fingers scrabbling at the window latch. It was stuck, corroded with age and neglect. Behind me, the door splintered, a hand reaching through the gap. With a strength born of desperation, I wrenched at the window. It gave way suddenly, almost sending me tumbling backwards. I didn't hesitate. I dove headfirst through the opening, feeling the frame scrape along my back as I squeezed through. I tumbled to the ground outside, the impact knocking the wind out of me. But there was no time to recover. I scrambled to my feet, hearing the bathroom door finally give way behind me. I ran. Barefoot, gasping for breath, I sprinted across the parking lot towards the highway. Behind me, I heard a bellow of rage. He was coming. The highway stretched out before me, dark and empty. No cars, no lights, nothing. Just an endless ribbon of asphalt disappearing into the night. I ran along the shoulder, the rough ground cutting into my feet. Every few seconds, I glanced back, expecting to see my pursuer gaining on me. But the road behind me remained empty. Just when I thought my lungs would burst, I saw lights in the distance, a gas station, its fluorescent glare a beacon of hope in the darkness. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the burning in my legs, the rawness of my throat. As I staggered into the pools of light cast by the gas station, a car pulled up to one of the pumps. An older couple stepped out, their faces changing from surprise to concern as they took in my disheveled appearance. "Please," I gasped. "Call the police. Someone at the motel." He tried to. I couldn't get the words out, but I didn't need to. The woman was already on her phone, speaking urgently to a 911 operator. The man guided me inside the store, his voice gentle as he asked if I was hurt. The next few hours passed in a blur. Police cars arrived, their sirens shattering the night's quiet. I gave my statement, my voice shaky as I recounted what had happened. They found my shoes and wallet still in the motel room, but of my attacker, there was no sign. The motel owner was arrested. It turned out this wasn't the first incident. He had been working with a local criminal, providing him with victims, tired travelers, easy targets. The thought of how close I had come to becoming another statistic made me sick. As dawn broke, painting the sky in soft pinks and golds, a police officer approached me. "We found this in the motel office," he said, holding out a familiar key. The plastic tag still read 13, but now it seemed less like an unlucky number and more like a reminder of my narrow escape. I took the key, its weight feeling significant in my hand. A reminder of how quickly life can change, how thin the line is between safety and danger. The wedding was forgotten. I couldn't face the thought of more travel, more strange places. I just wanted to go home, to lock myself away in familiar surroundings. But even as I made my way back, I knew things would never be the same. The world had revealed a darker side, one I couldn't unsee. Every motel sign now seemed sinister, every strange face a potential threat. I still travel sometimes, when I have to, but now I plan obsessively, researching every stop, every hotel. I carry a personal alarm and a can of pepper spray. I check the locks 3, 4, 5 times before I go to sleep. Some might call it paranoia. I call it survival. Because now I know the truth. Danger doesn't always announce itself with flashing signs and ominous music. Sometimes it hides behind a friendly smile and a room key. Sometimes the real monsters are the ones who are supposed to keep us safe. That night at the Starlight Motel taught me a lesson I'll never forget. In this world, trust is a luxury we can't always afford. And sometimes, the difference between life and death is as simple as a stuck window latch and a tiny bathroom window. I often find myself thinking about that key, wondering how many others like it are out there, waiting to unlock doors to rooms where nightmares become reality. And I wonder about the people who hold those keys, the seemingly ordinary folks who harbor extraordinary evil. The neon sign of the Starlight Motel no longer flickers. The place was shut down, its dark secrets exposed to the light of day, but somewhere out there, another sign is flickering. Another tired traveler is checking in, another predator is waiting, and all I can do is hope that they too find a way to escape through their own metaphorical bathroom window. Because in the end, that's all we can do. Keep running, keep fighting, and never, ever take safety for granted again. The shutter of my camera echoed through the abandoned building like a gunshot, and in that moment, I realized I had made a terrible mistake. But let me start from the beginning. Before the fear, before the chase, before I learned that some places are abandoned for a reason. I've always been drawn to the beauty of decay. There's something hauntingly poetic about abandoned places, the stories they hold, the whispers of lives once lived. As an urban explorer and photographer, I've made it my mission to document these forgotten spaces, to capture the eerie allure of a world reclaimed by nature and time. The old ironworks factory on the outskirts of town had been on my bucket list for years. A sprawling complex of brick and steel, it had stood silent for decades, its windows dark and empty, its machinery frozen in time. Getting in wasn't easy. The place was surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire, clear warnings against trespassers posted every few feet. But I was determined. I had scouted the location for weeks, noting the patterns of the security patrols, searching for weak points in the perimeter. Finally, on an overcast Sunday afternoon, I made my move. Slipping through a gap in the fence I had discovered earlier, I found myself standing in the shadow of the massive factory. My heart raced with a mixture of excitement and apprehension as I approached the main building, my camera bag heavy on my shoulder. The lock on the side door gave way easily to my picks, a skill I'm not proud of, but one that served me well in my explorations. As I stepped inside, the musty smell of abandonment enveloped me. Dust motes danced in the pale light streaming through broken windows, and the silence was so complete I could hear my own heartbeat. I moved through the building slowly, reverently, my camera capturing every rust-stained machine, every crumbling wall, every patch of graffiti left by those who had come before me. The place was a gold mine for someone like me, each room offering new treasures to photograph. I lost track of time as I worked, so engrossed in my art that I failed to notice the changing quality of light as afternoon gave way to evening. It wasn't until I found myself squinting to adjust my camera settings that I realized how late it had gotten. Cursing under my breath, I decided to take just a few more shots before heading out. That's when I heard it, a sound so out of place in the abandoned factory that at first, I thought I had imagined it. Voices, low and muffled, but unmistakably human. I froze, my camera halfway to my face. This was bad. Very bad. Urban exploration came with risks. Unstable structures, toxic materials, the occasional run-in with other explorers or homeless individuals seeking shelter. But something about these voices set off alarm bells in my head. Carefully, I crept towards the source of the sound, my curiosity overriding my common sense. As I got closer, I could make out fragments of conversation. Shipment coming in tonight. Boss wants it moved quickly. Can't risk another screw-up. My blood ran cold as realization dawned. This wasn't just a case of other trespassers or squatters. I had stumbled onto something much more dangerous. I began to back away slowly, desperate to get out unnoticed. But in my haste, I knocked against an old metal drum. The resulting clang seemed to echo forever in the cavernous space. The voices stopped abruptly. What was that? Check it out. Panic surged through me. I turned to run, no longer caring about stealth. Behind me, I could hear footsteps, fast and purposeful. I sprinted through the factory, my heart pounding in my ears. I had explored extensively earlier, but now, in my panic, every corridor looked the same. I took random turns, praying I was heading towards an exit. A shout behind me told me I had been spotted. The footsteps grew louder, more numerous. How many were there? I burst through a set of double doors into what must have been the main production floor. Massive machinery loomed in the gloom, creating a maze of metal and shadows. I weaved between the hulking shapes, desperately searching for a way out. A gunshot rang out, the sound amplified in the enclosed space. I ducked instinctively, nearly losing my footing on the debris-strewn floor. "Stop right there," a voice bellowed, "or the next one won't miss." I didn't stop. I couldn't. Adrenaline pushed me forward, my legs pumping furiously. I spotted a staircase leading up and took it without hesitation, taking the steps two at a time. The upper level was a maze of catwalks and offices. I could hear my pursuers on the stairs behind me, their angry shouts spurring me on. I ran down a long corridor, trying doors as I passed. All locked. At the end of the hall, I found salvation, a door that opened to my touch. I burst through, ready to continue running, only to find myself on a small balcony overlooking the factory floor. A dead end. Panic clawed at my throat as I realized my mistake. The footsteps were getting closer. I was trapped. In desperation, I looked over the railing. It was a long drop to the factory floor, but I spotted a pile of what looked like old tarps or canvas not too far below. It was a crazy idea, born of fear and adrenaline, but it was my only chance. I heard the door behind me burst open just as I vaulted over the railing. For a moment, I was falling, the wind rushing past my ears. Then I hit the pile with bone-jarring force. Pain exploded through my body, but there was no time to assess the damage. I rolled off the pile, my legs nearly buckling as I stood. Above me, I could hear angry shouts and the thunder of feet on metal as my pursuers realized what I had done. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I forced myself to run. I had lost my bearings in the fall, but I moved on instinct, ducking between machines, always heading away from the voices behind me. Finally, mercifully, I saw it, the door I had entered through, hours and a lifetime ago. With a last burst of speed, I threw myself at it, tumbling out into the cool night air. But I wasn't safe yet. I could hear them behind me, closing in. I ran across the open yard towards the fence, my lungs burning, every step sending jolts of pain through my battered body. I reached the fence and began to climb, the metal links biting into my hands. As I reached the top, I felt something snag my jacket. Looking down, I saw barbed wire wrapped around the fabric. In my earlier scouting, I had found a section where the wire was missing. In my panic, I had climbed the wrong section. A hand grabbed my ankle. With a cry of fear and pain, I wrenched myself free, feeling my jacket tear as I tumbled over the other side of the fence. I hit the ground hard but forced myself up, running blindly into the night. I don't know how long I ran or how far. All I know is that eventually, I found myself on a busy street, the normal sounds of traffic and pedestrians a jarring contrast to the terror I had just escaped. I never went to the police. How could I explain what had happened without admitting to trespassing? And somehow, I knew that what I had stumbled upon was bigger and more dangerous than anything the local cops could handle. My camera, with all its incriminating evidence, was lost somewhere in that factory. Sometimes I wonder if they found it, if they saw the photos I had taken, if they now know my face. I don't do urban exploration anymore. The thrill of discovery, the artistry of decay, it all seems hollow now, tainted by the memory of that night. Every abandoned building I see is no longer a potential subject, but a potential threat. Every shadow could be hiding something sinister. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still hear those footsteps chasing me through the darkness. I can still feel the rush of air as I fell from that balcony, the bite of the fence as I climbed to freedom. I escaped that night, but a part of me never left that factory. It remains there, trapped in the shadows, forever running, forever afraid. Because now I know that not all abandoned places are truly empty, and sometimes the most dangerous things are the ones we can't see until it's too late. The beauty of decay, it's an illusion. Behind the crumbling walls and rusted machinery, darkness lurks. And once you've seen it, truly seen it, you can never unsee it again. The moment I saw her eyes widen in fear, I knew I had stumbled into something far more sinister than a simple motel stopover. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me take you back to the beginning, to the night when a cheap room and a desperate need for sleep led me down a path I never could have imagined. It was just past midnight when I pulled into the parking lot of the Pinewood Motel. The neon sign flickered weakly, half the bulbs burned out, but it was the only lodging I'd seen for miles. I'd been driving for 14 hours straight, my eyes heavy with exhaustion, my body aching from being cramped in the car. The night clerk barely looked up as I entered the office, the bell above the door jingling discordantly. He was an older man, balding and paunchy, with nicotine-stained fingers that trembled slightly as he pushed the registration card towards me. "Just passing through?" he asked, his voice gravelly from years of smoking. I nodded, scribbling my details on the card. "Long drive. Need to crash for the night," he grunted, taking the card back and handing me a key attached to a faded plastic fob. "Room 12, end of the row. Checkouts at 11. I mumbled my thanks and headed back out into the night. The motel was a single-story affair, a long row of identical doors facing the parking lot. My room was at the far end, away from the office and the handful of other cars parked outside occupied rooms. The room itself was about what you'd expect from a place like this. Faded wallpaper, a bed that had seen better days, and a bathroom that I decided to avoid unless absolutely necessary. But it was a place to rest, and that's all I cared about at that moment. I was about to collapse onto the bed when I heard it. A muffled thump from the room next door, followed by what sounded like a stifled cry. I froze, listening intently. For a moment, all was quiet. Then I heard it again, clearer this time. A woman's voice, laced with fear. "Please don't." The words were cut off abruptly, followed by another thump. My heart began to race. Was I hearing what I thought I was hearing? Should I call the front desk? The police? Before I could decide, I heard the sound of a door opening and closing. Cautiously, I peered out my window. A man was walking briskly towards the parking lot, his face hidden in the shadows. He got into a car and drove off, the taillights disappearing into the night. I stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do. It could have been nothing, I told myself. A lover's quarrel, perhaps. But something in my gut told me it was more than that. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out of my room and approached the door of room 11. I hesitated for a moment, then knocked softly. "Hello? Is everything okay in there?" No response. I knocked again, louder this time. "Hello? I'm in the next room. I just wanted to make sure you're all right." I heard movement inside, then the sound of the lock turning. The door opened a crack, and I found myself looking into the terrified eyes of a young woman. "Are you okay?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm and reassuring. She glanced nervously over her shoulder, then back at me. "You need to go," she whispered. "It's not safe." "What's going on? Are you in trouble? I can call for help." "No," she hissed, her eyes widening in panic. "No police. They'll kill her if you call the police." "Kill who? What's happening?" She seemed to make a decision then, opening the door wider. "Come in, quickly." I slipped into the room, my heart pounding. The interior was identical to my own, but there was an air of desperation here that was palpable. Clothes were strewn about, and I noticed a small suitcase tucked half under the bed. The woman, barely more than a girl, really, sank onto the bed, her shoulders slumped in defeat. "I'm Sarah," she said softly, "and I think I'm going to die here." Over the next few minutes, Sarah told me a story that chilled me to the bone. She had been hitchhiking, trying to get to her sister's place a few states over, when a seemingly kind truck driver had offered her a ride. But instead of taking her where she wanted to go, he had brought her here, to this motel in the middle of nowhere. "There are others," she said, her voice trembling. "Girls like me. They keep us here, move us around. The motel owner, he's in on it. They sell us. Human trafficking." The words echoed in my mind, filling me with a mixture of horror and rage. How could this be happening here, in a quiet motel off the highway? "We need to get you out of here," I said, my mind racing. "My car's just outside. We can leave right now." Sarah shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. "I can't. They have my little sister. They showed me pictures. Said if I try to run, they'll hurt her." I felt sick. This was so much bigger, so much worse than I had imagined. "Okay," I said, trying to think. "Okay, we need a plan. Is there anyone you trust? Anyone who can help your sister while we get you to safety?" Sarah hesitated, then nodded slowly. "My aunt. She's a cop in my hometown, but I don't know her number, and they took my phone." "I have a phone," I said, reaching for it. "We can call her, explain the situation. She can help your sister while we figure out how to get you out of here." Just as I was about to dial, we heard the sound of a car pulling into the parking lot. Sarah's face went pale. "He's back," she whispered. "You have to go. Please, just forget about this. Forget you ever saw me." But I couldn't. The thought of walking away, of leaving her to this fate, was unthinkable. "I'm not leaving you," I said firmly. "We're getting out of here. Both of us. Now." What happened next was a blur of adrenaline and fear. We slipped out of the room, keeping to the shadows. My car was just a few doors down, tantalizingly close. But as we crept towards it, a shout rang out behind us. "Hey, stop right there!" We ran. Sarah's hand was cold in mine as we sprinted across the parking lot. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the lock. Behind us, I could hear heavy footsteps getting closer by the second. Finally, the door opened. We tumbled inside, and I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life just as a hand slammed against the driver's window. A face loomed out of the darkness, contorted with rage. I floored it. The tires screeched as we peeled out of the parking lot, the motel receding in the rearview mirror. But our ordeal wasn't over. Headlights appeared behind us, gaining fast. The next hour was the most terrifying of my life. We sped down dark country roads, the pursuing vehicle always just behind us. Sarah was on the phone with her aunt, her voice shaking as she explained the situation. I kept my eyes on the road, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, praying we'd find help before our luck ran out. It was the longest night of my life, but eventually, we saw flashing lights ahead. A police roadblock. Sarah's aunt had come through. As we pulled to a stop, surrounded by the safety of law enforcement, the reality of what we'd just been through hit me like a tidal wave. Sarah broke down, sobbing with relief. And me, I just sat there, stunned, trying to process how a simple overnight stay had turned into this nightmare. In the days that followed, the full extent of the trafficking ring was uncovered. The motel was just one stop in a larger network. Sarah's sister was found and rescued. The traffickers were arrested. Justice, it seemed, would be served. But for me, the world had changed. I couldn't shake the memory of Sarah's terrified eyes, couldn't forget how close we had come to a very different ending. Every motel I pass now fills me with unease. Every stranger could be a threat or a victim in need of help. I've learned that evil doesn't always hide in the shadows. Sometimes it's right there in plain sight, behind the desk of a rundown motel or in the cab of a friendly trucker. The world is not as safe as we'd like to believe, but there's also more courage and resilience in ordinary people than we realize. Sarah and I still keep in touch. She's in therapy now, working through her trauma. She tells me I saved her life that night, but the truth is, she saved mine too. She opened my eyes to a reality I had been blind to, and in doing so, she made me a better, more aware person. I don't know if I'll ever be able to take a casual road trip again without seeing threats in every shadow, but I do know this. If I had to do it all over again, I wouldn't change a thing. Because sometimes the most important journeys are the ones we never planned to take. The first thing I noticed when I woke up was the silence. No birds chirping, no distant hum of traffic, just an eerie, oppressive quiet that seemed to press in on me from all sides. It was then that I realized I wasn't in my tent anymore. I had set out on this solo camping trip to clear my head, to escape the noise and chaos of my life in the city. The irony of my current situation wasn't lost on me. Be careful what you wish for, right? Let me back up a bit. My name's Alex, and up until yesterday, I was just another burnt-out office drone looking for a bit of adventure. I'd planned this trip for months, poring over maps, testing gear, and dreaming of the solitude I'd find in the wilderness. The first 2 days had been everything I'd hoped for. I'd hiked deep into the backcountry, far from the well-trodden paths and crowded campgrounds. The scenery was breathtaking, towering pines, crystal-clear streams, and views that seemed to stretch on forever. On the third day, I decided to explore a bit off the main trail. I'd heard rumors of a hidden waterfall, and the thought of discovering something few others had seen was too tempting to resist. In hindsight, maybe I should have stuck to the map. As I pushed through the dense underbrush, the forest around me began to change. The trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining overhead to block out most of the sunlight. The air became thick and heavy, filled with an earthy scent that was almost overwhelming. I should have turned back then, but curiosity drove me forward. That's when I saw it, a clearing up ahead, bathed in an odd greenish light. As I stepped into the open space, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. The world seemed to tilt and spin, and then nothing. Which brings me back to where I woke up. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I realized I was in some sort of cave. The walls were smooth and slightly damp, with strange, glowing fungi providing a soft, otherworldly illumination. I sat up, wincing at the stiffness in my muscles. How long had I been out? Hours? Days? My backpack was gone, along with all my supplies. Panic began to set in as the reality of my situation sank in. That's when I heard it, a soft shuffling sound coming from deeper in the cave. I froze, hardly daring to breathe. Was it an animal? A person? Neither option seemed particularly comforting at that moment. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing off the cave walls. "Is anyone there?" The shuffling stopped abruptly, replaced by an eerie silence. Then, slowly, deliberately, whatever it was began moving towards me. As it emerged from the shadows, I had to stifle a scream. It was humanoid in shape, but that's where any resemblance to a person ended. Its skin was pale and slightly translucent, with a network of veins visible just beneath the surface. Its eyes were large and completely black, reflecting the bioluminescent light of the cave like polished obsidian. I scrambled backward until my back hit the cave wall, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. The creature stopped a few feet away, tilting its head as it studied me with those unnerving eyes. Then, to my utter shock, it spoke. "You should not be here," it said, its voice a strange mix of clicks and whispers that somehow formed words I could understand. I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. My mind was reeling, unable to process what I was seeing and hearing. The creature took a step closer, and I pressed myself harder against the wall, wishing I could melt into the stone. "The boundary is weakening," it continued, seemingly unaware or uncaring of my terror. "Your kind must not cross over. It is not safe." I don't understand," I finally managed to stammer out. "What are you? Where am I?" The creature made a sound that might have been a sigh. "We are the guardians. This place, it is the in-between. Not your world, not ours. A buffer, a barrier." It gestured around the cave with a long, slender arm. "But the walls grow thin. Your people push too far, dig too deep, and now some slip through." My mind was spinning, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. Another world. Guardians. It sounded like something out of a fantasy novel, not something I should be experiencing firsthand in what I thought was a simple hiking trip. How do I get back?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The creature's expression, if you could call it that, seemed to soften slightly. "It is not simple. The way back, it shifts, changes, but I will help you find it." Over the next few hours, or was it days, time seemed to move strangely here. The guardian led me through a maze of tunnels and caverns. We passed through chambers filled with crystals that sang with unearthly tones when touched, over underground rivers that flowed upwards, defying gravity, and through forests of stone trees with leaves of shimmering metal. All the while, the guardians spoke, telling me of their world and the delicate balance they maintained with ours. They were not gods, it explained, but rather custodians of the boundary between realities. For eons, they had worked to keep the two worlds separate, allowing only the barest trickle of energy to pass between them, the source of what humans called magic, or miracles, or unexplained phenomena. But in recent years, the boundary had begun to weaken. Climate change, deforestation, urban sprawl, all were having unforeseen consequences on the fabric of reality itself. More and more humans were stumbling into places they shouldn't be, and creatures from the other side were finding their way into our world. As we walked, I began to notice changes in my perception. Colors seemed more vivid, sounds more layered. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, the whisper of energies flowing around us. It was beautiful and terrifying all at once. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of walking, we reached a cavern unlike any we had passed through before. The walls seemed to shimmer and shift, like the surface of a soap bubble. In the center stood a ring of stones, each one carved with symbols I couldn't begin to comprehend. "This is the way back," the guardian said, its voice tinged with what I thought might be sadness. "Step into the circle, and you will return to your world." I moved toward the stones, then hesitated, turning back to the creature that had been my guide through this impossible journey. "What happens now?" I asked. "Will I remember any of this?" The guardian was silent for a long moment. "That is up to you," it finally said. "Some choose to forget, to write off their experiences as dreams or hallucinations. Others remember, but keep the knowledge to themselves, and a rare few, they become awakened. They see the connections, the hidden truths of the world. They work to protect the boundary in their own way." I nodded, understanding the weight of the choice before me. And if I choose to remember, to be awakened, then your life will never be the same, the guardian warned. You will see things others cannot, know things they do not. It can be a burden as much as a gift. I took a deep breath, considering my options. The thought of returning to my old life, of pretending none of this had happened, felt wrong somehow. I had been given a glimpse behind the curtain of reality, and I couldn't unsee what I had seen. I want to remember, I said firmly. I want to help. The guardian nodded, a gesture that seemed both approving and resigned. Then step into the circle, awakened one, and when you return, seek out others like yourself. You are not alone in your knowledge or your duty. With a final look at my otherworldly guide, I stepped into the ring of stones. The world around me began to blur and swirl, colors and shapes melting together in a dizzying kaleidoscope. I felt a sensation of falling, of being pulled in 1,000 directions at once. And then, suddenly, I was back. I found myself standing in the clearing where I had first experienced that strange dizziness, my backpack at my feet as if I had never left. But I knew the truth. The weight of my new knowledge, my new purpose, settled over me like a mantle. As I made my way back to the main trail, I noticed things I had missed before. A shimmer in the air near certain trees, the whisper of voices just beyond human hearing, the subtle patterns in nature that spoke of design rather than chance. I knew my life would never be the same. The world was bigger, stranger, and more wondrous than I had ever imagined. And now, I had a role to play in protecting it. As I emerged from the forest, I took one last look back. For a moment, I thought I saw a pale figure standing among the trees, its black eyes reflecting the sunlight. Then it was gone, melting back into the shadows of the in-between. I shouldered my pack and started the long walk back to civilization, my mind already racing with plans. There were others out there like me, the Guardian had said. I just had to find them, and together we would work to maintain the balance and to protect the boundary between worlds. My camping trip had turned into something I could never have imagined. But as I walked, I couldn't help but smile. After all, isn't adventure what I had been seeking all along? The crackle of the old radio was the only sound that broke the oppressive silence of the desert night. I should have known then that something was terribly wrong. But hindsight, as they say, is 20/20, and I was too focused on the promise of adventure to heed the warning signs. My name's Jack, and I'm what you might call a thrill seeker. Skydiving, bungee jumping, whitewater rafting, you name it, I've probably done it. But lately, those mainstream adrenaline rushes weren't cutting it anymore. I needed something more, something truly unique. That's when I stumbled across an ad for the Ultimate Desert Challenge on an obscure forum. The premise was simple. Navigate through a section of the Mojave Desert using only basic supplies and your wits. No GPS, no phone, just you against the elements. It sounded perfect, challenging, potentially dangerous, and completely off the grid. I signed up without a second thought. The organizers were vague about the details, citing the need for secrecy to maintain the purity of the experience. All I knew was that I'd be dropped off at a remote location and given a general direction to head. The goal was to reach a specific point within 5 days. Simple enough, right? The day of the challenge arrived, and I found myself bumping along a dirt road in the back of an old pickup truck, dust billowing behind us as we drove deeper into the desert. The driver, a weathered old man who looked like he'd been carved from the very rocks around us, hadn't said a word since we left the last outpost of civilization hours ago. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and purple, the truck finally ground to a halt. The old man turned to me, his eyes hidden behind mirrored sunglasses. "This is where you get off," he growled, his voice rough as sandpaper. "Head east. You'll know when you've reached the end." Before I could ask any questions, he'd handed me my pack and practically shoved me out of the truck. I watched, slightly dumbfounded, as he sped off, leaving me alone in the growing twilight. I took stock of my situation. My pack contained the basics: water, some dried food, a compass, and a small first aid kit. I also had an ancient-looking handheld radio, which the organizers said would allow them to track my progress and send help if absolutely necessary. As darkness fell, I set up a small camp and tried to get some rest. The desert night was surprisingly cold, and strange sounds echoed across the landscape. Sleep came fitfully, punctuated by dreams of shifting sands and whispered voices. The next morning, I set out east as instructed. The terrain was challenging. Rocky outcroppings gave way to vast expanses of sand, with the occasional stubborn bit of vegetation clinging to life. The sun beat down mercilessly, and I found myself rationing my water more strictly than I'd planned. It was on the second day that I first noticed something odd. As I crested a small hill, I saw what looked like ruins in the distance, not the remains of some old western ghost town, but something much older. The structures seemed to shimmer in the heat haze, their architecture unlike anything I'd ever seen before. Intrigued, I made my way towards them, but no matter how long I walked, they never seemed to get any closer. Eventually, I convinced myself it had been a mirage, a trick of the light and my heat-addled brain. That night, as I huddled in my sleeping bag, I heard it. A low, pulsing hum that seemed to come from the very ground beneath me. It was subtle at first, barely noticeable, but as the hours wore on, it grew louder, more insistent. Sleep was impossible. By dawn, the sound had faded, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. The desert, which had seemed so empty before, now felt alive with hidden presences. I tried to radio for help, but all I got was static. The compass was acting strangely too, the needle spinning wildly before settling on a direction that I was pretty sure wasn't east. But I had no choice but to press on. The third day brought new horrors. The landscape began to shift in ways that defied explanation. Rock formations appeared and disappeared as I watched. At one point, I could have sworn I saw the sand flowing uphill, like a reverse waterfall. My water was running dangerously low, and the relentless sun had left me disoriented and nauseous. I began to hallucinate, seeing oases that vanished as I approached, hearing voices calling my name on the wind. It was in this state that I stumbled upon the cave. Half hidden behind a jutting rock formation, its entrance was dark and forbidding. Every instinct told me to stay away, but the promise of shade and possibly water was too tempting to resist. The temperature dropped noticeably as I entered the cave, bringing blessed relief from the scorching heat outside. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I gasped. The walls were covered in intricate carvings, depicting scenes that seemed to shift and change as I looked at them. Mesmerized, I moved deeper into the cave. The carvings became more elaborate, more alien. They showed impossible creatures and vast cities that couldn't possibly exist. And yet, there was something hauntingly familiar about them, as if I was seeing memories of a place I'd never been. That's when I heard the voices. Not the imagined calls of my heat-stricken mind, but real, tangible whispers echoing from deeper in the cave. They spoke in a language I didn't understand, and yet the meaning seemed to seep into my mind. They spoke of ancient things, of a world beyond the veil of reality. They spoke of guardians and gateways, of cosmic balances and impending doom. And they spoke of me. Terrified, I turned to flee, only to find my way blocked by shadowy figures. They were tall, impossibly thin, with eyes that glowed in the darkness. One of them stepped forward, its movement fluid and unnatural. "Welcome, traveler," it said, its voice resonating in my head rather than my ears. "We have been waiting for you." I tried to speak, but no words came out. The being tilted its head, regarding me with what might have been curiosity. "You do not understand yet," it continued, "but you will. You have been chosen." Before I could react, the creature reached out and touched my forehead with a long, slender finger. Pain exploded behind my eyes, and the world went white. When I came to, I was lying on the desert sand, the unforgiving sun beating down on me. The cave was nowhere to be seen. Had it all been a hallucination? A dream? But as I sat up, I realized something was different. The desert had changed, or perhaps I had. I could see things now, patterns and energies that had been invisible before. The air shimmered with possibilities, and I could feel the pulse of something vast and incomprehensible just beyond the edge of perception. My radio crackled to life, making me jump. Through the static, I heard a voice. The old man who had dropped me off. "You've seen it, haven't you?" he said, his tone knowing, the truth behind the veil. What's happening to me?" I managed to croak out, my throat dry and raspy. "You've been awakened, son," he replied. "The desert, it's more than just sand and rock. It's a gateway, a testing ground, and you've passed the test." He went on to explain that the challenge had been a ruse, a way to identify those with the potential to see beyond the ordinary world. I had been chosen to join a select group of individuals who safeguarded the boundaries between realities. As he spoke, memories of the cave came flooding back, not as a dream or hallucination, but as my first glimpse into a world I never knew existed. The beings I had encountered were real, as were the truths they had imparted. "What happens now?" I asked, my mind reeling from the implications. "Now?" The old man chuckled. "Now, your real journey begins." He gave me coordinates to a rendezvous point, where I would meet others like me and begin my training. As I set off, I realized that the desert around me was alive in ways I had never imagined. Every grain of sand, every withered plant, pulsed with hidden energies and untold secrets. My quest for the ultimate thrill had led me to something far beyond anything I could have imagined. The world was bigger, stranger, and more wondrous than I had ever dreamed, and I was now a part of it in ways I was only beginning to understand. As I walked towards my new destiny, I couldn't help but smile. After all, isn't this what every thrill seeker truly wants? To push beyond the boundaries of the known, to experience something truly extraordinary. The desert stretched out before me, vast and mysterious. But now, instead of an obstacle to overcome, it was a gateway to infinite possibilities. My adventure, it seemed, was just beginning. The rhythmic thumping of my heart was the only sound I could hear over the roar of the boat's engine. Each passing second felt like an eternity as I scanned the horizon, praying for a glimpse of land, a passing ship, anything but the endless expanse of ocean that surrounded me. How did a simple day trip turn into this nightmare? I never should have trusted him. It all started on a sunny Tuesday morning in Miami. I'm Sarah, a 28-year-old freelance writer who had recently moved to the city for a change of pace. Always on the lookout for new experiences to fuel my writing, I jumped at the chance when my neighbor, Tom, invited me on a day trip to explore some nearby islands. Tom was charming, with sun-bleached hair and a perpetual tan that spoke of countless hours on the water. He'd lived in the building for years and was known for his love of the sea. When he mentioned he had a small boat and often took day trips to secluded spots, I was intrigued. "You'll love it," he assured me, his eyes twinkling. "There's this little cove I know, perfect for snorkeling. Hardly anyone knows about it." I agreed without hesitation, excited at the prospect of discovering a hidden gem and maybe getting a good story out of it. The morning of our trip dawned bright and clear. I met Tom at the marina, a small bag packed with sunscreen, snacks, and my trusty notebook. His boat was smaller than I expected, but he assured me it was more than capable for our journey. As we set out, the Miami skyline receding behind us, I felt a sense of adventure bubbling up inside me. The sea breeze whipped through my hair, and the sun warmed my skin. Tom proved to be an engaging companion, regaling me with tales of his adventures on the water. Hours passed, and the coastline had long since disappeared from view. A nagging sense of unease began to creep in. "Shouldn't we be there by now?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. Tom glanced at me, a strange look flashing across his face before he smiled. "Just a bit further. Trust me, it'll be worth it." I nodded, pushing down my growing anxiety. But as another hour ticked by, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. "Tom," I said, my voice firmer now, "I think we should head back. This is too far for a day trip." He didn't respond immediately. When he did, his voice had lost all its earlier warmth. "I'm afraid that's not going to happen, Sarah." My blood ran cold. "What do you mean?" "You see," he said, his eyes never leaving the horizon. "I'm in a bit of trouble. Owe some people a lot of money. They were going to take my boat, my house, everything. But then I had an idea. What if I could offer them something more valuable?" Horror washed over me as the implications of his words sank in. "You can't be serious. This is kidnapping." Tom laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Kidnapping, human trafficking, call it what you want. The point is, you're my ticket out of debt." I lunged for my bag, desperate to reach my phone, but Tom was faster. He grabbed me, his grip painfully tight on my arm. "Don't do anything stupid," he growled. "We're miles from shore. You've got nowhere to go." For the next few hours, I sat in terrified silence as Tom steered us further out to sea. My mind raced, trying to think of a way out of this nightmare. I thought about overpowering him, but he was much stronger than me. Jumping overboard would be suicide, even if I could swim for help. There was nothing but open ocean as far as the eye could see. As the sun began to set, I saw another boat appear on the horizon. Tom's posture relaxed slightly. "Right on time," he muttered. The approaching vessel was larger than ours, a sleek yacht that spoke of serious money. As it drew closer, I could make out several figures on deck. This was it, I realized. Once I was on that boat, any chance of escape would be gone. Desperation gave me courage. As Tom was distracted, preparing to bring our boat alongside the yacht, I made my move. I grabbed the small fire extinguisher mounted nearby and swung it with all my might. The impact sent Tom sprawling. Without hesitating, I dashed to the controls. I had no idea how to operate a boat, but I had to try. I yanked at levers and pushed buttons frantically. The engine roared to life, and the boat lurched forward. Shouts erupted from the yacht as I sped away. I could hear Tom cursing behind me, struggling to his feet. I pushed the throttle as far as it would go, praying I could outrun them. What followed was the most terrifying boat chase imaginable. I zigzagged erratically, hoping to make myself a harder target. Shots rang out, bullets pinging off the metal of the boat. I ducked low, steering blindly, driven by pure adrenaline and the will to survive. I don't know how long the chase lasted. It felt like hours, but it could have been minutes. Eventually, the sounds of pursuit faded. When I finally dared to look back, the yacht was just a speck on the horizon. Relief flooded through me, only to be quickly replaced by a new fear. I was alone, in a boat I barely knew how to operate, with no idea where I was or which direction would lead me to safety. Night fell, bringing with it a bone-deep chill. I huddled in the small cabin, shivering, trying to make sense of the boat's instruments. The fuel gauge was dropping steadily. I wouldn't be able to keep going for much longer. As dawn broke, I was running on fumes, both literally and figuratively. The boat's engine sputtered and died, leaving me adrift in the vast emptiness of the ocean. I had no food, little water, and no way to call for help. Days passed in a haze of fear and desperation. I rationed the little water I had, knowing it was the only thing keeping me alive. The sun beat down mercilessly during the day, while at night, the cold seeped into my bones. I drifted in and out of consciousness, my mind playing tricks on me. I saw ships on the horizon that disappeared when I blinked, heard voices calling my name only to realize it was the wind. On what I think was the fifth day, I saw it. At first, I thought it was another hallucination, a dark smudge on the horizon that slowly, impossibly, grew larger. A ship, a real ship. With the last of my strength, I waved my arms and shouted. My voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper, but I kept at it. As the ship drew closer, I saw a flurry of activity on deck. They had spotted me. The next few hours were a blur. I remember being lifted onto the deck, wrapped in blankets, voices asking me questions I couldn't quite comprehend. It wasn't until much later, as I lay in a hospital bed back in Miami, that the full weight of what had happened hit me. The police had a lot of questions. My story led them to uncover a human trafficking ring that had been operating out of Miami for years. Tom and his associates were arrested, facing a long list of charges. As for me, I'm still coming to terms with everything. The trauma of those days at sea has left its mark, both physically and mentally. I jump at loud noises, panic in enclosed spaces, and haven't been able to go near the ocean since my rescue. But I'm alive. Against all odds, I survived. And now, I have a story to tell, a warning to others about the dangers that can lurk behind a friendly face and the strength we can find within ourselves when pushed to the very edge of survival. Sometimes, in my dreams, I'm back on that boat, adrift in the endless blue. But when I wake, I remind myself that I'm safe, that I made it back. And each day, I get a little stronger, a little braver. Because now I know the truth. We are all far more resilient than we ever imagine, capable of overcoming even the most harrowing of circumstances. My simple day trip turned into a nightmare beyond imagination. But I survived. And in doing so, I discovered a strength within myself that I never knew existed. It's a strength I carry with me every day, a reminder that no matter how dark things may seem, there's always hope. You just have to hold on long enough to see the light. The first photograph I found was of a little girl with pigtails, smiling gap-toothed at the camera. It was the kind of innocent, joyful image you'd expect to see in any family album. But this wasn't a family album, and the dozens of other photos I discovered hidden behind the crumbling drywall were far from innocent. That's when I realized the Airbnb I'd rented for a quiet weekend getaway was anything but ordinary. I'm Emma, a 32-year-old graphic designer from Chicago. I'd been burning the candle at both ends for months, juggling multiple high-stress projects, and I was on the verge of a breakdown when my best friend suggested I take a weekend to myself, somewhere quiet and remote. I jumped at the idea. I found the listing on Airbnb, a charming old farmhouse about 2 hours outside the city. The photos showed cozy rooms with antique furniture, a wraparound porch perfect for morning coffee, and acres of rolling hills surrounding the property. It seemed ideal for a solo retreat. The owner, a woman named Margaret, was responsive and friendly in our messages. She told me the house had been in her family for generations, but that she now lived out of state and rented it out. She gave me the code for the lockbox and wished me a pleasant stay. When I arrived on Friday evening, the house was exactly as pictured. A bit creaky and showing its age, but charming in that rustic, time-worn way. I brought in my bags, made a cup of tea, and settled onto the porch to watch the sunset. For the first time in months, I felt the tension start to leave my body. That night, I slept better than I had in years, lulled by the complete silence of the countryside. I woke late the next morning, feeling refreshed and ready to enjoy my day of solitude. I spent the morning reading on the porch, then decided to explore the house a bit more. It was larger than I needed, with several bedrooms upstairs and a basement I hadn't checked out yet. As I wandered through the rooms, I noticed little oddities: a door that didn't quite fit its frame, a a floorboard that creaked louder than the others, a window that was painted shut. In one of the spare bedrooms, I noticed a section of wallpaper that was peeling away from the wall. Curious, I gently pulled at it, and a large strip came away in my hand. That's when I saw it. A small door, about 2 feet square, hidden behind the wallpaper. My heart raced with excitement. A secret room. It was like something out of a mystery novel. I tugged at the small handle, but the door wouldn't budge. It took some effort, but I finally managed to pry it open. The space behind was dark and dusty. I used my phone's flashlight to peer inside and saw what looked like a stack of old papers or photographs. Reaching in, I pulled out a handful, and that's when I saw the first photo. The little girl with pigtails. At first, I thought I'd stumbled upon an old family album. But as I flipped through more photos, a chill ran down my spine. There were dozens of pictures, all of different children. Some were smiling, some looked confused or scared, and in many of them, I could see parts of this very house in the background. My hands shaking, I kept looking. Mixed in with the photos were documents, birth certificates, school records, even what looked like medical files, all for different children, spanning decades. The implications of what I was seeing began to sink in. This wasn't a family album. This was something much darker, much more sinister. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of it all. Had this house been used for some kind of child trafficking operation? Were these children victims of abuse? I felt sick to my stomach. I needed to call the police. But as I reached for my phone, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. The creak of the front door opening. Panic seized me. I shoved the photos and documents back into the hidden compartment and quickly tried to smooth the wallpaper back into place. My heart was pounding so loud I was sure whoever was downstairs would hear it. "Hello?" a woman's voice called out. "Is anyone here?" I recognized the voice from the video tour on the Airbnb listing. It was Margaret, the owner. But what was she doing here? "Just a minute," I called back, trying to keep my voice steady. I took a deep breath, tried to compose myself, and headed downstairs. Margaret was standing in the living room, a friendly smile on her face that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Oh, hello, dear. I'm so sorry to disturb you. I was just in the area and thought I'd check in, make sure everything was okay." I forced a smile. "Everything's fine, thanks. The house is lovely." She nodded, her eyes scanning the room as if looking for something out of place. "Wonderful. Well, I won't keep you. Enjoy the rest of your stay." As she turned to leave, I noticed something that made my heart skip a beat. On her key ring was a small, old-fashioned key, exactly the right size for the hidden door upstairs. The moment she left, I ran to the window and watched her car disappear down the driveway. Then I raced back upstairs, my mind whirling. I needed to document what I'd found before I called the police. I reopened the hidden compartment and started taking photos of everything with my phone. As I did, I noticed something I'd missed before, a small notebook tucked in the back. I pulled it out and began to read. It was a diary, dating back to the 1970s. The entries were chilling, detailed accounts of children brought to the house, their training, and their eventual placement with wealthy families. It was all there in black and white, decades of child trafficking, hidden behind the facade of a charming country home. I was so engrossed in the diary that I almost missed the sound of a car coming up the driveway. Looking out the window, my heart sank. Margaret was back, and she wasn't alone. 2 large men were with her. There was no time to call the police. I quickly snapped photos of the last few pages of the diary, shoved everything back into the hidden compartment, and looked around frantically for a place to hide. The closet was too obvious. Under the bed? No, that's the first place they'd look. Then I remembered. The basement. I hadn't explored it yet, but it was my only option. I raced downstairs, hearing the front door open just as I reached the basement door. I slipped inside and quietly closed it behind me, descending the stairs into darkness. The basement was cluttered with old furniture and boxes. I found a spot behind a large armoire and wedged myself in, trying to control my breathing. Above me, I could hear footsteps and muffled voices. "Check every room," I heard Margaret say. She must have found something. The next hour was the longest of my life. I heard them searching the house, moving furniture, opening closets. Several times, footsteps approached the basement door. But to my immense relief, no one came down. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, I heard Margaret's frustrated voice. "She's not here. She must have left. Check the area. See if you can find her. I'll stay here in case she comes back." I waited until I heard the front door close and a car drive away before I dared to move. Quietly, I crept up the basement stairs and pressed my ear to the door. I could hear Margaret moving around in the living room. My mind raced. I needed to get out. But how? My car was parked right in front of the house. There was no way I could reach it without being seen. Then I remembered the back door in the kitchen. If I could just make it there. Taking a deep breath, I eased the basement door open. Margaret was in the living room, her back to me, talking on the phone. I crept along the hallway, my heart in my throat. Just a few more steps. I made it to the kitchen and slipped out the back door. Not daring to look back, I ran. I ran through the fields, my lungs burning, expecting at any moment to hear shouts behind me. But there was only the sound of my own ragged breathing and the thud of my feet on the ground. I didn't stop running until I reached a road. Flagging down a passing car, I managed to convince the startled driver to take me to the nearest police station. The officers were skeptical at first, but the photos on my phone were hard to dismiss. The investigation that followed uncovered a trafficking ring that had operated for over 50 years. Margaret and her associates were arrested. The children in the photos, at least those who could be identified, were tracked down. Some had been adopted by loving families and knew nothing of their origins. Others hadn't been so lucky. As for me, I gave countless statements to police and testified in court. The quiet weekend I had planned turned into months of legal proceedings and sleepless nights. But knowing that I had helped uncover such a long-standing evil, that because of what I found, no more children would suffer in that house, it made it all worth it. I still rent Airbnbs occasionally, but now, I always check behind the wallpaper, just in case. The rain was coming down in sheets, transforming the lonely stretch of highway into a treacherous river of asphalt. I squinted through the windshield, the wipers fighting a losing battle against the deluge. That's when I saw him, a lone figure on the side of the road, thumb outstretched, his form barely visible through the torrent. I hesitated for a split second, every cautionary tale about picking up hitchhikers flashing through my mind. But something, call it compassion, curiosity, or just plain foolishness, made me slow down. I'm Alex, a 35-year-old software engineer from Seattle. I was on my way back from a conference in Portland, deciding to drive instead of fly to enjoy the scenic route along the coast. The weather forecast had promised clear skies, but Mother Nature had other plans. As I pulled over, the man rushed to the passenger side door, yanking it open and practically diving inside. He was soaked to the bone, his clothes clinging to his lanky frame. "Thanks," he gasped, pushing wet hair out of his eyes. "Thought I was going to drown out there." I nodded, still not entirely sure I'd made the right decision. "Where are you headed?" "North," he said vaguely, his eyes darting around the car. "As far as you're willing to take me." Something about his demeanor set me on edge, but I chalked it up to the stress of being stranded in such awful weather. I pulled back onto the road, the tires struggling to find traction on the slick surface. "I'm Jake," I offered, trying to break the tension. He hesitated for a moment before responding. "Tom, nice to meet you, Jake." We drove in silence for a while. the rhythmic swish of the wipers and the drumming of rain on the roof filling the void. I snuck glances at Tom when I could. He seemed jittery, constantly fidgeting and looking over his shoulder. "So," I ventured, "what brings you out here in this weather?" Tom's response was clipped. "Car broke down a few miles back. No cell service." I nodded, understanding the predicament. This stretch of highway was notorious for its dead zones. "Well, there's a town about 30 miles ahead. We can get you some help there." He grunted in acknowledgement, but said nothing more. The silence grew uncomfortable, and I found myself wishing I'd just kept driving. About 10 minutes later, I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror. A car was approaching fast, much too fast for these conditions. As it got closer, I realized it was a police cruiser, lights flashing but siren off. Beside me, Tom went rigid. His hand moved to the door handle, gripping it tightly. "Looks like they're in a hurry," I commented, trying to keep my voice casual. "Must be an emergency." Tom didn't respond. His eyes were fixed on the side mirror, watching the approaching cruiser with an intensity that made my skin crawl. The police car was right behind us now. I expected it to roar past, but instead, it matched our speed, staying right on our tail. "Maybe you should pull over," Tom said suddenly, his voice tight. "Let them pass." I was about to comply when the cruiser's siren suddenly blared to life, causing both of us to jump. The command came over a loudspeaker. "Pull over to the side of the road immediately." My heart began to race. Were they after Tom? Had I unwittingly aided a fugitive? Before I could react, Tom's hand shot out, grabbing the steering wheel. "Don't stop!" he yelled, trying to keep us on the road. We struggled for control of the car, swerving dangerously on the wet road. In the chaos, I caught a glimpse of Tom's face. His eyes were wild with fear and desperation. "Please," he begged. "You don't understand. They'll kill me." The sincerity in his voice made me hesitate. In that moment of indecision, Tom took advantage. He yanked the wheel hard, sending us careening off the road. Everything happened in slow motion. The car plunged down a steep embankment, rolling once, twice, before coming to rest against a tree. The airbags deployed, slamming into me with bone-jarring force. For a moment, all I could hear was the ringing in my ears and the hiss of rain on hot metal. As my senses slowly returned, I became aware of movement beside me. Tom was fumbling with his seatbelt, his movements frantic. "We have to go," he said, his voice sounding distant and muffled. "They're coming." I tried to speak, to ask what the hell was going on, but only managed a groan. My head was pounding, and I tasted blood in my mouth. Tom finally freed himself and turned to me. For a moment, our eyes met. I saw fear there, yes, but also genuine remorse. "I'm sorry," he said softly. "I never meant for this to happen." Then he was gone, disappearing into the rainy darkness beyond the shattered windshield. I don't know how long I sat there, dazed and confused. The sound of approaching sirens eventually cut through the fog in my mind. Flashlight beams danced through the trees, growing closer. "Over here," a voice called out. "I've found the vehicle." Hands reached in, gentle but insistent, checking me for injuries and carefully extricating me from the wreckage. As they laid me on a stretcher, I saw a group of officers fanning out into the woods, clearly searching for Tom. One of the paramedics leaned over me, her face etched with concern. "Sir, can you tell me your name? Do you know what happened?" I opened my mouth to respond, but the words stuck in my throat. How could I explain what had transpired when I didn't understand it myself? In the days that followed, as I recovered in the hospital, the full story came to light. Tom, whose real name was Daniel Reeves, was indeed a fugitive, but not in the way I had assumed. He had been a key witness in a high-profile corruption case involving several police officers. The men chasing us that night weren't real cops, but corrupt officers trying to silence him before he could testify. The FBI had been monitoring the situation and arrived on the scene shortly after our crash. They managed to apprehend the fake officers, but Daniel had vanished without a trace. As I gave my statement, the FBI agents explained that Daniel had been in witness protection, but had fled when his safe house was compromised. His desperation that night hadn't been the actions of a guilty man, but of someone terrified for his life. Weeks passed, and I tried to put the incident behind me, but I couldn't shake the memory of Daniel's face in those final moments. The fear, the regret, the silent plea for understanding. Then, about a month after I'd returned home, a letter arrived. No return address, postmarked from a city I didn't recognize. Inside was a short note. Jake, I'm sorry for what happened. You showed kindness to a stranger, and I repaid you with danger and deceit. I hope you can forgive me. Know that your actions that night, however unwitting, helped bring some very bad people to justice. Thank you, and be safe. I sat for a long time, staring at that letter, emotions warring within me. Anger at being put in danger, relief that it was over, and a strange sense of pride that I had, in some small way, helped do the right thing. The experience changed me. I became more cautious, yes, but also more aware of the complexities of human nature. We're all carrying burdens, fighting battles others can't see. Sometimes a simple act of kindness, like picking up a stranger in the rain, can have far-reaching consequences we never could have imagined. I still drive that coastal highway sometimes, and every time it rains, I find myself scanning the roadside, half expecting to see a lone figure with his thumb out. I don't know if I'd stop again, knowing what I know now, but part of me hopes I would, because in a world where it's easier to look away, sometimes the riskiest choice is also the most human. Daniel vanished that night, as suddenly as he had appeared in my life. But the impact of our brief encounter lingers. It serves as a reminder that every person we meet, every decision we make, has the potential to alter the course of our lives in ways we can never predict. And sometimes, in the midst of chaos and danger, we find our own capacity for courage and compassion, even if it comes at a cost. The rain still falls on that lonely stretch of highway, and somewhere out there, I like to think, Daniel is safe, carrying with him the knowledge that even in his darkest hour, a stranger was willing to stop and offer help. In the end, perhaps that's all any of us can hope for, a moment of kindness in a storm. The first gunshot shattered the tranquil forest air like a thunderclap, sending birds scattering from the treetops in a panicked flurry. My best friend Mike and I froze mid-step, our light-hearted chatter dying instantly on our lips. We locked eyes, a single, terrifying thought passing between us. Those weren't hunters. Let me back up a bit. I'm Chris, a 29-year-old accountant from Boston. Mike and I had been planning this hiking trip for months, eager to escape the suffocating concrete jungle of the city and lose ourselves in the verdant embrace of the Appalachian wilderness. We'd chosen a lesser-known trail, one that promised solitude and unspoiled natural beauty. The morning had started perfectly. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the earthy scent of pine and wildflowers. We set off at dawn, our packs laden with supplies for our 2-day trek. As we hiked, we reminisced about our college days, laughed at inside jokes, and marveled at the breathtaking vistas that seemed to unfold around every bend in the trail. It wasn't until early afternoon that we encountered the first sign that something was amiss. The trail suddenly opened up into a small clearing, and there, incongruous among the natural beauty, stood 3 men. They were rough-looking characters, clad in ragged clothes that spoke of days spent in the wilderness. But it wasn't their appearance that set alarm bells ringing in my head. It was the way they looked at us, their eyes hard and calculating. "Well, well," the tallest one said, his mouth twisting into a sneer. "What do we have here?" Mike, always the diplomat, stepped forward with a friendly smile. "Hey there, we're just passing through. Beautiful day for a hike, isn't it?" The men exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. The one who had spoken, clearly the leader, turned back to us with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "This here's private property," he said, his tone deceptively light. "You boys are trespassing." I frowned, confusion momentarily overriding my growing unease. "That can't be right. This trail's been here for years. It's public land." The moment the words left my mouth, I knew I'd made a mistake. The man's face darkened, his pretense of friendliness evaporating. "You calling me a liar, boy?" he growled, taking a step towards us. Mike quickly intervened. No, of course not. Look, this is clearly a misunderstanding. We'll just head back the way we came. No harm done." For a moment, I thought it might work. The men seemed to consider Mike's words, and I allowed myself to hope that we might walk away from this unscathed. But then the leader's eyes fell on our backpacks, and something in his gaze made my blood run cold. "I don't think so," he said slowly. "You've seen too much. Can't have you running back to town, telling tales." That's when I noticed the fourth man, emerging silently from the trees behind us, cutting off our escape route. We were surrounded. What happened next is a blur in my memory. I remember the panic rising in my throat as the men closed in. I remember Mike's startled cry as one of them grabbed his arm. And I remember the sickening sound of flesh hitting flesh as I tried to intervene and was struck with the butt of a rifle I hadn't even realized they were carrying. The gunshot that had frozen us in our tracks came moments later, fired into the air as a warning. "Move," the leader ordered, gesturing with his rifle towards a barely visible path leading deeper into the woods. With no other choice, we complied. Mike was limping slightly, favoring the arm they had grabbed. I could feel blood trickling down my face from where the rifle had struck me. But the fear pumping through my veins dulled the pain, replacing it with a hyper-awareness of our surroundings. They marched us for what felt like hours, deeper and deeper into the forest. The terrain became rougher, the trees pressing in closer. Eventually, we emerged into a small clearing. What I saw there made my heart sink. A ramshackle cabin stood in the center, surrounded by rusted vehicles and piles of debris. This wasn't just a chance encounter. These men lived here, hidden away from the world. Inside the cabin, they tied us to chairs, their movements practiced and efficient. The interior was a cluttered mess of mismatched furniture and mysterious equipment that I didn't want to examine too closely. "What do you want from us?" Mike asked, his voice surprisingly steady, despite the fear I could see in his eyes. The leader chuckled, the sound devoid of any real humor. "Want? We don't want anything from you, city boys. You're just in the wrong place at the wrong time." As the day wore on, the reality of our situation began to sink in. These men weren't just hermits or off-the-grid survivalists. The snippets of conversation we overheard, the suspicious equipment in the cabin, it all pointed to something far more sinister. We had stumbled into the heart of some kind of illegal operation, possibly drug manufacturing. Night fell, and with it came a bone-deep chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The men had been drinking heavily, their voices growing louder and more belligerent. I caught Mike's eye across the room, seeing my own fear and desperation reflected there. That's when I noticed it. A small hunting knife, partially hidden under some papers on a nearby table. It must have been overlooked when they were securing us. If I could just reach it. I began to work at my bonds, ignoring the pain as the rough rope bit into my wrists. Hours passed, the men's drunken laughter providing cover for the small sounds of my struggle. Finally, I felt the ropes give way. Heart pounding, I waited for my moment. When the cabin had grown quiet, the men passed out from their drinking, I made my move. I grabbed the knife and quickly freed Mike. We crept out of the cabin, every creaking floorboard sounding like a gunshot in the quiet night. Once outside, we ran. We ran like we'd never run before, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping at our faces. I have no idea how long we ran or in what direction. All I knew was that we had to put as much distance between us and that cabin as possible. The forest that had seemed so beautiful just a day ago now felt oppressive, full of hidden dangers. As dawn began to break, we finally allowed ourselves to stop, collapsing by a small stream. We were lost, exhausted and injured, but we were alive and free. It took us another full day of wandering before we finally found our way back to civilization. The local sheriff's office was skeptical of our story at first, but the evidence of our injuries and our obvious terror convinced them to investigate. The raid on the cabin uncovered a major drug manufacturing operation. All 4 men were arrested, and it turned out they were wanted in connection with several other crimes in the area. In the weeks that followed, as Mike and I gave statements and testified in court, I found myself grappling with the aftermath of our ordeal. The terror of those hours in the cabin haunted my dreams. Every unexpected noise made me jump, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. But there was something else too. Something I hadn't expected. A newfound appreciation for life, for freedom, for the simple pleasure of a safe night's sleep in my own bed. Mike and I, already close friends, now shared a bond that went beyond words. We had faced death together and come out the other side. I still go hiking sometimes, though never again on that particular trail. But now, every time I step into the woods, I carry with me the knowledge that danger can lurk in the most beautiful of places. And yet, I also carry the certainty that even in our darkest moments, hope and the will to survive can see us through. Our 2-day hiking trip had turned into a nightmare beyond anything we could have imagined. But we survived, and in doing so, we discovered a strength within ourselves that we never knew existed. It's a strength we carry with us every day, a reminder that no matter how dark things may seem, there's always hope. You just have to keep fighting, keep moving forward, even when the path ahead seems impossible. The forest may have held terror for us on those fateful days, but it also taught us an invaluable lesson about resilience, friendship, and the indomitable nature of the human spirit. And that, perhaps, is the greatest trail we could have hoped to blaze. The gentle lapping of waves against the hull should have been soothing, but all I felt was a growing sense of dread. Something was very wrong. The boat that had been following us for the past hour was getting closer, and the look in Captain Mike's eyes told me this was no ordinary encounter at sea. I'm Sophia, a 28-year-old marine biologist from California. I'd been planning this research trip to study coral reefs in the Florida Keys for months. It was supposed to be a routine expedition, collect data, take samples, and enjoy the beauty of the ocean. I never imagined it would turn into a fight for survival. The day had started perfectly. The sun was shining, the water was calm, and our small research vessel, the Sea Whisper, cut through the waves with ease. Captain Mike, a grizzled old sailor with a perpetual tan and a wealth of maritime knowledge, guided us to our first research site. As I worked, carefully documenting the health of the coral and collecting water samples, I lost track of time. It wasn't until late afternoon that I noticed the change in atmosphere. Captain Mike was tense, his usual easygoing demeanor replaced by a frown as he scanned the horizon. "What's wrong?" I asked, climbing back onto the main deck. He pointed to a speck in the distance. "That boat's been tailing us for a while now. Doesn't look like any research or fishing vessel I know." I squinted against the sun's glare. The boat was too far to make out details, but something about its presence sent a chill down my spine. "Maybe they're just headed in the same direction," I suggested, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Captain Mike shook his head. "They've matched every course change we've made. This ain't no coincidence." As if to confirm his suspicions, the boat suddenly picked up speed, closing the distance between us rapidly. "Get below deck," Captain Mike ordered, his voice taut with tension. "Lock the door and don't come out until I tell you it's safe." I wanted to protest, to insist on staying to help, but the gravity in his eyes stopped me. With a nod, I ducked into the small cabin, securing the door behind me. Through the porthole, I watched as the other boat drew alongside us. It was larger than the Sea Whisper, with dark-tinted windows that hid its occupants from view. I could hear muffled voices, Captain Mike's gruff tones mixed with unfamiliar, aggressive ones. Suddenly, there was a commotion above. The sound of multiple feet landing on our deck, followed by shouts and the unmistakable sound of a scuffle. My heart raced as I realized we were being boarded. I looked around frantically for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. My eyes fell on the satellite phone. With shaking hands, I dialed the emergency number Captain Mike had drilled into me at the start of our trip. "Coast Guard, what's your emergency?" a calm voice answered. In hushed tones, I explained our situation, giving our last known coordinates. The operator assured me help was on the way, but warned it would take time to reach us. Just as I ended the call, the cabin door burst open. Two men entered, their faces hidden behind ski masks. One of them held Captain Mike at gunpoint, his other hand gripping the captain's arm tightly. "Well, well," the gunman said, his eyes cold as they fell on me. "Looks like we've got ourselves a stowaway." "Leave her alone," Captain Mike growled. "She's just a scientist. She's got nothing to do with this." The other man laughed, a harsh sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Oh, I think she's got everything to do with this now. Can't have any witnesses, can we?" My mind raced, trying to understand what was happening. Witnesses to what? What had we stumbled into? They marched us back to the main deck, where I saw the true extent of our situation. The Sea Whisper was now tied to the larger boat, and several more masked men were transferring crates from their vessel to ours. "What's going on?" I demanded, finding my voice at last. "Who are you people?" The man who seemed to be in charge turned to me, his eyes glinting behind his mask. "Let's just say we're businessmen, sweetheart, and you and your captain here have wandered into some very profitable waters." It clicked then. Drug smugglers. We had inadvertently crossed paths with a trafficking operation. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We don't want any trouble. We're just here to study the reefs. Let us go, and we won't say a word about any of this." The leader chuckled, but there was no humor in it. "I'm afraid it's not that simple. You see, we can't risk you changing your mind once you're back on dry land. No, I think you two will be coming with us for a little extended voyage." Fear clawed at my throat as the reality of our situation sank in. They were going to kidnap us, maybe even kill us once we were no longer useful. That's when I heard it. A distant thrum that was rapidly growing louder. Helicopter blades. The smugglers heard it too. Their heads snapped up, scanning the sky. "Coast Guard," one of them shouted, pointing to a spot on the horizon where a small dot was rapidly growing larger. Chaos erupted. The smugglers scrambled to untie their boat, shouting orders and curses. In the confusion, Captain Mike made his move. With a strength that belied his age, he shoved the man holding him, sending the guns skittering across the deck. "Run!" he yelled at me, already moving to untie the Sea Whisper from the smuggler's boat. I didn't need to be told twice. I dashed for the satellite phone, intent on updating the Coast Guard on our situation, but one of the smugglers saw me. He lunged, tackling me to the ground. We grappled on the deck, rolling dangerously close to the edge. With a surge of adrenaline-fueled strength, I managed to knee him in the stomach. He loosened his grip just enough for me to break free. I scrambled to my feet, but he grabbed my ankle, pulling me down again. That's when I heard the gunshot. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought Captain Mike had been hit, but it was one of the smugglers, firing warning shots at the approaching helicopter. The distraction was all I needed. I kicked free and ran to the wheelhouse and where Captain Mike was already starting the engine. The Sea Whisper roared to life, pulling away from the smuggler's boat, just as the Coast Guard helicopter arrived overhead. What followed was the most intense hour of my life. We sped away, the smugglers in hot pursuit. The Coast Guard helicopter hovered above, its loudspeaker ordering the other boat to stop. More shots were fired, pinging off the Sea Whisper's hull. But Captain Mike's experience and the arrival of Coast Guard vessels turned the tide in our favor. As we watched from the safety of a Coast Guard cutter, the smugglers were finally apprehended. In the days that followed, as we gave our statements and tried to process what had happened, I found myself grappling with a mix of emotions: terror at how close we had come to disaster, gratitude for Captain Mike's quick thinking and the Coast Guard's timely arrival, and a strange sense of exhilaration. I had faced true danger and survived. The incident made the local news, much to my discomfort. Suddenly, I was more than just a marine biologist. I was the scientist who helped bust a drug ring. It was surreal. As for my research, it took a back seat for a while. The Sea Whisper needed repairs, and honestly, I needed time to regain my sea legs, both literally and figuratively. But the ocean called to me, as it always had. A month after the incident, I found myself back on a boat, heading out to those same reefs. The experience changed me. There's no doubt about that. I'm more cautious now, more aware of my surroundings, but it also reinforced my passion for my work. The ocean, for all its dangers, is still a place of wonder and discovery. And now, every time I look out at those endless blue horizons, I carry with me not just the knowledge of its risks, but also the certainty of my own resilience. What started as a routine research trip turned into an adventure I never asked for. But it taught me valuable lessons about courage, quick thinking, and the unexpected ways our paths can cross with danger. Most importantly, it reminded me that in the vast, unpredictable ocean of life, sometimes the most important discovery is the strength we find within ourselves. The musty scent of age-old wood and secrets hit me the moment I stepped through the creaking front door. I had bought this house for a steal, eager to flip it and make a quick profit. But as my flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating layers of dust and forgotten memories, I realized I might have gotten more than I bargained for. Little did I know, the hidden door I was about to discover would lead me down a rabbit hole of mystery, danger, and a past better left buried. I'm Alex, a 34-year-old real estate investor with a knack for seeing potential in the most dilapidated of properties. This old Victorian on the outskirts of town had called to me from the moment I saw the listing. Sure, it needed work, a lot of work, but the bones were good, and the price was right. The first few days of inspecting and cleaning were uneventful. I cataloged necessary repairs, made plans for modernizing the kitchen and bathrooms, and dreamed of the profit I'd turn once the renovations were complete. It wasn't until I started tearing down the old wallpaper in the study that things took a turn for the bizarre. As I stripped away layers of faded floral patterns, my hand caught on something behind the paper. Curious, I peeled back a larger section, revealing a small, ornate doorknob set into the wall. My heart raced with excitement. A hidden door. This could add some serious charm and value to the property. With a bit of effort, I managed to pry the door open. The hinges groaned in protest, clearly unused for decades. As the door swung wide, my flashlight illuminated a small room beyond, and my excitement quickly turned to confusion, then unease. The hidden room was barely larger than a closet, its walls lined with shelves. But it wasn't the room itself that sent a chill down my spine. It was what filled those shelves. Dozens of old photographs, yellowed with age, stared back at me. Men, women, children, all captured in black and white, their eyes seeming to follow me as I stepped inside. At first, I thought I'd stumbled upon some sort of family archive, but as I examined the photos more closely, I realized these weren't all of the same family. The subjects were diverse, spanning different ages, races, and time periods. The only common thread seemed to be the haunted, almost fearful expressions on their faces. Amid the photos were stacks of documents, birth certificates, medical records, even what looked like police reports. My hands shook as I leafed through them, a sick feeling growing in the pit of my stomach. These weren't just random people. They were missing persons. I was so engrossed in my discovery that I almost missed the sound of a car pulling up outside. Panic seized me. I wasn't expecting any visitors, and something told me whoever was here wasn't just dropping by for a friendly chat. I quickly closed the hidden door, smoothing the wallpaper back into place as best I could. Just as I stepped out of the study, I heard the front door open. Footsteps echoed through the house, steady and purposeful. "Hello?" a man's voice called out. "Anyone home?" I considered making a run for it, but realized I'd have to pass the entrance to get to any of the exits. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the hallway. Two men stood there, dressed in suits that seemed out of place in the dusty old house. The older of the two flashed a badge. "Agent Carlson, FBI. This is my partner, Agent Reeves. We'd like to ask you a few questions about this property." My mind raced. The FBI. What did they know? I tried to keep my voice steady as I responded. "Of course, agents. What would you like to know?" They asked about when I'd bought the house, what I knew about its history, if I'd noticed anything unusual. I answered as honestly as I could without mentioning the hidden room. Something told me that revealing that particular discovery wouldn't end well for me. As they questioned me, I couldn't help but notice Agent Reeves's eyes darting around, almost as if he was searching for something. When his gaze lingered on the study door, my heart nearly stopped. "Mind if we take a look around?" Agent Carlson asked, though his tone made it clear it wasn't really a request. I nodded, trying to appear nonchalant. "Of course, though I should warn you, the place is a bit of a mess. I'm in the middle of renovations." They made their way through the house, inspecting each room with a thoroughness that set my nerves on edge. When they reached the study, I held my breath. Agent Reeves ran his hand along the wall where the hidden door was concealed, and for a moment, I was certain he'd find it, but his hand passed over it, and they moved on. As they prepared to leave, Agent Carlson handed me his card. "If you notice anything unusual, anything at all, give us a call." I nodded, forcing a smile. "Will do. Agents, thanks for stopping by." The moment they left, I collapsed against the wall, my heart pounding. What had I gotten myself into? Who were the people in those photographs? And why was the FBI interested in this house? Over the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about the hidden room and its contents. I knew I should probably call the agents back, tell them what I'd found. But something held me back. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe it was fear of getting entangled in whatever this was. I began researching the house's history, digging into old newspapers and public records. The more I uncovered, the more disturbing the picture became. The house had changed hands numerous times over the years, each owner staying only a short while before selling or, in some cases, simply disappearing. One night, about a week after the FBI's visit, I was in the study, poring over the documents I'd found in the hidden room. A creak from downstairs made me freeze. I held my breath, listening. Another creak, then another. Someone was in the house. I quickly gathered the papers, shoving them back into the hidden room. As I closed the door, I heard footsteps on the stairs. My eyes darted around, looking for a weapon, an escape route, anything. The study door burst open. A man stood there, his face hidden in shadow, a gun pointed squarely at my chest. "Where are they?" he growled. "The files, where are they?" I raised my hands slowly, my mind racing. "I don't know what you're talking about," I lied, praying he couldn't see the hidden door in the dim light. He stepped closer, his gun unwavering. "Don't play dumb. I know they're here. The evidence of everything they've done. Now tell me where they are, or I start shooting." In that moment, I realized I was in way over my head. This wasn't just about missing persons or some old family secrets. This was something bigger, something dangerous. Just as I opened my mouth to respond, a loud crash came from downstairs. The man whirled around, momentarily distracted. I seized the opportunity, lunging at him. We grappled, the gun going off with a deafening bang. Pain exploded in my shoulder, but adrenaline kept me going. I managed to knock the gun from his hand, sending it skittering across the floor. We traded blows, crashing into furniture and walls. Suddenly, the room was flooded with light. FBI, freeze. Agents Carlson and Reeves stood in the doorway, guns drawn. The intruder, seeing he was outnumbered, made a desperate dash for the window. Agent Reeves tackled him before he could reach it. As they cuffed the man, Agent Carlson turned to me. "You okay, son? Looks like that needs attention," he said, nodding at my bleeding shoulder. I nodded weakly, the adrenaline fading and the pain setting in. Who is he?" I managed to ask. Carlson's face was grim. Someone who thought he could bury the past, but some secrets refused to stay hidden. In the days that followed, as I recovered in the hospital, the full story came to light. The house had been a waypoint in a decades-long human trafficking operation. The hidden room contained evidence that could bring down an entire network of criminals. The man who had attacked me was a cleaner, sent to destroy the evidence. The FBI had been watching the house, waiting for someone to make a move. I had inadvertently stumbled into the middle of their operation. As for me, once I was released from the hospital, I sold the house. The allure of flipping old properties had lost its shine. These days, I stick to new constructions, no hidden rooms, no dark secrets. But sometimes, on quiet nights, I find myself thinking about that old Victorian, about the lives touched by its dark history, and how close I came to becoming another photograph in that hidden room. It's a reminder that sometimes the greatest dangers lurk behind the most ordinary facades, and that some renovations are better left undone. The first doll I found hanging from a tree branch sent a shiver down my spine. Its porcelain face, cracked and weathered, seemed to stare right through me with empty eyes. I told myself it was just some twisted form of forest art, a prank by local teens perhaps. But as I ventured deeper into the woods and encountered more of these eerie sentinels, I realized I had stumbled into something far more sinister than I could have ever imagined. My name is Liam, and I'm an avid hiker and nature photographer. I've always been drawn to the road less traveled, seeking out remote trails and hidden corners of wilderness that few others venture to explore. It was this passion that led me to the Blackwood Forest, a dense stretch of old-growth trees tucked away in a forgotten corner of the Pacific Northwest. I'd heard whispers about Blackwood from other hikers, tales of strange occurrences, unexplained noises, and an oppressive atmosphere that seemed to seep from the very earth. Most wrote these stories off as campfire tales, designed to spook novice hikers. But for me, they were a siren call. I was determined to capture the essence of this mysterious forest through my lens. The morning I set out was crisp and clear, a perfect day for a hike. The trail started innocuously enough, winding through sun-dappled glades and babbling brooks. I spent the first few hours in a state of contented focus, snapping photos of gnarled tree roots and delicate wildflowers. It was around midday when the atmosphere began to shift. The forest grew denser, the canopy overhead blocking out more and more sunlight. The cheerful sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves gave way to an eerie silence, broken only by the crunch of my boots on the forest floor. That's when I saw it. The first doll. It hung from a low-hanging branch, its once white dress now gray with dirt and age. Its head lolled at an unnatural angle, fixed eyes seeming to follow me as I approached. A chill ran down my spine, but my curiosity got the better of me. I raised my camera, the shutter click unnaturally loud in the stillness. As I continued down the trail, my unease grew. More dolls appeared, each in a state of eerie decay. Some hung from branches, others were propped against tree trunks or nestled in the crooks of roots. Their blank faces all seemed to watch me, silently judging my intrusion into their domain. I tried to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe this was some kind of art installation, a memorial of sorts. But the further I went, the more my rational mind began to falter. There was something profoundly wrong about this place, a wrongness that seemed to seep into my very bones. The trail began to narrow, forcing me to push through undergrowth. Branches snagged at my clothes, almost as if the forest itself was trying to hold me back. I should have turned around then, should have heeded the warning signs. But some morbid fascination drove me forward. As the day wore on and the light began to fade, the dolls became more numerous, more grotesque. Some were missing limbs or eyes. Others were so decayed they were barely recognizable as dolls at all. And yet, they all seemed to be arranged with purpose, as if each placement had some dark significance. I lost track of time, lost in a haze of growing fear and morbid fascination. It wasn't until I checked my watch and realized night was falling that panic truly set in. I needed to get out of this forest, and fast. But as I turned to retrace my steps, I realized with growing horror that I couldn't recognize the path I'd taken. The trees all looked the same in the fading light. And the dolls. The dolls seemed to have multiplied, surrounding me on all sides. I broke into a run, my heart pounding in my chest. Branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush, the beam of my flashlight bouncing wildly. Every shadow seemed to hide a watching face, every rustle of leaves a reaching hand. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in that nightmarish chase. But suddenly, I burst into a clearing and skidded to a halt, my breath coming in ragged gasps. In the center of the clearing stood a massive, gnarled oak tree, and hanging from every branch, perched on every root, were dolls, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all facing inward. At the base of the tree was a crude altar of sorts, made of twisted branches and stone. As I stood there, frozen in horror, I became aware of a sound, a low, rhythmic chanting that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The dolls began to sway gently, though there was no breeze. Panic overwhelmed me. I turned to flee, but found my path blocked. Figures emerged from the trees, cloaked and hooded, their faces hidden in shadow. They moved with an unnatural grace, advancing slowly but inexorably. I backed away, fumbling for my camera. If I was going to die here, I was determined to leave some evidence of what I'd found. As I raised the camera with shaking hands, the nearest figure reached up and lowered its hood. The face beneath was pallid and gaunt, with sunken eyes that glowed with an inner light. But what truly chilled me to my core was the realization that the face was familiar. It was the face of the first doll I'd encountered, now horribly, impossibly alive. The figure spoke, its voice a dry whisper that seemed to scratch at my very soul. "Welcome, photographer. We've been waiting for you." I wanted to run, to scream, to wake up from this nightmare, but I was rooted to the spot, unable to look away from those glowing eyes. "For too long, we have been forgotten," the figure continued. "Our stories lost to time, our suffering unacknowledged. But you will help us be remembered." The other figures began to close in, their hands reaching for me. I felt a tugging sensation, as if my very essence was being pulled from my body. The world began to fade around the edges, darkness creeping in. With the last of my strength, I raised my camera and pressed the shutter. The flash exploded in the darkness, momentarily blinding me, and then nothing. I woke up 3 days later on the outskirts of Blackwood Forest, my clothes torn and dirty, my body covered in scratches and bruises. My camera was gone, as was any clear memory of what had happened after I entered that final clearing. The authorities searched the forest but found nothing. No dolls, no altar, no evidence of the horrors I'd witnessed. They put my experience down to hallucinations brought on by exhaustion and dehydration. But I know what I saw, what I felt, and sometimes, in my darkest dreams, I can still hear that dry, whispering voice. "Remember us. I don't hike anymore. I can't bear to enter any forest. for fear of what might be watching from between the trees. My photography now is confined to well-lit studios and bustling city streets. But no matter how bright the lights or how loud the urban noise, I can't shake the feeling that somewhere out there, in the depths of Blackwood Forest, those dolls are still waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to stumble upon their realm and join their silent, eternal vigil. Every time I see a doll now, in a store window or a child's arms, I can't help but shudder, because I know the truth that lurks behind those painted smiles and glass eyes. I know the hunger that resides in the heart of the forest, always seeking, always waiting. And I know that one day they may come for me again, to finish what they started, to make me remember forever. The headlights flickered, and my heart sank. Not now. Not here. I was driving home from my sister's place, taking the long way to avoid traffic. The storm had been brewing all day, but now it unleashed its full fury. Rain pelted my windshield like tiny bullets, and the wipers struggled to keep up. The road ahead was a blur of darkness and water. That's when my car decided to give up. It started with a strange grinding noise. I eased off the gas, hoping it would stop, but then the engine cut out completely. I coasted to the side of the road, my stomach twisting into knots. I sat there for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. The rain drummed on the roof, creating a cacophony that matched my racing thoughts. I was stuck in the middle of nowhere in a storm, with a dead car. I tried the key again, praying for a miracle. Nothing. Not even a click. My phone was the next logical step. I fumbled for it in my purse, my hands shaking slightly. No signal, of course. "Come on," I muttered, holding the phone up to the window. Still nothing, just a mocking, "no service" and message staring back at me. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. Someone would come along eventually, right? It was just a matter of waiting it out. I locked the doors and settled in, watching the rain hammer down on the windshield. Minutes stretched into an hour, then 2. The rain didn't let up. The road stayed empty. I could feel panic starting to creep in, but I kept telling myself it would be fine. I turned off the headlights to save the battery and sat in the dark. The sound of the rain was deafening, pounding against the roof of the car. There were moments where I swore I heard something else, something moving out there in the dark. I tried not to think about it. It was around the 3rd hour when I finally saw headlights coming from behind me. I felt a huge wave of relief wash over me. I sat up straighter, hoping whoever it was would stop. As the lights got closer, I could see it was a big truck, one of those old beat-up ones with an engine that rumbled loud even over the rain. The truck slowed down as it passed my car, then stopped a few feet ahead. My heart was racing again, but this time from a mix of relief and nerves. I wasn't sure what kind of person would stop for a stranded woman in the middle of nowhere in the rain. But at that point, I didn't have much of a choice. I saw the driver's door open, and a man stepped out. He was tall, wearing a baseball cap pulled low over his face and a dark jacket. He stood there for a moment, looking at my car through the rain, before walking over. I cracked my window just a bit, enough to talk, but not too wide. I didn't want to let the rain in, but also, something about him made me hesitate. "Car trouble?" he asked, leaning down a little to peer inside. "Yeah, it just died on me a few hours ago," I replied, trying to sound calm. "I've been waiting for someone to pass by." He looked around, scanning the empty road, then back at me. "No service out here, huh?" I shook my head. "None." He was quiet for a moment, then smiled a little too wide, showing a bit too many teeth. "Lucky I came by then," he said, his voice too casual. "Not a lot of people take this road at night, especially in weather like this." I nodded, hoping he would just offer to call someone for me, but instead, he stepped closer to the window, glancing inside the car. You alone out here? I felt a chill run down my spine. Something about the way he asked made me uncomfortable. Yeah, but my husband knows I'm stuck, I lied. He's on his way. The man didn't seem convinced. He smiled again, but it didn't reach his eyes. In this weather, going to take him a while to get here. I didn't know what to say. I just wanted him to leave, or at least call for help and go. But he wasn't moving. He kept staring at me, his eyes lingering a little too long, making me feel like I was trapped in my own car. Mind if I take a look under the hood? He asked suddenly, stepping back and motioning toward the front of the car. I hesitated, but I didn't want to seem rude or scared. Sure, I said, popping the hood. He walked around to the front of the car, and I watched as he fiddled with something under the hood. But after a few minutes, he came back to the window, shaking his head. Looks like your battery's dead, he said, but there was something off about his tone. I can give you a jump, but you'll probably need a tow. I nodded, trying to stay calm. That would be great. Thanks. He walked back to his truck, and I watched him through the rearview mirror. My heart was racing again, and my hands were shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. Something about this didn't feel right. I didn't trust him. He took his time getting the cables, moving slower than he needed to. When he finally came back and hooked them up, he leaned into my window again, closer this time. You know, it's dangerous for a woman to be out here alone, he said, his voice low. You never know who might come by. His words sent a wave of fear through me, but I forced a smile. Yeah, well, I'm lucky you stopped. He smiled again, that same unsettling grin. Yeah, lucky. He got back into his truck and revved the engine to charge my battery. After a few minutes, my car sputtered to life. Relief washed over me, but it didn't last long. As I thanked him, he leaned in one last time. Maybe you should let me follow you, just in case something happens again. I shook my head quickly. No, that's okay. My husband's almost here. Thanks for the help. His smile faded for a second, but then it returned, colder this time. All right. Suit yourself. I didn't wait for him to say anything else. I pulled away as fast as I could, not caring if I was driving too fast for the rain. My heart was pounding in my chest the entire time, and I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see his truck following me. But thankfully, it wasn't there. I didn't slow down until I was back on a well-lit, populated road. Even then, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. As I drove, my mind raced with what-ifs. What if I hadn't lied about my husband? What if I had let him follow me? What were his true intentions? The more I thought about it, the more I realized how vulnerable I had been. I made it home safely that night, but the experience stayed with me. Every time I drive alone now, especially at night or in bad weather, I think about that man. I think about how quickly a simple car breakdown can turn into something potentially dangerous. I've since learned to always be prepared. I keep an emergency kit in my car, complete with jumper cables, a flashlight, and a portable battery pack for my phone. I make sure someone always knows where I am when I'm traveling alone. And I trust my instincts. If something doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. That night taught me that the real monsters aren't always supernatural beings or movie villains. Sometimes, they're just ordinary people who take advantage of others in vulnerable situations. It's a lesson I'll never forget, and one I hope others can learn from without having to experience it firsthand. As I settled into bed that night, the storm still raging outside, I couldn't help but feel grateful. Grateful that I had made it home safely, grateful for the instincts that had kept me cautious, and grateful for the wake-up call that had made me more aware of my surroundings. But even as I drifted off to sleep, a part of me couldn't shake the image of that man's smile, too wide and too cold, or the sound of his voice as he suggested following me home. In my dreams, I saw headlights in my rearview mirror, always there, no matter how fast I drove or how many turns I took. The experience changed me in ways I'm still discovering. I'm more cautious now, more aware of the potential dangers that lurk in everyday situations. But I'm also stronger, more prepared, and more determined to never let myself be a victim. As the days passed, I found myself checking the local news, half expecting to see a story about a woman who wasn't as lucky as I had been. But there was nothing. Just the usual reports of minor accidents and weather-related incidents. Sometimes, I wonder if I overreacted, if the man was just trying to help, and my fear had twisted his actions into something sinister. But then I remember the look in his eyes, the way he lingered too long, asked too many questions. And I know that trusting my instincts was the right thing to do. I've shared my story with friends and family, urging them to be careful, to be prepared. Some listen with wide eyes, promising to be more cautious. Others brush it off, assuring me that nothing like that would ever happen to them. I hope they're right, but I know better now. I know that danger can find you when you least expect it, on a lonely road in the middle of a storm. The experience has become a part of me now, a constant reminder to stay alert, to trust my gut, and to never take my safety for granted. It's a heavy lesson, but one I'm grateful to have learned without paying a higher price. And so, life goes on. I still drive that road sometimes, when I visit my sister. But now, I make sure my car is in perfect condition before I leave. I check the weather forecast obsessively, and I always keep my phone charged and within reach, because you never know when a simple drive home might turn into something much more dangerous. And when it does, being prepared might just save your life. The first raindrop hit my face like an icy finger, and I knew I was in trouble. I'd been so caught up in the thrill of exploring new trails that I'd completely lost track of time and my bearings. I've always loved hiking, the solitude of nature, the challenge of pushing my limits. But as the sky darkened and the wind picked up, I realized I'd made a rookie mistake. I was lost. The trail markers I'd been following now obscured by the growing gloom and the increasingly dense foliage. The rain started in earnest, fat droplets quickly soaking through my light jacket. I hadn't packed for this. Another mistake. My phone, usually a reliable lifeline, showed no signal. Of course, I was truly on my own. I pushed on, hoping to find a familiar landmark or at least some higher ground where I might get my bearings. But the forest seemed to close in around me, the trees looming larger and more ominous with each passing minute. The sound of the rain drumming against the leaves created a disorienting white noise that made it hard to think clearly. As darkness fell, panic began to set in. I was soaked to the bone, shivering, and completely turned around. That's when I saw it, a faint glimmer of light through the trees. Hope surged through me. Maybe it was a ranger station, or at least another hiker with a campfire. I stumbled towards the light, branches whipping at my face, mud sucking at my boots. As I got closer, I could make out the shape of a small cabin. It wasn't much, just a simple wooden structure, but in that moment, it looked like salvation. I approached the door, my heart pounding. This deep in the woods, who knew what or who I might find, but I was out of options. I raised my hand and knocked, the sound barely audible over the howling wind and pounding rain. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then, just as I was about to knock again, I heard movement inside. Slow, shuffling steps approached the door. I held my breath as it creaked open. The man who stood before me was not what I expected. He was old, impossibly old, with a face so lined and weathered it looked like a topographical map. His eyes, pale and rheumy, seemed to look right through me. Hello," I stammered, water dripping from my chin. "I'm so sorry to bother you, but I've gotten lost in the storm. Could I possibly come in and warm up for a bit?" The old man didn't respond immediately. He just stood there, staring at me with those unsettling eyes. Then, slowly, he stepped back, opening the door wider. "Come in," he said, his voice a dry rasp that sent a shiver down my spine. "You shouldn't be out in this weather." I hesitated for a moment, my instincts screaming at me that something wasn't right. But the howling wind at my back made the decision for me. I stepped inside. The cabin was dimly lit by a single oil lamp, casting long shadows across the sparse furnishings. A small fire crackled in a stone fireplace, and I gravitated towards it, grateful for the warmth. "Thank you so much," I said, turning to face my host. "I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't found your cabin." The old man had shuffled to a rickety chair by the fire. He lowered himself into it with a groan, his joints creaking almost as loudly as the chair. "Not many people come this way," he said, his eyes never leaving me, especially not on a night like this. I tried to smile, but something about his gaze made it difficult. I got turned around on one of the trails. I thought I knew where I was going, but I trailed off, suddenly aware of how foolish I sounded. The old man nodded slowly. "The forest can be treacherous. It doesn't like outsiders." I laughed nervously, unsure how to respond to such a strange statement. "Well, I'm certainly grateful for your hospitality. Once the storm passes, I'll be on my way." "The storm won't pass," he said, with a certainty that chilled me more than the rain had. "Not for a long while." I looked towards the single window, streaked with rain. The wind howled outside, as if to confirm his words. "Do you have a phone I could use?" I asked, trying to keep the desperation out of my voice. "My family will be worried sick." The old man shook his head. "No phone, no electricity, just me and the forest." My heart sank. I was truly cut off from the world, alone with this strange old man in his isolated cabin. I tried to reassure myself. He had taken me in, after all. Surely he meant me no harm. As if reading my thoughts, he spoke again. "You're safe here, for now." The way he said "for now" made my skin crawl. I forced another smile. "I appreciate that. I'm sure I'll be able to find my way once it's light out." He didn't respond, just continued to stare at me with those pale, unblinking eyes. The silence stretched between us, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the relentless pounding of the rain. I cleared my throat, desperate to break the tension. "So, do you live out here all alone?" A small smile curved his thin lips, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Not alone. Never alone." I glanced around the small cabin, half expecting to see someone else emerge from the shadows, but we were still the only two people in the room. "Oh, do you have family nearby?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. He shook his head slowly. "No family, but the forest. The forest is always here, always watching, always hungry." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with my wet clothes. The way he spoke about the forest, as if it were a living, sentient thing, was deeply unsettling. "I'm sure it must get lonely out here," I said, edging slightly away from him. His smile widened, showing teeth that were far too sharp and yellow. "Lonely? No. The forest provides company. And occasionally, it provides visitors." The implication in his words was clear, and fear gripped me. I stood up abruptly, no longer caring about politeness. "I think maybe I should try to find my way back. The rain seems to be letting up a bit." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. If anything, the storm seemed to have intensified, the wind howling like a living thing outside the cabin walls. The old man didn't move from his chair, but his eyes followed me as I edged towards the door. "You can't leave," he said, his voice somehow carrying over the noise of the storm. "The forest won't let you." I reached for the door handle, my hand shaking. Thank you for your hospitality, but I really must be going." As my fingers touched the cold metal of the handle, a deafening crack of thunder shook the cabin. I jumped back, my heart pounding. The old man chuckled, a dry, wheezing sound that raised the hair on the back of my neck. "I told you, the forest wants you to stay." I turned to face him, fear and anger warring inside me. "What do you mean? What's going on here?" He leaned forward in his chair, his eyes gleaming in the firelight. The forest is old, older than you can imagine. And it's hungry, always hungry. It needs to feed. I backed away, my back pressed against the door. You're insane. I'm leaving, storm or no storm. I turned and yanked the door open, ready to face whatever was out there rather than spend another moment in this cabin with this madman. But what I saw outside stopped me cold. The forest had changed. The trees seemed to have moved closer, their branches intertwining to form an impenetrable barrier. And in the gaps between the trunks, I saw eyes. Hundreds of glowing eyes, watching me. I slammed the door shut, my breath coming in short gasps. What is this? The old man's laughter filled the cabin, a sound of pure, malevolent joy. I told you, the forest is hungry, and you, my dear, are the feast. I sank to the floor, my mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a nightmare, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and fear. But the cold floor beneath me, the heat of the fire on my face, the old man's laughter ringing in my ears, it all felt terrifyingly real. As the night wore on, the storm outside seemed to merge with the horror inside the cabin. The wind's howl became the voice of the forest, calling for me. The rain beating against the roof sounded like hundreds of hungry creatures clawing to get in. And through it all, the old man sat in his chair, watching me with those pale, hungry eyes, waiting, always waiting. I don't know how long I've been here now. Days, weeks. Time seems to have lost all meaning. The storm never stops. The forest never retreats. And the old man, he never sleeps. Sometimes, in my more lucid moments, I wonder if I'm still out there in the forest, lost and alone, hallucinating all of this as hypothermia sets in. But then I hear the old man's wheezing laugh, feel the heat of the never-ending fire, and I know this is all too real. I write this now as a warning. To you, whoever you are, reading these words, be careful when you venture into the wilderness. Respect the forest, because sometimes, when you're lost in the woods, the most dangerous thing isn't being alone. It's finding that you're not alone at all. And remember, if you ever find yourself caught in a storm, seeking shelter in a lonely cabin deep in the woods, sometimes it's better to face the storm than what waits for you inside. The forest is always hungry, and now, I fear, so am I. The first scream pierced through the patter of rain on our tent, jolting me awake. For a moment, I thought I'd dreamed it. Then I heard it again, a raw, terrified shriek that made my blood run cold. My wife, Sarah, stirred beside me. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. I nodded, my throat too dry to speak. We'd been camping in these woods countless times, but never had we encountered anything like this. The excitement of our annual camping trip had worn off hours ago, replaced by the discomfort of lying on hard ground while rain pelted our tent. Now, as another scream echoed through the night, that discomfort morphed into pure, unadulterated fear. "Maybe it's just an animal," Sarah suggested, but the quiver in her voice betrayed her doubt. I wish I could have agreed with her, but those screams were undeniably human. I fumbled for the flashlight, my hands shaking as I flicked it on. The beam cut through the darkness of our tent, illuminating Sarah's pale face. "We should check it out," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Someone might need help." Sarah nodded reluctantly. We both knew it was the right thing to do, but that didn't make it any less terrifying. As we unzipped the tent, the sounds of the forest hit us full force. The rain had eased to a gentle drizzle, but the wind whipped through the trees, creating an eerie whistle. Beneath it all, I could hear something else. Hushed voices, too low to make out words, but unmistakably there. I stepped out first, scanning the area with my flashlight. Our campsite was a small clearing surrounded by dense woods. In the daylight, it had seemed peaceful and secluded. Now, it felt exposed and vulnerable. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding weak and uncertain. "Is anyone there? Do you need help?" Silence. Even the whispering voices had stopped. The forest seemed to be holding its breath. Sarah clutched my arm. "Maybe we should go back inside," she whispered. I was about to agree when I saw it, a flicker of movement at the edge of the clearing. I swung the flashlight towards it, but whatever it was had vanished into the shadows. "Did you see that?" I asked Sarah. She nodded, her grip on my arm tightening. "What was it?" Before I could answer, we heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps crunching on the leaf-strewn ground. They were coming from all around us, closing in on our campsite. Panic surged through me. I grabbed Sarah's hand and pulled her back towards the tent. "We need to get out of here," I hissed. But as we turned, the beam of my flashlight fell on a figure standing directly in our path. It was a man, or at least it had the shape of a man. He was tall and gaunt, dressed in tattered clothes that hung from his frame like rags on a scarecrow. But it was his face that made my heart stop, or rather, the lack of it. Where his features should have been, there was only a blank, featureless expanse of skin. Sarah's scream tore through the night, matching the ones that had woken us earlier. I stumbled backward, dragging her with me, only to bump into something solid. Spinning around, I found ourselves face to face with another of these creatures. They were everywhere, emerging from the woods like ghosts materializing from the mist. Each one was different. Some short, some tall, some thin, some bulky, but they all shared that same terrifying, featureless face. "Run!" I yelled, pulling Sarah towards the gap between two of the figures. We sprinted into the woods, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us with every step. Behind us, I could hear the creatures giving chase, their footsteps surprisingly fast and coordinated for beings that seemed so unnatural. We ran blindly through the forest, with no idea where we were going or what direction would lead us to safety. The beam of the flashlight, still clutched tightly in my hand, bounced wildly, creating a strobe-like effect that made the woods seem even more disorienting. "There!" Sarah gasped, pointing ahead. Through the trees, I could see lights, a road, or maybe a house. Either way, it was our best chance. We pushed ourselves harder, ignoring the burning in our lungs and the ache in our legs. The lights grew closer, and I allowed myself a glimmer of hope. Maybe we would make it out of this nightmare after all. But just as we were about to break through the tree line, something grabbed my ankle. I went down hard, the flashlight flying from my hand and disappearing into the underbrush. Sarah stumbled to a stop, turning back for me. "Go!" I yelled, struggling against whatever had hold of me. "Get help!" For a moment, she hesitated. Then, with a sob, she turned and ran towards the lights. I watched her go, praying she'd make it to safety. Cold, strong hands gripped my arms, pulling me to my feet. I found myself surrounded by the faceless creatures, their blank visages somehow conveying a sense of curiosity and hunger. One of them stepped forward, its head tilting to the side as if studying me. Then, slowly, it raised a hand to its featureless face. To my horror, the skin began to ripple and shift, molding itself into features. My features. Within seconds, I was staring at a perfect copy of my own face. The others followed suit, their blank faces transforming into a sea of my own terrified expression. It was like looking into a nightmarish hall of mirrors. I wanted to scream, to fight, to run, but my body wouldn't respond. I could only stand there, paralyzed with fear, as the creatures closed in around me. The last thing I remember is a chorus of voices, my voice, repeated over and over, saying, "Welcome home." I woke up in a hospital bed 3 days later. They told me I'd been found wandering along the highway, miles from our campsite, babbling incoherently about faceless monsters. Sarah was there, tears in her eyes as she clutched my hand. She told me how she'd made it to a nearby farmhouse and called for help, how search parties had combed the woods for days before finding me. The official story is that we were attacked by a bear, that the trauma of the event coupled with exposure and dehydration had caused me to hallucinate. They say there's no evidence of any other people in those woods, let alone creatures like the ones I described. But I know what I saw. I know what happened to me in those woods. And sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I can't shake the feeling that the face staring back at me isn't quite my own. We don't go camping anymore. The woods hold too many terrors, too many unanswered questions. But even in the safety of our home, I can't escape the memory of that night. Every time I close my eyes, I see those blank faces. Every time I hear a noise in the dark, I'm back in those woods, surrounded by creatures wearing my face. And sometimes in the dead of night, I hear whispers, voices that sound like mine, but aren't. They call to me, urging me to return to the forest, to come home. I try to ignore them. I try to convince myself it was all just a nightmare, a product of fear and imagination. But deep down, I know the truth. Something happened to me in those woods, something that changed me in ways I'm still struggling to understand. Sarah notices it too, though she tries to hide it. I catch her watching me sometimes, a look of uncertainty in her eyes. She says I'm different since that night, that sometimes I don't seem like myself. If only she knew how right she is. I've tried to move on, to forget about that night and the horrors we encountered. But it's not that easy. The memories linger, as vivid and terrifying as the moment they happened. And with each passing day, I find myself wondering, did I ever really leave those woods? Or did a part of me stay behind, replaced by something else? I don't have answers, only questions that keep me awake at night. All I know is that the world is a much stranger and more terrifying place than I ever imagined. And somewhere out there, in the depths of the forest, there are creatures wearing my face, waiting for me to return. So if you ever find yourself camping in the woods and hear screams in the night, don't investigate. Don't try to help. Just run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Because some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some horrors are too great to face. As for me, I'll keep fighting the whispers, keep trying to hold on to who I am. But a part of me knows it's only a matter of time before the forest calls me back. And when it does, I'm not sure I'll be strong enough to resist. After all, how do you run from something that wears your own face? The child's silhouette was barely visible through the curtain of rain, a small, lonely figure on the side of the deserted road. I blinked, sure my tired eyes were playing tricks on me. But when I looked again, the child was still there, a stark contrast against the storm-ravaged landscape. I'd been driving for hours, pushing through the relentless downpour to get home after a grueling business trip. The monotony of the windshield wipers and the hiss of tires on wet asphalt had lulled me into a trance-like state. But the sight of that child jolted me back to full alertness. My foot eased off the accelerator as I approached. What was a kid doing out here, miles from anywhere, in this weather? As I drew closer, I could make out more details. It was a little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, with long, dark hair plastered to her face by the rain. She wore a yellow raincoat that seemed too thin for the biting cold. I pulled over, my hazard lights blinking in the gloom. The rational part of my brain screamed that this was a bad idea. I was alone on a deserted road, stopping for a stranger. But this was a child. I couldn't just drive by. I rolled down my window, wincing as cold rain spattered my face. "Hey there," I called out, trying to sound friendly and non-threatening. "Are you okay? Where are your parents?" The girl turned to face me, and I felt an inexplicable chill that had nothing to do with the weather. Her face was pale, almost translucent in the gray light, And her eyes. There was something off about them, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. "I'm lost," she said, her voice barely audible over the pounding rain. "Can you help me?" I hesitated. Every instinct told me to drive away, to leave this strange situation behind. But I couldn't abandon a child in need. I took a deep breath and made a decision I would come to question for years to come. "Of course," I said, forcing a smile. "Hop in, and we'll figure out where you need to go." I leaned across to open the passenger door, and the girl climbed in. The car filled with the scent of wet clothes and something else, something earthy and unpleasant that I couldn't identify. "What's your name?" I asked as I pulled back onto the road, windshield wipers working overtime. "Emily," she replied, her voice soft and oddly flat. "Nice to meet you, Emily. I'm Jack. Can you tell me where you live? Or maybe your parents' phone number?" Emily didn't respond. She just stared straight ahead, water dripping from her hair onto my car seat. "Emily?" I prompted, glancing at her. "Do you know where your home is?" She turned to look at me then, and I nearly swerved off the road. Her eyes were completely black, no whites visible at all. I blinked hard, sure I must be seeing things. When I looked again, her eyes were normal, a deep brown, but definitely normal. "I need to go home," she said, her voice suddenly urgent. "They're waiting for me." "Who's waiting for you, Emily?" I asked, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "My family," she replied. "They're always waiting." Something about the way she said it made my skin crawl. I focused on the road ahead, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Okay, but where is home? Can you give me an address?" Emily pointed ahead. "That way. Keep going." I drove on, the rain seeming to intensify with every mile. The roads were becoming treacherous, deep puddles forming in potholes and at the sides of the asphalt. I slowed down, straining to see through the deluge. "Are you sure this is the right way?" I asked after we'd been driving for about 20 minutes. We were deep in the countryside now, farms and fields giving way to dense woodland. Emily nodded, her face eerily calm. "We're almost there. Turn right at the next road." I followed her directions, turning onto a narrow, unpaved track that led into the woods. The trees loomed over us, their branches forming a dark canopy that blocked out what little light remained. My headlights cut through the gloom, illuminating a path that seemed to wind endlessly into the forest. "Emily," I said, my voice shaking slightly, "I don't think this is right. Maybe we should turn back, find a police station." "No!" she cried, her sudden vehemence making me jump. "We have to keep going. They're waiting." I glanced at her, startled by her outburst. For a moment, just a moment, I could have sworn her eyes were completely black again. But when I looked closer, they were normal. I shook my head, blaming my imagination and the poor light. We drove on in silence, the only sounds the rumble of the engine and the constant drumming of rain on the roof. The trees pressed in closer, their branches scraping against the sides of the car. I had to slow to a crawl to navigate the increasingly narrow and twisting path. Just as I was about to insist we turn back, the woods opened up into a small clearing. In the center stood a house, if you could call it that. It was more like a shack, its wooden walls gray with age, windows dark and empty. No lights shone from within, no sign of life at all. "We're here," Emily said, her voice filled with an emotion I couldn't identify. Was it joy? Fear? I couldn't tell. I stopped the car, staring at the dilapidated structure before us. "Emily, are you sure this is where you live? It doesn't look like anyone's home." She didn't answer. When I turned to look at her, my blood ran cold. She was gone. The passenger seat was empty, with no sign that anyone had ever been there. No wet stains on the seat, no muddy footprints on the floor mat. Nothing. I sat there, frozen, my mind struggling to process what was happening. Had I imagined the whole thing? Was I losing my mind? A movement in my peripheral vision caught my attention. I turned to look out the windshield, and my heart nearly stopped. There, standing in front of the house, was Emily. But she wasn't alone. Surrounding her were shadowy figures, tall and unnaturally thin. I couldn't make out their features in the gloom, but I could feel their eyes on me. Emily raised her hand and waved, a smile spreading across her face. But it wasn't a child's smile of innocence and joy. It was something else entirely, something that made my blood run cold. I threw the car into reverse, my foot slamming down on the accelerator. The tires spun in the mud for a heart-stopping moment before finding purchase. I shot backward down the narrow path, branches whipping against the windows. I don't remember much of the drive back. It's all a blur of rain and darkness and bone-deep terror. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town, pulling into a brightly lit gas station like a ship finding safe harbor in a storm. I sat there for a long time, shaking, trying to make sense of what had happened. When I finally worked up the courage to check the passenger seat in the light, there was no sign that Emily had ever been there. No mud, no water, nothing. I reported the incident to the local police, but they found nothing. No evidence of the house in the woods. No missing children matching Emily's description. They put it down to an overactive imagination fueled by fatigue and the stressful driving conditions. But I know what I saw. I know what I experienced. And I'll never forget the chill that ran down my spine when I saw those figures surrounding Emily, or the smile on her face as she waved goodbye. I don't drive that road anymore. I avoid long trips in the rain, and whenever I see a child alone by the side of the road, I can't help but remember Emily and the terror of that night. Sometimes, helping a stranger isn't the right thing to do. Sometimes, it's the beginning of a nightmare. So if you're ever driving on a lonely road in the rain, and you see a child standing alone, think twice before you stop, because you never know who or what might be waiting in the shadows, ready to welcome you home. The elevator shuddered to a stop between floors, plunging me into darkness. For a moment I stood frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. Then, as if on cue, the emergency lights flickered to life, casting an eerie red glow throughout the small space. I'd been working late again, burning the midnight oil to meet a deadline. The office had been empty for hours, just me and the gentle hum of my computer. When I finally decided to call it quits, the storm outside had reached its peak. Lightning flashed across the sky, followed by booming thunder that seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. Now, trapped in this metal box, I could still hear the storm raging outside. The wind howled through the elevator shaft, creating an unsettling whistle that set my teeth on edge. I fumbled for my phone, hoping to call for help, but the screen remained stubbornly dark. No signal. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and frightened in the confined space. "Can anyone hear me?" Silence was my only answer. I pressed the emergency button, but nothing happened. No alarm, no voice from a speaker assuring me that help was on the way. Just more silence. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. "It's okay," I told myself. "Someone will notice the elevator isn't working. They'll come looking for you." But even as I thought it, I knew it wasn't true. It was the middle of the night, and I was the only one in the building. No one was coming. That's when I heard it. A soft, scraping sound, like nails dragging across metal. At first, I thought it was just the wind, or maybe the elevator cable settling. But then I heard it again, louder this time, and unmistakably coming from above me. I looked up, my eyes straining in the dim red light. The ceiling of the elevator seemed to ripple, as if something was moving on the other side. My breath caught in my throat as I watched a small bulge form in the metal, pushing downward. Then, to my horror, the bulge split open. A hand emerged, pale and skeletal, its fingers unnaturally long and tipped with sharp black nails. It groped blindly in the air for a moment before finding purchase on the edge of the opening it had created. I pressed myself against the far wall of the elevator, a scream building in my throat but unable to escape. As I watched, frozen in terror, the hand was joined by another. Together, they widened the hole, tearing through the metal as if it were paper. A face appeared in the opening, and I felt my sanity begin to slip. It was humanoid, but only barely. The skin was a sickly gray, pulled tight over sharp cheekbones. The eyes were huge, black, and utterly devoid of any humanity. And the mouth was filled with row upon row of needle-like teeth. The creature began to lower itself into the elevator, its body contorting in ways that defied the laws of physics. I could hear the bones cracking and popping as it twisted and squeezed through the opening. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I lunged for the elevator doors, my fingers scrabbling at the seam where they met. I pulled with all my might, ignoring the pain as my nails bent and broke. To my surprise and relief, the doors began to part. I could see the hallway outside, dimly lit by more emergency lights. Freedom was just inches away. But as I started to squeeze through the gap, I felt something cold and clammy wrap around my ankle. I looked back and immediately wished I hadn't. The creature had fully entered the elevator and was reaching for me with those impossibly long arms. Its face was split in a grotesque grin, saliva dripping from its needle teeth. With a strength born of pure terror, I kicked out, my foot connecting with the creature's face. It let out a high-pitched shriek that made my ears ring, but its grip loosened just enough for me to pull free. I tumbled out into the hallway, scrambling to my feet and running without a backwards glance. I could hear it behind me, its claws scraping against the floor as it gave chase. The sound spurred me on, pushing me to run faster than I ever had before. I reached the stairwell and practically flew down the steps, taking them 3 at a time. The creature's shrieks echoed in the stairwell, sometimes sounding like it was right behind me, other times like it was coming from above or below. By the time I reached the ground floor, my lungs were burning and my legs felt like jelly. But I didn't stop. I burst out of the stairwell and sprinted across the lobby, my eyes fixed on the main doors and the rainy night beyond. Just as I reached the doors, the power came back on. The lobby was suddenly flooded with bright light, momentarily blinding me. I blinked rapidly, trying to clear my vision, and that's when I saw it. My reflection in the glass doors. But it wasn't just me. Standing right behind me, its face hovering over my shoulder, was the creature. Its black eyes met mine in the reflection, and its mouth stretched into that terrible, toothy grin. I spun around, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. But there was nothing there. The lobby was empty, save for me. I stood there for what felt like hours, my back pressed against the doors, eyes darting around the lobby. But nothing moved. Nothing appeared. Eventually, the adrenaline began to wear off, leaving me shaky and exhausted. Had I imagined it all? Was it just a hallucination brought on by stress and lack of sleep? It seemed impossible that such a creature could exist, let alone vanish into thin air. Slowly, cautiously, I made my way back to the elevator. It was working perfectly now. No sign of the hole the creature had torn in the ceiling. The ride up to my floor was uneventful, the elevator moving smoothly and stopping exactly where it should. When I reached my office, everything was as I had left it. My computer was still on, the screen glowing softly in the dark room. Outside, the storm had passed, leaving behind a gentle rain that pattered against the windows. I gathered my things quickly, not wanting to spend another moment in the building. As I was about to leave, something caught my eye. There, on the sleeve of my jacket, was a single, long black hair. I plucked it off, holding it up to the light. It was unlike any hair I'd ever seen, coarse and wiry, more like a bristle than human hair. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the creature's skeletal hands, its impossibly long fingers. I dropped the hair as if it had burned me and practically ran out of the office. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that face, those black eyes, that mouth full of teeth. I kept expecting to hear that scraping sound, to see those long fingers reaching for me from the shadows. In the light of day, it all seemed absurd. A monster in the elevator. It was more likely that I'd dozed off while working and had an incredibly vivid nightmare. The hair could have come from anywhere. Maybe it wasn't even hair at all. But no matter how much I tried to rationalize it, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I couldn't forget the terror I'd felt, the certainty that what I'd seen was real. I still work in that building. I still use that elevator, but never alone, and never at night. And sometimes, when the lights flicker or the elevator shutters, I find myself looking up at the ceiling, half expecting to see those pale hands tearing through the metal. Because deep down, I know the truth. Something was in that elevator with me that night, something that shouldn't exist. And worst of all, I don't think it's finished with me yet. So, if you ever find yourself working late, alone in an empty building, and the elevator stops between floors, don't look up, don't listen for that scraping sound, and whatever you do, don't wait to see what might be trying to get in. Run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Because some things once seen can never be unseen. And some nightmares don't end when you wake up, they're just beginning. The truck's headlights cut through the rain like dull knives, barely illuminating the muddy road ahead. We'd been driving for hours, my wife Sarah and I, our two kids asleep in the back seat. What was supposed to be a fun family camping trip had turned into a nightmare of wrong turns and washed-out roads. "I think we're lost," Sarah said, her voice tight with worry. She was right, of course. The GPS had lost signal an hour ago, and the map on my phone was useless without service. We were well and truly in the middle of nowhere. I was about to suggest we turn around when I felt the truck lurch. The steering wheel jerked in my hands as we slid sideways, tires spinning uselessly in the mud. We came to a stop at an angle, half on and half off the road. "Damn it," I muttered, trying to keep my voice low so as not to wake the kids. I shifted into reverse, then drive, but the wheels just spun, digging us deeper into the muck. Sarah turned to me, her face pale in the dim light. "What are we going to do, Mark?" I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm for her sake. "It's okay. I'll get out and see how bad it is. Maybe I can find some branches or something to give us traction." I opened the door, wincing as the cold rain immediately soaked through my jacket. The storm had been raging for hours, turning the world into a dark, sodden mess. I circled the truck, my boots sinking ankle-deep into the mud with each step. It was worse than I thought. We were stuck good. As I stood there, trying to figure out our next move, I saw a flicker of light through the trees. Hope surged through me. Maybe it was a house or a gas station, somewhere we could at least ask for help. I hurried back to the truck, rapping on Sarah's window. She rolled it down, looking at me expectantly. "I think I saw lights through the trees," I said, pointing. "I'm going to check it out. Maybe someone can help us." Sarah's brow furrowed with concern. "I don't know, Mark. Maybe we should wait for morning. It's dangerous out there." I shook my head. "We can't stay here all night. The kids will be cold and hungry when they wake up. I'll be quick, I promise." After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. "Okay, but be careful." I gave her what I hoped was a reassuring smile and set off into the woods. The undergrowth was thick, branches whipping at my face as I pushed through. The rain seemed to intensify, if that was even possible, soaking me to the bone within minutes. Just when I was starting to think I'd imagined the light, I broke through into a clearing. There, in the center, stood a small, ramshackle house. A single light burned in one of the windows, a beacon in the stormy night. Relief washed over me as I approached the front door. It was weathered and warped, barely hanging on its hinges. I raised my hand to knock, then hesitated. Something felt off. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, a chill that had nothing to do with the rain running down my spine. But what choice did I have? We needed help. I took a deep breath and knocked. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then I heard movement inside, slow, shuffling footsteps approaching the door. It creaked open, revealing a man who looked as old and worn as the house itself. His skin was pale and papery, stretched tight over sharp cheekbones. But it was his eyes that caught my attention. They were an unnaturally bright blue, almost glowing in the dim light. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice a dry rasp. I swallowed hard, fighting back the urge to turn and run. "I'm sorry to bother you so late, but my family and I are stuck. Our truck slid off the road about a quarter-mile back. I was hoping you might have a phone we could use, or maybe a tow rope." The old man stared at me for what felt like an eternity, those eerie blue eyes seeming to look right through me. Finally, he stepped back, opening the door wider. "Come in," he said. "We'll see what we can do." I hesitated for a moment, every instinct screaming at me to leave. But the thought of Sarah and the kids, cold and scared in the truck, made me step over the threshold. The inside of the house was as dilapidated as the outside. The wallpaper was peeling. The furniture looked like it hadn't been used in decades. A fire crackled in a stone fireplace, casting dancing shadows on the walls. "Wait here," the old man said, shuffling off into another room. I stood there, dripping onto the worn floorboards, my eyes darting around the room. That's when I noticed the photographs. They covered one entire wall, hundreds of them. As I looked closer, my blood ran cold. They were all of people, men, women, children, but something was wrong with each picture. The subjects all had the same terrified expression, their eyes wide with fear, and in the background of each photo, barely visible, was the old man. I was so engrossed in the disturbing images that I didn't hear him return. His voice made me jump. "Your family," he said. "Where are they?" I turned to find him standing much closer than I expected, those blue eyes boring into me. In his hand was not a phone or a tow rope, but a large, rusty knife. Terror gripped me, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. The old man's face split into a grin, revealing teeth that were far too sharp to be human. "Don't worry," he said, his voice no longer a rasp, but a deep, rumbling growl. "We'll bring them here. One big, happy family." I didn't think. I just moved. I shoved past him, bolting for the door. I could hear him behind me, that inhuman growl turning into a roar of rage. I burst out into the rain, running as fast as I could through the woods. Branches whipped at my face. Roots threatened to trip me, but I didn't slow down. I could hear him crashing through the undergrowth behind me, far too fast for an old man. Whatever he was, it wasn't human. I broke through the tree line, the truck coming into view. Sarah must have heard me coming because she had already started the engine. I threw myself into the passenger seat, gasping, "Go, go, go." Sarah didn't ask questions. She slammed the truck into drive, the tires spinning in the mud for a heart-stopping moment before finally finding purchase. We fishtailed onto the road, the back end sliding dangerously close to the ditch before Sarah straightened us out. As we sped away, I looked in the side mirror. There, at the edge of the woods, stood the old man. He wasn't chasing us anymore. He just stood there, watching us drive away, that terrifying grin still on his face. Then as we rounded a bend, he was gone. We drove for hours, not stopping until we reached the nearest town. We reported what happened to the police, but they found nothing. No house in the woods, no creepy old man. They put it down to stress and lack of sleep, a shared hallucination brought on by the dangerous driving conditions. But I know what I saw. I know what we escaped from. And I'll never forget the chill that ran down my spine when I saw those photographs, or the inhuman speed with which that old man chased me through the woods. We don't go camping anymore. We stick to well-traveled roads and well-lit cities. But sometimes, when it's raining hard and the power flickers, I can't help but think of that house in the woods. I wonder if it's still there. If that thing is still waiting for unsuspecting travelers to knock on its door. And I wonder, with a fear that never quite goes away, if someday, somehow, it might find us again. So if you're ever driving on a stormy night and your car breaks down on a lonely road, be careful who you ask for help. Because sometimes, the real monsters aren't in the storm. They're waiting for you to knock on their door. The first knock was so soft, I almost missed it over the sound of rain hammering against the roof. I paused, my hand hovering over the TV remote, straining to listen. There it was again, a gentle tap, 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 barely audible above the storm raging outside. I glanced at the clock, 11:43 p.m. Who could be at my door this late, especially in this weather? I'd been home alone all evening, my roommate away for the weekend. The storm had been building for hours, the wind howling around the corners of our old house, making the windows rattle in their frames. I'd been grateful for the distraction of mindless TV to keep my imagination from running wild. But now, as I stood there listening to that soft, persistent knocking, I felt a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the draft seeping under the door. "Hello?" I called out, not moving from my spot on the couch. "Who's there?" No answer, just another series of gentle knocks. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. It was probably nothing. Maybe a branch blown loose by the wind, tapping against the door, or a neighbor who'd locked themselves out, desperate for shelter from the storm. Slowly, I made my way to the front door. Through the peephole, I could see nothing but darkness and the silver sheets of rain illuminated by our porch light. "Is someone there?" I asked again, my hand on the doorknob. Silence. Then, just as I was about to turn away, I heard it. A voice, so quiet I almost thought I'd imagined it. "Please," it whispered. "Let me in." My blood ran cold. The voice didn't sound like any of my neighbors. It was high-pitched, almost childlike, but with an odd, grating quality that set my teeth on edge. "Who are you?" I demanded, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "What do you want?" "Please," the voice came again, louder this time. "I'm so cold, so wet. Let me in." Every instinct I had was screaming at me to back away, to lock every door and window in the house. But another part of me, the part that couldn't bear the thought of leaving someone out in this storm, made me hesitate. "I'm sorry," I said, "but I can't open the door to a stranger. Is there someone I can call for you? The police, maybe?" A sound came then that made my heart nearly stop. It was a laugh, but not one of mirth or even irony. It was a cold, hollow sound that seemed to suck all the warmth from the air around me. "No police," the voice said, suddenly deeper, no longer even attempting to sound human. "No one but you. Let me in." The last three words were punctuated by thunderous blows to the door, so powerful I felt them reverberate through the floor. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my own feet in my haste to get away. The pounding continued, growing louder and more frenzied with each passing second. I could hear the wood of the door creaking and splintering under the onslaught. I ran to the kitchen, fumbling for my phone with shaking hands. But as I tried to dial 911, I realized with horror that there was no signal. The storm must have knocked out the cell towers. A deafening crack echoed through the house, and I knew the door had given way. Heavy footsteps thudded on the hardwood floor of the entryway, accompanied by a sound like wet cloth dragging across the ground. I looked around wildly, searching for a weapon, an escape route, anything. My eyes fell on the back door. It was my only chance. I bolted for it, not daring to look behind me. I could hear it coming, its breathing loud and ragged, far too close for comfort. My hands shook as I fumbled with the lock, precious seconds ticking by as I struggled to open the door. Finally, it swung open, and I plunged out into the storm. The rain was coming down in sheets, instantly soaking me to the bone. The wind howled, nearly drowning out the inhuman shriek of rage that came from inside the house. I ran blindly through our backyard, my feet slipping in the mud. I had no plan, no destination in mind. My only thought was to get as far away from that thing as possible. I reached the edge of our property, where a dense line of trees marked the beginning of the woods behind our house. I hesitated for a split second, the darkness between the trees looking even more impenetrable than the stormy night. Another shriek, closer this time, made the decision for me. I plunged into the woods, branches whipping at my face as I ran. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that dark, wet labyrinth. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but still I pushed on, terrified of what might happen if I stopped. Eventually, I burst out of the tree line and found myself on a road. In the distance, I could see lights, a gas station, its fluorescent glow a beacon of hope in the darkness. I staggered towards it, relief flooding through me as I saw a police car parked out front. I was safe. I was going to be okay. As I approached, the officer stepped out of his car, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right, miss?" he asked, taking in my bedraggled appearance. I opened my mouth to respond, to pour out the whole terrifying story, but something made me stop. Over the officer's shoulder, I saw movement in the shadows beyond the gas station's bright lights. A figure stood there, tall and misshapen, its form seeming to shift and writhe in the darkness. As I watched, frozen in terror, it raised a hand. No, not a hand, a mass of writhing tentacles, and pressed a finger to where its mouth should be. The message was clear. Say nothing or else. I looked back at the officer, who was still waiting for my response. I'm fine, I stammered. Just got caught in the storm, took a wrong turn on my walk. The officer didn't look entirely convinced, but he nodded. "Well, let's get you inside and dried off. We can call someone to come get you." As he led me towards the gas station, I couldn't resist one last glance over my shoulder. The figure was gone, but I could have sworn I heard that cold, hollow laugh carried on the wind. I spent that night in the gas station, wrapped in a scratchy blanket the attendant found in the back, waiting for the storm to pass. I didn't tell anyone what had really happened. Who would believe me? When morning came and the rain finally stopped, I made my way back home. The front door was intact, showing no signs of the violent entry I'd witnessed the night before. Inside, everything was as I'd left it. There were no muddy footprints, no signs of an intruder. Had I imagined it all? Was it just a vivid nightmare brought on by the storm and too many late-night horror movies? But then I saw it. There, on the floor just inside the front door, was a single, long, black feather. As I picked it up, it seemed to writhe between my fingers, as if it were alive. I dropped it with a gasp and watched as it dissolved into a puddle of inky black liquid that quickly evaporated, leaving no trace behind. In that moment, I knew. It hadn't been a dream. It was real, all of it. And whatever that thing was, it wasn't finished with me. I moved out of that house the very next day. I told my roommate and my family that I just needed a change of scenery. But the truth is, I couldn't bear to spend another night there wondering if that thing would come back. Even now, years later, I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, my heart racing, sure that I've heard that soft tap 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 at my door. And every time there's a storm, I make sure all my doors and windows are locked tight, because I know the truth that most people don't. Sometimes, the monsters that come knocking in the night are all too real, and once they've found you, they never truly let you go. The distant echo of footsteps jolted me from my half-asleep state. I blinked, trying to focus on the security monitors in front of me. The mall had been closed for hours, its vast corridors empty and dark. Yet there it was again, the unmistakable sound of someone walking, their steps echoing through the empty building. I'd been working as a night security guard at Willowbrook Mall for about 6 months. It wasn't the most exciting job, but it paid the bills. Most nights, I'd just make my rounds, check the locks, and spend the rest of the time watching Netflix on my phone. But tonight was different. The storm outside had been raging for hours, rain lashing against the skylights and thunder rumbling overhead. It was the kind of night that made you grateful to be indoors, even if that meant being alone in a creepy, empty mall. I leaned closer to the monitors, scanning each screen carefully. Nothing seemed out of place. The food court was deserted, chairs neatly stacked on tables. The fountain in the center court was still, its waters dark and silent. Even the toy store, usually so vibrant during the day, looked sad and abandoned in the dim emergency lighting. But there it was again. That sound. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from somewhere on the second floor. I grabbed my flashlight and radio, my heart beginning to race. It was probably nothing, I told myself. Maybe some merchandise had fallen off a shelf or a stray cat had somehow gotten in. But as I made my way up the motionless escalator, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. The second floor was even darker than the first, the emergency lights casting long, eerie shadows. I swept my flashlight back and forth, its beam cutting through the darkness. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and uncertain in the vast space. "Security? Is anyone there?" Silence. Then, just as I was about to convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing, I heard it. A voice, soft and distant, coming from the direction of the department store at the end of the corridor. "Help me," it said, barely more than a whisper. I froze, my flashlight beam shaking slightly. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "This is security. The mall is closed. You need to leave immediately." "Please," the voice came again, louder this time. "I'm lost. I can't find my way out." Against my better judgment, I started walking towards the sound. The department store loomed ahead, its entrance a gaping maw of darkness. As I got closer, I could see that the security gate was up. That was impossible. I'd checked it myself during my last round. I stepped into the store, my flashlight illuminating racks of clothing and shelves of merchandise. "Hello," I called out again. "Where are you?" A movement caught my eye, a flash of white disappearing behind a display of mannequins. I hurried towards it, my heart pounding in my chest. As I rounded the corner, I saw a small figure huddled on the floor. It was a child, a little girl in a white dress, her face hidden in her hands. "Hey there," I said softly, crouching down to her level. "Are you okay? How did you get in here?" The girl didn't respond. She just sat there, completely still, her face still hidden. "It's all right," I continued, reaching out a hand. "I'm here to help. Let's get you out of here and find your parents, okay?" Slowly, the girl lowered her hands. I felt my blood run cold. Where her face should have been, there was only a smooth, blank expanse of skin. I scrambled backward, nearly dropping my flashlight in shock. The girl, if you could call it that, stood up, its movements jerky and unnatural. It took a step towards me, its head tilting to one side at an impossible angle. "What the hell?" I gasped, my back hitting a clothing rack. Hangers clattered to the floor around me. The thing that looked like a little girl opened its mouth, a dark, gaping hole appearing in its featureless face. From it came a sound that will haunt me for the rest of my days. It was like 1,000 voices screaming in agony. All at once, I didn't think, I just ran. I sprinted out of the department store, not daring to look back. I could hear it behind me, its footsteps no longer slow and deliberate but rapid, gaining on me with inhuman speed. I reached the escalator and practically flew down it, taking the steps 3 at a time. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. The thing was at the top of the escalator, but it wasn't using the steps. It was crawling down the handrail on all fours. its body contorting in ways that defied physics. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, my lungs burning, my heart feeling like it might burst from my chest. I could see the exit ahead, the glass doors promising safety beyond. Just as I reached them, I heard a crash behind me. I turned to see the thing had leaped from the escalator, landing on a kiosk and crushing it beneath its weight. It stood up slowly, its blank face turning towards me. With shaking hands, I fumbled for my keys, trying to find the one that would unlock the door. I could hear it coming closer, its footsteps echoing in the empty mall. Finally, I found the right key. I shoved it into the lock, turned it, and burst out into the stormy night. I didn't stop running until I reached my car in the far corner of the parking lot. As I fumbled with my car keys, I looked back at the mall. There, pressed against the glass doors, was the faceless child. It stood perfectly still, watching me. Then, slowly, it raised one hand and waved. I got into my car and drove away as fast as I could, not caring about the speed limit or the rain-slicked roads. I didn't stop until I was miles away, pulling into a 24-hour diner where I spent the rest of the night, jumping at every sound and shadow. I never went back to that job. I called the next day and quit, making up some excuse about a family emergency. I couldn't bring myself to tell them the truth. Who would believe me? But sometimes, late at night when the wind is howling and the rain is pounding against my windows, I think about that mall. I wonder if that thing is still there, wandering the empty corridors, waiting for someone else to hear its cry for help. And I wonder, with a fear that never quite goes away, if someday, somehow, it might find me again. So if you're ever in a place that should be empty, a closed store, an abandoned building, or a dark and silent mall, and you hear footsteps or a voice calling for help, don't investigate. Don't try to be a hero. Just run. Run as fast and as far as you can, because some things that lurk in the darkness are best left undisturbed. And once they've seen you, they never forget. They never stop hunting. And sooner or later, when you least expect it, they'll find you. Just like I know, deep in my bones, that one day that faceless child will find me. And when it does, I can only hope I'll be ready. The old house loomed before us, a dark silhouette against the storm-ravaged sky. Lightning flashed, illuminating its decrepit facade for a split second before plunging it back into shadow. I glanced at my best friend, Mike, and saw my own apprehension mirrored in his eyes. "Maybe this isn't such a good idea," I said, having to raise my voice to be heard over the howling wind and pelting rain. Mike shook his head, rain dripping from his matted hair. "Come on, Alex. We've come this far. It's just an old house. What's the worst that could happen?" I wish I'd never found out the answer to that question. We'd been on our way back from a concert in the city when the storm hit. It came out of nowhere, turning the sky an ominous shade of green before unleashing its fury. The rain was so heavy we could barely see the road. And when we took a wrong turn trying to find a shortcut, we ended up hopelessly lost. That's when we saw it, the old Victorian house, standing alone at the end of a long, overgrown driveway. It looked abandoned, but we thought maybe we could at least take shelter on the porch until the storm passed. As we approached, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The house seemed to loom larger with each step, its windows like dark, hollow eyes watching our approach. The porch steps creaked ominously under our feet, the sound barely audible over the raging storm. We huddled under the sagging porch roof, grateful for even this small respite from the rain. That's when I noticed the light. It was faint, barely visible through the grime-covered windows, but unmistakable. A flickering, warm glow coming from somewhere deep within the house. "Mike," I said, grabbing his arm. "Look, there's a light on inside." He squinted through the rain-streaked glass. "Holy shit. You're right. Maybe someone lives here after all." Before I could stop him, Mike was knocking on the door. The sound echoed unnaturally loud, seeming to reverberate through the entire house. We waited, the seconds stretching into minutes. Just as I was about to suggest we leave, we heard it, a faint sound, like someone calling for help. Mike's eyes widened. "Did you hear that? Someone's in trouble." He tried the doorknob, and to our surprise, it turned easily. The door swung open with a low, mournful creak. The interior of the house was dark, save for that faint, flickering light we'd seen from outside. It seemed to be coming from somewhere upstairs. "Hello?" Mike called out. "Is anyone there? Do you need help?" The answering cry was louder this time, definitely coming from upstairs. It sounded pained, desperate. I grabbed Mike's arm as he started to step inside. "Wait, this doesn't feel right. Maybe we should call the police." He shook off my hand. "There's no signal out here, you know that. Someone could be hurt. We can't just leave them." With that, he stepped over the threshold. After a moment's hesitation, I followed. I couldn't let him go alone, no matter how much every instinct was screaming at me to run. The floorboards groaned under our feet as we made our way through the foyer. The air inside was stale and heavy, thick with the smell of decay and something else. Something I couldn't quite place but that made my skin crawl. We found the stairs, a grand sweeping structure that might have been beautiful once but now was rotting and sagging. The light was definitely coming from the second floor, growing brighter as we ascended. At the top of the stairs, we paused. The crying had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence broken only by the storm raging outside. "Hello," Mike called again. "We're here to help. Where are you?" A door at the end of the hallway slowly creaked open. The flickering light spilled out, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. We approached cautiously, peering into the room. It was some kind of study or library, the walls lined with towering bookshelves. In the center of the room was an old desk, and on it, the source of the light. A single candle, its flame dancing in a non-existent breeze. But what caught our attention was the figure huddled in the corner. It looked like an old woman, her face hidden by long, matted gray hair. "Ma'am," Mike said softly, stepping into the room. "Are you all right?" We heard crying. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge us in any way. I hung back in the doorway, a sense of dread growing in the pit of my stomach. Something was very, very wrong here. Mike crouched down next to the woman, reaching out to touch her shoulder. "Ma'am." What happened next will haunt me for the rest of my days. The woman's head snapped up, and I saw her face, or rather the lack of it. Where features should have been, there was only smooth, pale skin, broken by a gaping, tooth-lined maw that opened in a silent scream. Mike recoiled, falling backward with a cry of terror. The thing that wasn't a woman unfolded itself, its body stretching and contorting in impossible ways until it loomed over us, easily 8 feet tall. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I watched in horror as it reached for Mike with hands that ended in long, razor-sharp claws. Mike's scream snapped me out of my paralysis. I lunged forward, grabbing his arm and yanking him away just as those deadly claws slashed through the air where he had been. "Run!" I yelled, pulling him towards the door. We sprinted down the hallway, the thing's inhuman shrieks echoing behind us. I chanced a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. It was crawling after us, its body twisting and writhing as it scuttled along the walls and ceiling like some monstrous spider. We practically flew down the stairs, our feet barely touching the steps. I could hear it right behind us, its claws scraping against the wood. We burst out of the front door and into the storm, not stopping, not looking back. We ran through the overgrown yard, branches whipping at our faces, mud sucking at our feet. Finally, we reached the car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. The engine roared to life and I slammed the car into drive, tires spinning in the mud before finally finding purchase. As we sped away, I allowed myself one last look in the rearview mirror. There, standing in the middle of the road, was the thing from the house. It raised one grotesquely long arm, almost as if it was waving goodbye. We drove for hours, not speaking, not stopping until we were far, far away from that house. We never spoke about what happened that night, not to each other, not to anyone. Who would believe us? But sometimes, late at night when the wind is howling and the shadows seem to move on their own, I think about that house. I wonder if it's still there, waiting for the next unlucky travelers to seek shelter from the storm. And I wonder, with a fear that never quite goes away, if that thing is still there too, waiting patiently for someone else to hear its cry for help. So if you're ever driving on a stormy night and you see an old, abandoned house, don't stop. Don't seek shelter. Keep driving, no matter how bad the weather gets. Because sometimes, the storm isn't the most dangerous thing out there, and some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed again. The engine sputtered and died, leaving me stranded in the middle of the bridge. As if on cue, the sky opened up, unleashing a torrent of rain that turned the world into a watery blur. I sat there, hands gripping the steering wheel, heart pounding in my chest. Of all the places to break down, this had to be the worst. I'd been driving for hours, trying to outrun both the storm and my own thoughts. The fight with my girlfriend, the stress of my job, the feeling that my life was spiraling out of control. I thought a long drive might clear my head. Instead, it had led me here, to this desolate bridge in the middle of nowhere, with angry clouds above and churning water below. I tried the key again, praying for the engine to turn over, but it was no use. The car was dead. I reached for my phone, already knowing what I'd find. No signal. Of course not. That would be too easy. Rain lashed against the windows, driven by a wind that seemed to want to push my car right off the bridge. I peered through the windshield, trying to gauge how far I was from either end. The bridge stretched out before and behind me, disappearing into the gloom. I couldn't see land in either direction. That's when I saw them. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, shadows playing in the rain. But as I squinted, I could make out shapes moving on the bridge. People. No, not people. The shapes were too tall, too thin, their movements too fluid to be human. They emerged from the mist like ghosts, dark silhouettes against the gray backdrop of the storm. There were 3 of them, spread out across the width of the bridge, moving towards my car with a slow, deliberate pace. My mouth went dry, my palms sweating despite the chill in the air. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but where could I go? I was trapped on this bridge, my dead car the only shelter from whatever was approaching. As they drew closer, I could make out more details, each one making my heart race faster. They were impossibly tall, at least 8 feet, with limbs that seemed too long and thin for their bodies. Their faces. I couldn't see their faces, just smooth, featureless expanses where features should have been. They reached my car, surrounding it. One stood at the front, one at the back, and one right outside my driver's side window. I held my breath, afraid that even the slightest movement might provoke them. A sound cut through the pounding of the rain, a tapping on my window. Slow, deliberate, like the way they had walked. Tap, tap, tap. I turned, ever so slowly, to look out my window. The creature stood there, its blank face inches from the glass. As I watched, horrified, a seam appeared where its mouth should be. It split open, revealing rows of sharp, needle-like teeth. "Let us in," it said, its voice a hiss that somehow carried through the closed window and the roar of the storm. "We only want to help." I shook my head, unable to speak, unable to look away from that terrible mouth. The creature tilted its head, an eerily human gesture that only served to emphasize how inhuman it truly was. "Your car is broken," it continued. "The storm is getting worse. Let us help you." No, I managed to croak out. No, thank you. I'm fine. The creature's mouth stretched wider, a grotesque parody of a smile. Are you sure it's not safe out here? Anything could happen to you. The threat in its words was unmistakable. I glanced at the other two creatures. They had moved closer, pressing against the car. I could hear the metal groaning under their touch. Please, I said, hating the tremor in my voice. Please just leave me alone. The creature at my window leaned closer, its blank face filling my vision. We can't do that, it said. You see, we're hungry. So very hungry. And you look delicious. Terror surged through me, breaking through the paralysis of fear. I lunged for the key, turning it desperately. To my shock and relief, the engine roared to life. I didn't stop to question this miracle. I slammed the car into drive and floored the accelerator. The creature shrieked, a sound that set my teeth on edge and made my vision blur. The car shot forward, and I felt a moment of resistance, then a sickening thud as I hit one of them. But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I drove blindly through the rain, my headlights barely penetrating the gloom. I could hear things hitting the roof and sides of the car. Were they jumping on it? Throwing things? I didn't dare look. I just drove, faster than I'd ever driven in my life, praying to whatever might be listening that I'd reach the end of this nightmare bridge. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I saw it. The end of the bridge, solid ground ahead. I nearly cried with relief. As soon as my tires hit asphalt, the pounding on my car stopped. The shrieking faded away, replaced by the steady drumming of rain. I didn't slow down, didn't look back. I just kept driving, putting as much distance between me and that bridge as I could. I drove all night, through the storm and beyond. When the sun finally rose, I found myself in a small town I didn't recognize. I pulled into a diner parking lot, my hands shaking as I turned off the engine. In the harsh light of day, I examined my car. There were dents all over the roof and hood and long scratches down the sides. The back window was cracked, spiderweb patterns spreading across the glass. But it was the smear of something dark and viscous across the front bumper that made my stomach turn. I couldn't bring myself to look at it too closely. I never reported what happened. Who would believe me? I told my girlfriend I'd had an accident, swerved to avoid an animal on a rainy night. She was just relieved I was okay. But I'm not okay. Not really. I can't sleep without seeing those faceless creatures in my dreams. I can't drive over bridges without breaking into a cold sweat. And every time it rains, I find myself checking the shadows, sure that I'll see those tall, thin shapes emerging from the gloom. I don't know what those things were, or why they chose me that night. Were they some kind of monsters, aliens, demons, or something else entirely, something our human minds can't comprehend? All I know is that they're out there, waiting on lonely bridges and deserted roads, waiting for someone's car to break down, for someone to be vulnerable and alone, waiting to help. So if you're ever driving late at night and your car breaks down in the middle of nowhere, be careful. Don't trust the shapes you see in the rain. Don't listen to the voices that offer help. And whatever you do, don't let them in, because once they've found you, they'll never truly let you go. And the next time your car breaks down, they might not take no for an answer. Flash of lightning illuminated the cave entrance, a gaping maw in the mountainside that seemed to beckon me forward. I hesitated, caught between the fury of the storm at my back and the unknown darkness ahead. Another crack of thunder made the decision for me. I plunged into the cavern, the sound of my ragged breathing echoing off the damp stone walls. I hadn't planned on going spelunking that day. It was supposed to be a simple day hike, a chance to clear my head and escape the pressures of my job and my failing relationship. But as I climbed higher into the mountains, the weather turned treacherous. The blue sky darkened to an ominous gray, And before I knew it, I was caught in one of the most violent storms I'd ever seen. Now, as I stood just inside the cave entrance, watching sheets of rain lash the forest outside, I tried to calm my racing heart. It's just a storm, I told myself. It'll pass soon, and then I can make my way back down the mountain. I fumbled in my backpack for my flashlight, grateful that I'd thought to pack it. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing a passage that stretched deeper into the mountain. Curious despite my apprehension, I took a few steps forward. That's when I saw them. At first, I thought they were just odd formations in the rock, tricks of light and shadow. Moved my flashlight beam across the cave wall. I realized I was looking at paintings. Ancient paintings, crude yet eerily lifelike, depicting scenes I couldn't quite comprehend. There were human figures, stick-like and primitive, arranged in what looked like a circle. In the center of the circle was something else, something that made my skin crawl just looking at it. It was larger than the human figures, its form a twisted mass of tentacles, or perhaps elongated limbs. Where its head should have been, the painting showed only a dark void. I stepped closer, fascinated despite the unease growing in the pit of my stomach. As I examined the paintings, I noticed something odd. They seemed to be moving, ever so slightly, as if the figures were shifting position when I wasn't looking directly at them. I blinked hard, sure I was imagining things. When I looked again, the paintings were still, just ancient art on a cave wall, nothing more. I laughed nervously, the sound echoing in the empty cavern. "Get a grip," I muttered to myself. "It's just your imagination playing tricks on you." But as I turned to head back to the cave entrance, my flashlight beam caught something that made my blood run cold. There, on the opposite wall, was a handprint. A fresh handprint, still glistening wetly in the light. I stumbled backward, my heart pounding in my chest. That hadn't been there before, I was sure of it. I swept my flashlight around the cave, half expecting to see someone, or something, lurking in the shadows. But I was alone. Or was I? A sound reached my ears then, so faint I almost missed it. A whisper, like dry leaves skittering across stone. It seemed to be coming from deeper within the cave. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get out of the cave and take my chances with the storm. But a morbid curiosity kept me rooted to the spot. What if someone was hurt back there? What if they needed help? "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaky. "Is someone there?" The whispering stopped abruptly. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, just as I was about to convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing, I heard it. A voice, distant and distorted, as if coming from the bottom of a deep well. "Help us," it said. "Please, help us." I took a step forward, then another. The beam of my flashlight danced across the cave walls, illuminating more of those unsettling paintings. They seemed to watch me as I passed, their crude faces twisted in expressions of fear or perhaps warning. The passage narrowed as I went deeper, the ceiling lowering until I had to stoop to avoid hitting my head. Grew colder, heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something I couldn't quite identify but that made my nose wrinkle in disgust. "Where are you?" I called out. "Keep talking so I can find you." "Here," the voice replied, closer now. "We're here. Please hurry." I rounded a corner and found myself in a large chamber. My flashlight beam couldn't reach the far walls or the ceiling, giving the unsettling impression that the room went on forever. In the center of the chamber was a pool of dark, still water, and there, at the edge of the pool, I saw them. 3 figures, huddled together as if for warmth. They were turned away from me, their forms indistinct in the dim light. "Are you okay?" I asked, approaching cautiously. "Are you hurt? Do you need help getting out of here?" They didn't respond. They didn't move at all. As I got closer, I noticed something odd about their posture. They seemed too still, too rigid, almost like... My flashlight beam fell fully on them, and I realized with horror that they weren't people at all. They were statues, crude things of clay and stone, but they were positioned exactly as living people would be, their unseeing eyes fixed on the dark water of the pool. I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. If these weren't the source of the voice I'd heard, then what? Flash from the pool made me jump. I swung my flashlight toward the sound, just in time to see ripples spreading across the surface of the water. Something had disturbed it, something large. As I watched, paralyzed with fear, a shape began to emerge from the pool. It rose slowly, water cascading off its form in oily rivulets. It was huge, its body a writhing mass of tentacles or perhaps impossibly elongated limbs. And its head. I screamed. I couldn't help it. Where its head should have been, there was only a swirling vortex of darkness, a void that seemed to draw in all light and hope. It was the thing from the paintings, the ancient, terrible thing that the primitive artists had tried to capture on the cave walls. And it was real. It was here. "Thank you for coming," it said, its voice the same one that had called for help. But now I could hear the malevolence in it, the ancient hunger. "We've been waiting so long for someone to join us." I turned and ran, dropping my flashlight in my panic. I fled through the dark passages, my hands scraping against the rock walls as I desperately sought the way out. Behind me, I could hear it coming, its many limbs scrabbling against the stone, its bulk squeezing through passages that should have been too small for it. By some miracle, I found the cave entrance. Burst out into the storm, rain lashing my face and wind howling in my ears. But I didn't stop. I ran down the mountain, slipping and sliding on the wet rocks, branches whipping at my face as I plunged through the underbrush. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, parked at the trailhead. As I fumbled with my keys, I glanced back up the mountain. There, silhouetted against the stormy sky, I saw a shape, a massive, writhing shape that seemed to dwarf the trees around it. I got in my car and drove away as fast as I could, not stopping until I was miles away from that cursed mountain. I never told anyone what happened that day. Who would believe me? But I know what I saw. I know what's waiting in that cave, hungry and patient, ready to lure in the next unsuspecting hiker who seeks shelter from the storm. So if you're ever hiking in the mountains, and you find yourself caught in a sudden storm, be careful where you seek shelter. Some caves are better left unexplored, and some things that call for help don't really need saving at all. They're just hungry, and they've been waiting a very, very long time for dinner to arrive. The stuffed bear sat on my doorstep, its black button eyes staring blankly into the stormy night. I stood frozen, one hand on the doorknob, as rain pelted down around me. Where had it come from? And more importantly, where was the child it belonged to? I'd been home alone all evening, trying to distract myself from the raging storm outside with mindless TV shows. The power had flickered a few times, but thankfully had stayed on. It was just past midnight when I heard it, a sound so faint I almost missed it over the howling wind and pounding rain. A child's cry. At first I thought I'd imagined it, but then I heard it again, louder this time. It seemed to be coming from right outside my front door. Without thinking, I rushed to open it, expecting to find a lost child seeking shelter from the storm. Instead, I found nothing. Just the rain-soaked porch and the stuffed bear, looking for all the world like it had been carefully placed there. I picked up the toy, water dripping from its matted fur. It was old, well-loved, the kind of stuffed animal a child would be devastated to lose. But there was no child in sight. "Hello," I called out, peering into the darkness. "Is anyone there?" The only answer was a crack of thunder that shook the windows. I stepped back inside, clutching the bear, and closed the door. My heart was racing, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. I set the bear on the coffee table and grabbed my phone, intending to call the police. But as I dialed, I realized there was no signal. The storm must have knocked out the cell towers. Another cry pierced the night, louder this time. It was definitely coming from outside. I rushed to the window, pulling back the curtain to look out. For a moment, I saw nothing but rain and darkness. Then, a flash of lightning illuminated the street, and I saw her, a little girl, no more than 6 or 7, standing in the middle of the road. She was soaked to the bone, her long dark hair plastered to her face, and she was staring directly at my house. Without hesitation, I grabbed my raincoat and ran outside. Child or no child, I couldn't leave her out there in this storm. "Hey," I called out, jogging towards her. "Are you okay? Where are your parents?" As I got closer, I realized something was off. The girl hadn't moved, hadn't reacted to my voice at all. She just stood there, rain streaming down her face, her eyes fixed on a point just over my shoulder. I slowed my approach, a chill that had nothing to do with the rain running down my spine. "Sweetie, can you hear me?" I was just a few feet away from her now, close enough to see that her skin was pale, almost translucent in the dim light. Close enough to notice that she wasn't blinking, wasn't even seeming to breathe. Suddenly, her head snapped towards me, her eyes locking onto mine. I stumbled backward. A scream caught in my throat. Her eyes were completely black. No whites, no iris, just endless pools of darkness. "Where is he?" she asked, her voice a raspy whisper that somehow carried over the storm. Who?" I stammered, my feet rooted to the spot in terror. "My bear," she said. "You took him. I want him back." I opened my mouth to respond, to tell her the bear was in my house, that she could have it back. But before I could speak, she was gone, not running away, not fading into the darkness. She simply wasn't there anymore, as if she'd never existed at all. I ran back to my house, slamming the door behind me and locking it with shaking hands. I leaned against it, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. What had I just seen? It couldn't be real. It had to be a hallucination, a trick of the light and the storm. But as I turned around, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The bear was gone. In its place, on the coffee table, was a puddle of water. And next to it, written in what looked horribly like blood, were 2 words, "Thank you." I didn't sleep that night. I sat huddled on my couch, every light in the house blazing, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building settling. When dawn finally broke, I was exhausted, my eyes gritty from lack of sleep and too much crying. In the light of day, it all seemed absurd. A ghost child, a haunted stuffed animal. It had to have been a dream, a vivid nightmare brought on by stress and the storm. But as I went to make coffee, desperate for caffeine, I saw something that stopped me in my tracks. There, on my front porch, visible through the kitchen window, was a small wet footprint. A child's footprint. I called in sick to work that day. I couldn't bear the thought of leaving the house. Instead, I spent hours researching local history, looking for any stories of missing children, of accidents on my street. What I found chilled me to the bone. 50 years ago, almost to the day, a little girl had gone missing in this very neighborhood. She had last been seen chasing after her favorite toy, a stuffed bear, which had blown away in a storm. Neither she nor the bear were ever found. As I stared at the old newspaper article, my hands shaking, I heard something that made my heart stop, a child's laughter coming from right outside my front door. I looked up, dreading what I might see. There, peering in through my window, was the girl. She was smiling now, her black eyes crinkled at the corners. In her arms, she clutched the stuffed bear. As I watched, paralyzed with fear, she raised one hand and waved. Then, slowly, she faded away, taking the bear with her. I moved out of that house the very next day. I told my landlord some story about a job transfer, about needing to be closer to family. I couldn't bring myself to tell him the truth. Even now, years later, I can't drive down that street without my heart racing. I avoid going out in storms, and I've developed an irrational fear of stuffed animals. But sometimes, late at night when the wind is howling and rain is lashing against my windows, I swear I can hear a child's laughter. And in those moments, I wonder if she's still out there, still looking for someone to return her lost toy. So if you ever find a stuffed animal sitting on your doorstep on a stormy night, think twice before you bring it inside. Some lost things are better left unfound, and some spirits, once invited in, never truly leave. The first hidden door I discovered was behind the old mahogany bookcase in the study. I stood there, frozen in disbelief, as the massive piece of furniture swung open with an ominous creak, revealing a dark passage beyond. That was the moment I realized the house I just bought was hiding more secrets than I could have ever imagined. It had seemed like such a good deal at the time. A sprawling Victorian mansion on the outskirts of town, going for a fraction of what it should have cost. The real estate agent had been vague about its history, muttering something about the previous owners leaving in a hurry. But I was too excited about the prospect of owning such a beautiful home to ask too many questions. Now, as I stood at the threshold of that hidden passage, I began to understand why the price had been so low. I'd been living in the house for about a week when I made my first discovery. I was reorganizing the study, trying to make space for my own books among the volumes left behind by the previous owners. As I was moving the heavy bookcase, my hand brushed against something on its back. A small, almost imperceptible lever. Curiosity got the better of me. I pulled it, and that's when the bookcase swung open, nearly knocking me off my feet. The passage beyond was dark and musty, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay. I hesitated for a moment, every horror movie I'd ever seen flashing through my mind. But the allure of the unknown was too strong to resist. I grabbed a flashlight from my desk drawer and stepped into the passage. The beam of light revealed rough stone walls covered in a thick layer of cobwebs. The floor was packed dirt, uneven and treacherous. I moved slowly, careful not to trip. The passage twisted and turned, leading deeper into the bowels of the house. I lost all sense of direction, unsure if I was heading towards the front of the property or the back. Just as I was considering turning back, I came to another door. This one was made of heavy wood, reinforced with iron bands. It looked ancient, far older than the house itself. There was no visible handle or lock, just a series of strange symbols carved into its surface. I ran my fingers over the carvings, trying to make sense of them. As I traced the final symbol, I heard a click. The door swung open, revealing a room that took my breath away. It was a vast chamber, far larger than should have been possible given the dimensions of the house above. The walls were lined with bookshelves that stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with volumes that looked centuries old. In the center of the room stood a massive stone table, its surface covered in strange instruments and open books. But what caught my eye was the far wall. It was covered in an intricate mural, depicting scenes that made my skin crawl. Creatures that defied description, writhing masses of tentacles and eyes. Humans bowing before them in supplication or fleeing in terror. And at the center of it all, a swirling vortex that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly light. I approached the mural, drawn to it despite the dread building in my stomach. As I got closer, I realized with horror that the light wasn't a trick of the paint. It was actually glowing, pulsing in a rhythm that matched the beating of my heart. I reached out, my hand trembling, and touched the surface of the mural. The moment my fingers made contact, a jolt of energy surged through me. Images flashed through my mind, glimpses of other worlds, of beings too vast and terrible to comprehend. I yanked my hand away, stumbling backward. My foot caught on something, and I fell, hitting my head on the edge of the stone table. Everything went black. When I came to, I was back in the study, lying on the floor in front of the still open bookcase. My head throbbed, and for a moment, I wondered if I had dreamed the whole thing. But the dirt on my clothes and the lingering scent of that underground chamber told me it had been all too real. I slammed the bookcase shut, my hands shaking. What had I stumbled upon? What kind of people had lived in this house before me? Over the next few days, I tried to convince myself to leave, to sell the house and never look back. But every time I thought about leaving, I felt a pull, an irresistible urge to explore further. There had to be more hidden rooms, more secrets waiting to be uncovered, and I was right. Over the next week, I discovered no less than 5 more hidden doors throughout the house. Each one led to a different chamber, each more bizarre and unsettling than the last. One room was filled with glass cases containing specimens I couldn't begin to identify. Things that looked like crosses between insects and reptiles, but far larger than any earthly creature. Another held a collection of artifacts that seemed to defy the laws of physics, objects that moved on their own or changed shape when I wasn't looking directly at them. But it was the room I found in the basement that truly terrified me. It was a small, circular chamber, its walls covered in mirrors. In the center stood a pedestal, and on that pedestal sat a book. The book was bound in what looked disturbingly like human skin, its pages yellowed with age. As I approached it, I could hear a faint whispering, as if the book itself was trying to speak to me. With trembling hands, I opened it. The pages were filled with writing in a language I'd never seen before, accompanied by diagrams that made my eyes hurt to look at. But somehow, impossibly, I could understand what it was saying. It was a guide, a manual for opening doorways, not just the hidden doors in the house, but doorways to other places, other worlds, and the things that lived in those worlds. The book described them in terrifying detail. I slammed the book shut, my heart racing. This was too much. I had to get out of there, had to get away from this house and all its impossible secrets. But as I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something in one of the mirrors. It wasn't my reflection staring back at me. It was, something else. Something with too many eyes and a mouth full of needle-like teeth. I ran, scrambling up the basement stairs and through the house. I didn't stop until I was outside, gasping for breath in the cool night air. That was 3 days ago. I haven't been back inside since then. I've been sleeping in my car, trying to work up the courage to either go back in and face whatever is in that house, or to run as far away as I can. But I know deep down that it's too late for running. Whatever was in that book, whatever I saw in that mirror, it's aware of me now. I opened doors that were never meant to be opened, and now I have to deal with the consequences. So I sit here, writing this as a warning to anyone who might come across it. If you ever find a house that seems too good to be true, a place with more rooms than it should have and secrets hiding behind every wall, don't let curiosity get the better of you. Some doors are meant to stay closed. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Because once you open those doors, once you uncover those secrets, there's no going back. And the things waiting on the other side, they're always hungry for new victims. I think I hear something moving inside the house now. I think it's time for me to face what I've unleashed. If anyone finds this, remember my story. And whatever you do, don't buy the house at the end of Willow Street. Some properties come with far too high a price. The woman's eyes were wild with terror as she pounded on the gas station door. Rain plastered her hair to her face, and she kept glancing over her shoulder as if expecting something to emerge from the darkness. I hesitated, my hand on the lock. It was past midnight, and I was the only one working the graveyard shift. Opening the door went against every safety protocol, but the desperation in her face made me pause. I've been working at Pete's Gas and Go for about 6 months now, and I've seen my fair share of strange customers. Drunk college kids stumbling in at 3 a.m. for snacks, truckers with 1,000-yard stares buying their 5th cup of coffee, even the occasional shady character that made me glad for the bulletproof glass around the register. But I'd never seen anyone like this woman. She couldn't have been much older than me. maybe mid-20s, but the fear in her eyes made her look both younger and older at the same time. Her clothes were soaked through, mud caking her jeans and sneakers. There was a wild, hunted look about her that set off every alarm bell in my head. Against my better judgment, I cracked the door open. "Ma'am, are you okay?" She practically fell into the store, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "Please," she panted, "you have to help me. They're after me." I quickly locked the door behind her, my heart racing. "Who's after you? Should I call the police?" She shook her head violently, sending droplets of water flying. "No, no police. They wouldn't believe me. No one would." I led her to the small seating area where truckers sometimes ate their microwave burritos. She collapsed into a chair, her whole body shaking. I grabbed a bottle of water from the cooler and handed it to her. "Here, drink this. Take a deep breath and tell me what's going on." She gulped down half the bottle before speaking. "My name's Sarah. I was driving home from visiting my sister. The storm hit, and I took a wrong turn trying to find a shortcut." I nodded, encouraging her to continue. Outside, the rain pounded against the windows, and lightning illuminated the empty parking lot in brief, electric flashes. I ended up on this old road, miles from anywhere. My car, it just died, right in the middle of nowhere. She paused, her eyes growing distant. That's when I saw them. A chill ran down my spine. "Saw who?" Sarah's voice dropped to a whisper. "They came out of the woods. At first, I thought they were people, maybe locals coming to help, but the way they moved..." She shuddered. It wasn't right, too fluid, like their bones weren't solid, and their faces. She trailed off, her eyes filling with tears. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her it was just her imagination playing tricks on her in the storm, but something in her voice, in the raw terror in her eyes, made me hold my tongue. "What about their faces?" I asked softly. "They didn't have any," she whispered. "Just smooth, blank skin where features should be. But somehow, I could feel them looking at me. Hungry, so hungry." I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. This had to be some kind of delusion, right? Maybe she'd hit her head when her car broke down, or maybe, a movement outside caught my eye. I turned to look, and for a split second, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A figure, impossibly tall and thin, gliding across the parking lot. Its head turned towards the store, and even through the rain-streaked glass, I could see the smooth, featureless expanse where a face should have been. I blinked, and it was gone. Just an empty parking lot and the relentless rain. When I turned back to Sarah, she was staring at me with wide eyes. "You saw it, didn't you?" she whispered. I opened my mouth to deny it, to rationalize what I'd seen, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, I found myself nodding. Sarah let out a choked sob. "They followed me. Oh God, they followed me here." I tried to stay calm, to think rationally. "Okay, let's call the police. Whatever's out there, they can help." I reached for the phone behind the counter, but as I did, the lights flickered. Once, twice, and then we were plunged into darkness. The hum of the refrigerators died, leaving us in eerie silence broken only by the sound of rain and our own ragged breathing. "They're here," Sarah whimpered. I fumbled for the flashlight I kept under the counter, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it. As the beam cut through the darkness, I saw something that made my heart stop. Pressed against the glass door were three figures, tall, impossibly thin, their bodies swaying slightly as if moved by an unfelt breeze. And their faces, Sarah was right. There were no features, no eyes or nose or mouth, just smooth, pale skin stretched over elongated skulls. As I watched, frozen in terror, one of them raised a hand. Long, Spindly fingers ended in sharp points that looked more like claws than nails. It pressed its hand against the glass, and to my horror, I saw the material begin to ripple and distort, as if it were melting. "The safe room," I gasped, suddenly remembering the reinforced storage area in the back. "Come on." I grabbed Sarah's arm and pulled her towards the back of the store. We stumbled through the darkness, knocking over displays of chips and candy as we went. Behind us, I heard the sound of shattering glass and knew the creatures had broken through the door. We reached the safe room just as I heard their footsteps entering the store. I shoved Sarah inside and followed, slamming the heavy metal door shut and engaging the multiple locks. For a moment, we stood there in the darkness, our ragged breathing the only sound. Then, slowly, a scratching noise began on the other side of the door, soft at first, then growing louder, more insistent. "What do they want?" I whispered. Sarah's voice was hollow with despair. "Us. They want us." The scratching turned to pounding, the whole door shuddering with each impact. I don't know how long we huddled there in the dark, listening to those things try to break through. It felt like hours. Just when I thought the door couldn't take much more, the pounding stopped. An eerie silence fell, broken only by a sound that chilled me to my core. A voice, raspy and inhuman, speaking from just outside the door. "We can wait," it said. "We have all the time in the world." I don't know how long we've been in here now. My phone died hours ago, and the emergency lights in the safe room are starting to dim. Sarah's asleep, or maybe unconscious. I can't bring myself to check. I'm writing this on the back of old invoices I found in here, using a pen that's quickly running out of ink. I don't know if anyone will ever find this, but I need to leave a record of what happened, of what's out there. If you're reading this, if you've come to investigate why the gas go has gone dark, please be careful. Don't trust what you see in the shadows. Don't open this door unless you're absolutely sure it's safe. And if you hear scratching in the night, if you see tall, thin figures with no faces, run. Run as fast and as far as you can, because they're patient and they're hungry, and they're always, always watching. The figure stood motionless in the downpour, a dark silhouette against the gray curtain of rain. I blinked, certain my tired eyes were playing tricks on me. But when I looked again, it was still there, standing at the edge of the woods that lined the lonely stretch of road. I'd been driving for hours, pushing through the relentless storm to get home after a grueling business trip. The monotony of the windshield wipers and the hiss of tires on wet asphalt had lulled me into a trance-like state. But the sight of that figure jolted me back to full alertness. As I drew closer, I could make out more details. It was tall, unnaturally so, its limbs too long and thin to be human. It wore what looked like a tattered black cloak that rippled in the wind. But it was the face, or rather, the lack of one, that made my blood run cold. Where features should have been, there was only a smooth, pale expanse of skin. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. Every instinct screamed at me to floor it, to speed past this impossible apparition. But as I approached, the figure suddenly moved. It turned its featureless face towards me and took a single, fluid step onto the road. I slammed on the brakes, my car fishtailing on the wet asphalt. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought I was going to hit it. But somehow, I managed to bring the car to a shuddering stop just inches from where it stood. Time seemed to stand still. Rain hammered on the roof of my car, but I barely heard it over the pounding of my own heart. The figure stood there, motionless, water streaming off its form. I couldn't tear my eyes away from that blank face. Even without eyes, I could feel it staring at me, through me. Then, slowly, it raised one impossibly long arm and pointed off into the woods. I don't know what possessed me in that moment. Fear, curiosity, some primal instinct I couldn't name. Whatever it was, I found myself reaching for the door handle. My rational mind screamed in protest, but my body moved as if controlled by someone or something else. I stepped out into the rain, instantly soaked to the bone. The figure towered over me, at least 8 feet tall. Up close, I could see that what I'd thought was a cloak was actually part of its body, a mass of writhing, shadowy tendrils that seemed to absorb the light around them. "What do you want?" I managed to croak out, my voice barely audible over the storm. The figure didn't respond. It just kept pointing into the woods. Then, with a movement so fast I almost missed it, it was gone. One moment it was there, the next it had vanished into the tree line. I stood there, rain streaming down my face, torn between the safety of my car and the unknown depths of the forest. Logic told me to get back in the car, to drive away and never look back. But something deeper, something I couldn't explain, pulled me towards the woods. Before I knew what I was doing, I was walking. Each step took me further from the road, deeper into the shadows beneath the trees. The rain lessened under the canopy, but an unnatural darkness seemed to close in around me. I don't know how long I walked. Time lost all meaning in that strange, shadow-filled place. The trees grew denser, their branches intertwining overhead to block out what little light remained. I stumbled over roots and rocks, my clothes snagging on thorny bushes. Just as I was about to turn back, to try and find my way out of this nightmare, I saw it, a clearing up ahead, illuminated by a pale, otherworldly light. And in the center of that clearing stood a structure that defied explanation. It looked like a doorway, but not one made by human hands. The frame was composed of twisted, gnarled wood that seemed to pulse with an inner light, and beyond the threshold, I couldn't comprehend what I was seeing. It was as if reality itself was warped and distorted, a swirling vortex of colors and shapes that hurt my eyes to look at directly. The figure stood beside the doorway, its blank face turned towards me. As I watched, frozen in a mix of terror and awe, it extended one long-fingered hand towards me in a gesture that was unmistakably inviting. I took a step forward, then another. Some part of me knew I should be running, screaming, doing anything but approaching this impossible scene, but I couldn't stop. It was as if invisible strings were pulling me forward. As I got closer, I began to hear something. Whispers. Countless voices speaking in languages I didn't understand but somehow knew were ancient beyond imagining. They seemed to be coming from beyond the doorway, calling to me, promising what? Knowledge, power, things beyond human comprehension. I was just steps away from the threshold when a sound cut through the whispers. A car horn, loud and insistent, coming from the direction of the road. It was like a bucket of cold water, snapping me out of whatever trance I'd been in. I blinked, suddenly aware of where I was and what I was doing. The figure still stood there, its hand outstretched, but now I could see the malevolence in its posture. This wasn't an invitation, it was a trap. I turned and ran. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. Behind me, I heard an inhuman shriek of rage that made my blood run cold. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I knew that if I did, I'd be lost forever. Somehow, I found my way back to the road. My car was still there, its headlights cutting through the rain, the horn still blaring. As I burst out of the tree line, I saw someone standing next to it, a trucker, his face a mask of concern. "Hey, buddy," he called out. "You okay? I saw your car just sitting here and thought maybe you'd had an accident." I couldn't speak. I just stumbled to my car and collapsed into the driver's seat, gasping for breath. The trucker peered at me worriedly. "You sure you're all right? You look like you've seen a ghost." I managed to nod, my hands shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. "I'm fine," I croaked. "Just got turned around in the woods. Thank you for stopping." He didn't look convinced, but he nodded. "All right then. You be careful out there. Storm's getting worse." As he walked back to his truck, I chanced a glance at the woods. For a split second, I thought I saw something. A tall, thin shape among the trees. A pale, featureless face turned towards me. Then a flash of lightning lit up the sky, and it was gone. I started the car and drove away, not slowing down until I was miles from that stretch of road. I've never told anyone what happened that night. Who would believe me? Sometimes, I'm not even sure I believe it myself. But on stormy nights, when the wind howls and rain lashes against my windows, I find myself drawn to look outside. And sometimes, just sometimes, I see a tall, dark figure standing at the edge of the woods behind my house, one long arm raised, pointing into the darkness beyond. And I wonder, with a mixture of terror and longing, what might have happened if I'd taken that outstretched hand and stepped through the doorway. What wonders, or horrors, might I have seen? But then I remember the inhuman shriek of rage, the malevolence I sensed at the last moment, and I'm grateful for the trucker's timely intervention, because I know, deep in my bones, that if I'd crossed that threshold, I would have never returned. So I keep my doors locked and my curtains drawn on stormy nights. And if I ever find myself driving down a lonely road in the rain, I keep my eyes fixed firmly ahead, because some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some doors are meant to stay closed. The water crept up the basement stairs, inch by relentless inch. I stood at the top, watching helplessly as years of memories and mementos were slowly swallowed by the murky flood. But it wasn't the loss of possessions that sent a chill down my spine. It was the realization that the water seemed to be coming from somewhere it shouldn't, somewhere impossible. I'd lived in this house for nearly a decade, weathering countless storms without issue. But this one was different. The rain had been falling for days, a constant deluge that turned the world outside into a gray, sodden mess. At first, I wasn't worried. The house had always been dry, its foundation solid. But then I heard it, a low, gurgling sound coming from the basement. When I opened the door to investigate, I was met with a rush of cold, damp air and the sight of water steadily rising up the stairs. I spent the next few hours frantically trying to salvage what I could, hauling boxes and furniture up to the main floor. It was as I was making what I hoped would be my final trip down that I noticed something odd. The water wasn't just coming up through the usual spots, the drain in the floor, the small cracks in the walls. No, it seemed to be emanating from a specific point, a dark corner of the basement I'd never paid much attention to before. Curious, despite my exhaustion, I waded through the knee-deep water towards that corner. As I got closer, I realized there was something there, hidden behind an old shelving unit I'd never bothered to move. With a grunt of effort, I shoved the shelves aside. What I found made my heart skip a beat. There, set into the wall, was a door that absolutely should not have been there. It was made of some dark, water-stained wood, its surface covered in intricate carvings that seemed to writhe and shift in the dim light. An ornate brass handle gleamed dully, untarnished despite the moisture all around it. I stood there, water lapping at my thighs, staring at this impossible door. The rational part of my mind insisted that it couldn't be real, that I must be hallucinating from stress and lack of sleep. But I could feel the solid wood under my fingertips as I traced the strange symbols carved into its surface. That's when I noticed the water. It wasn't just rising around me, it was actively flowing out from under the door, as if an entire ocean lay on the other side. I knew I should leave, should get out of the basement and call. Who? The police, the fire department. Who would believe me about a mysterious, water-spewing door that had appeared in my basement? But curiosity, that fatal human flaw, got the better of me. Before I could talk myself out of it, I gripped the handle and turned. The door swung open with surprising ease, and I found myself face to face with nothing, just an impenetrable darkness that seemed to swallow the beam of my flashlight. But the sound, oh, the sound. It was like standing at the edge of a vast, underground sea. I could hear waves crashing against distant shores, and something else, something that sounded disturbingly like voices, calling from somewhere in that darkness. I leaned forward, straining to hear what they were saying. That was my mistake. In an instant, the gentle flow of water became a raging torrent. It hit me like a physical blow, knocking me off my feet and pulling me towards the open door. I scrambled for purchase, my fingers scrabbling against the slick floor. But it was no use. The current was too strong. As I was swept towards that yawning blackness, I caught a glimpse of something moving in the depths, something massive, with too many limbs and eyes that glowed with an eldritch light. At the last second, my hand caught the door frame. I hung there, half in and half out of that impossible space, the roar of otherworldly waters filling my ears. With a desperate surge of strength, I managed to pull myself back and slam the door shut. The flow of water stopped instantly. I lay there on the basement floor, gasping for breath, my mind reeling from what I'd just experienced. Slowly, I became aware that the water level was dropping. Within minutes, it had receded entirely, leaving behind nothing but puddles and water-stained walls. And the door, it was still there, solid and real, mocking everything I thought I knew about the world. I spent the next few days in a daze, alternating between convincing myself it had all been some kind of stress-induced hallucination and standing in front of that door, my hand on the knob, wondering what would happen if I opened it again. I thought about calling someone, telling them what had happened. But every time I picked up the phone, the words died in my throat. Who would believe me? They'd think I was crazy. Hell, I wasn't entirely sure I wasn't crazy. It was on the third night that I heard it. A soft tapping coming from the basement. Tap, 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 like something gently knocking on the other side of that door. I tried to ignore it, burying my head under my pillow. But the tapping continued, growing louder, more insistent. Finally, unable to stand it any longer, I crept down to the basement. The door was vibrating slightly, the tapping now a steady rhythm that I could feel in my bones. And underneath that sound, I could hear voices again, whispering, calling, promising. I don't know how long I stood there, my hand hovering over the knob. Part of me was terrified, remembering the thing I'd glimpsed in that otherworldly sea. But another part, a part I didn't want to acknowledge, was fascinated. What lay beyond that door? What knowledge, what wonders, what horrors? In the end, it was a sudden silence that decided me. The tapping stopped, the whispers faded, and I was left alone in my quiet basement. Slowly, I turned away from the door and walked back upstairs. The next morning, I called a realtor. I couldn't stay in this house, not with that door in the basement, not with the constant temptation to open it again. I didn't tell the realtor about it, of course. Just said I needed a change of scenery. As I write this, sitting in my new apartment across town, I can't help but wonder about the family that moved into my old house. Have they discovered the door yet? Have they been tempted to open it? Or is it lying dormant, waiting for the next big storm to reveal its presence? Sometimes, late at night, I find myself driving past my old house. I never stop, never get out of the car. I just slow down, peering at the basement windows, half expecting to see water gushing out, or tentacles writhing behind the glass. So far, all has been quiet, but I know it's only a matter of time, because that door is still there, hidden in the darkness of the basement. And whatever lies on the other side, it's patient. It can wait, and sooner or later, someone will open that door again. I just pray they're strong enough to close it. As for me, I've learned a valuable lesson. Some doors are meant to stay closed. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, because once you've glimpsed what lies beyond, you can never truly go back to the way things were before. So if you ever find a door where one shouldn't be, especially if it seems to be the source of an impossible flood, walk away. No matter how curious you are, no matter what promises you hear whispered from the other side, Walk away and don't look back, because some waters run far deeper than we can imagine, and some tides, once unleashed, can never be turned back. The first footstep echoed through the empty house like a gunshot. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest, straining to listen. It came again, a slow, deliberate step creaking across the floorboards above me. But that was impossible. I was supposed to be alone. I'd been house-sitting for my friend Sarah for a week, enjoying the solitude of her sprawling Victorian home on the outskirts of town. It was a welcome break from my cramped apartment and noisy neighbors. The first few days had been blissfully peaceful, just me and the gentle creaking of the old house settling. But then the storm hit. It had been raging for 3 days now, sheets of rain lashing against the windows, wind howling through the eaves. The power had flickered on and off, plunging the house into darkness for hours at a time. It was during one of these blackouts that I first heard the noises. At first, I dismissed them as the storm playing tricks on me. Old houses make all sorts of strange sounds, especially in bad weather. But as the days wore on, the noises became more distinct, more deliberate. Footsteps crossing the attic floor, the sound of furniture being moved, and once, terrifyingly, what sounded like a child's laughter. I'd checked the entire house multiple times, armed with a flashlight and Sarah's old baseball bat, but I never found anything out of place, no signs of an intruder. I was starting to think I was losing my mind. Until now, there was no mistaking that sound. Someone or something was up there. I stood at the base of the attic stairs, my hand gripping the bat so tightly my knuckles were white. The footsteps had stopped, but I could hear something else now. A soft scratching sound, like nails dragging across wood. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. "Is someone there?" Silence. Then, so faint I almost missed it, a whisper. "Help us." A chill ran down my spine. Us. How many people were up there? Against every instinct screaming at me to run, I took a step up the stairs. The old wood creaked under my weight, and I winced at the noise. Another step. Another. The scratching sound grew louder. As I reached the top of the stairs, I fumbled for the light switch. It clicked uselessly. The power was still out. I raised my flashlight, its beam cutting through the gloom of the attic. The attic was cluttered with the usual detritus of a long-lived-in home. Old furniture draped in sheets, boxes of Christmas decorations, trunks filled with who knows what. But my eyes were drawn to the far corner, where the scratching sound was coming from. There, huddled behind a stack of boxes, I saw movement. My breath caught in my throat as the beam of my flashlight fell on them. 3 figures, small and thin, their skin pale as milk. Children? No, not children. Their limbs were too long, too jointed, and their faces. I stifled a scream. Where eyes should have been, there were only dark, empty sockets. Their mouths were too wide, filled with needle-like teeth. They shrank back from the light, hissing softly, but one of them, the largest, stepped forward. When it spoke, its voice was a raspy whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You came," it said. "We've been waiting so long." I stumbled backward, nearly falling down the stairs. What are you?" I managed to choke out. The creature tilted its head, an eerily human gesture. "We are the forgotten ones, the left behind, and you are our way out." As it spoke, the other 2 began to uncurl themselves, rising to their full height. They were taller than I'd first thought, their limbs unfolding like some grotesque origami. "Stay back," I warned, raising the bat. But my arms were shaking so badly I doubt I could have swung it if I'd tried. The leader took another step forward. "We mean you no harm," it said, its lipless mouth forming the words with difficulty. "We only want to be free, to live again. Is that so much to ask?" I shook my head. unable to comprehend what I was hearing. I don't understand. How long have you been up here? A sound came from the creature that might have been a laugh. Time means nothing to us anymore. We have been here since the house was built, waiting, watching, hoping someone would find us. As it spoke, memories began to surface. Stories Sarah had told me about the house, how the original owners had disappeared mysteriously, how subsequent families had fled in the night, leaving all their possessions behind, how no one ever stayed in the house for long. "What do you want from me?" I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. The creature's mouth stretched into a terrible smile. "Only a small thing. A trade, of sorts. Your life for ours. 3 of us. 1 of you. It's more than fair, don't you think?" I felt a scream building in my throat. But before I could let it out, the power suddenly came back on. The attic was flooded with harsh electric light, and the creatures shrieked in pain, covering their eyeless faces. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I turned and ran, taking the stairs 2 at a time. I could hear them behind me, their inhuman shrieks turning to angry howls as they gave chase. I burst out of the front door into the raging storm, not caring about the rain or the wind. I just ran, my feet slipping on the wet grass, my lungs burning as I gasped for air. I didn't stop running until I reached the main road, where by some miracle, a car was passing by. I flagged it down, probably looking like a madwoman, soaked to the bone, wild-eyed, babbling about creatures in the attic. The elderly couple in the car were kind enough to drive me to the police station. I told the officers everything, fully expecting them to lock me up in the psych ward. But to my surprise, the sergeant listened with a grim expression. "You're not the first," he said when I'd finished my story. "That house, there's something not right about it. We've had reports over the years, but never anything we could prove. They sent a team to investigate, but of course they found nothing. The attic was empty, no sign of the creatures or any disturbance." Sarah came home early from her trip, shaken by what had happened. She put the house up for sale the next day. It's been months now, and I still wake up in a cold sweat some nights, the echo of those raspy voices in my ears. I can't help but wonder about the family that bought the house. Have they heard the footsteps yet? The scratching in the walls? And sometimes, when I drive past that old Victorian on a stormy night, I swear I can see pale faces watching from the attic window, waiting, always waiting. So if you ever find yourself house-sitting in an old home and you hear strange noises from the attic, don't investigate. Don't try to help. Just run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Because some things are better left undisturbed, and some offers, no matter how fair they might seem, come at far too high a price. The shadows danced on the walls, twisting and writhing in ways that defied the laws of physics. I blinked hard, sure I was imagining things. But when I opened my eyes, they were still there, moving with a life of their own. It was the 3rd night of the blackout, and I was starting to think I was losing my mind. The storm had hit us hard, knocking out power to the entire neighborhood. At first, it had been almost fun, a break from the monotony of everyday life, an excuse to light candles and pretend we were living in a simpler time. But as the days wore on and the electricity showed no signs of returning, the novelty wore thin. I'd been sitting in my living room, a single candle flickering on the coffee table, trying to distract myself with a book. But the words swam on the page, and I found my eyes drawn to the shadows on the wall. They seemed to pulse with the candlelight, stretching and contracting in impossible ways. I watched, mesmerized, as one shadow in particular began to take shape. It looked almost human. I shook my head, trying to clear it. Lack of sleep and too much canned food were clearly taking their toll. I was about to blow out the candle and try to get some rest when a flash of lightning illuminated the room. In that brief, electric moment, I saw it clearly. The shadow on the wall wasn't just human-shaped. It was looking at me. I scrambled backward, knocking over the candle in my haste. The room plunged into darkness, broken only by the intermittent flashes of lightning from outside. Heart pounding, I fumbled for my phone, cursing as I remembered the battery had died hours ago. I needed light. I needed to see. I stumbled to the kitchen, banging my shin on the coffee table as I went. My hands shook as I searched the drawers for matches or a flashlight, anything to push back the darkness. Finally, my fingers closed around a book of matches. I struck one, the small flame casting a weak glow around me. And there, reflected in the window, I saw them. Shadows. Dozens of them. Not formless patches of darkness, Moreau, but distinct shapes. Human shapes. They moved across the glass, their non-existent eyes fixed on me. I dropped the match, plunging the kitchen into darkness once more. This couldn't be real. I was dreaming, hallucinating, anything but actually seeing these impossible things. Another flash of lightning, and I saw them again. Closer now. No longer confined to the walls or windows, they seemed to be moving through the air itself, drifting towards me with terrible purpose. I ran. Out of the kitchen, through the living room, up the stairs. I slammed my bedroom door shut, leaning against it as if my weight could keep the shadows at bay. For a long moment, there was only the sound of my ragged breathing and the storm raging outside. Then softly at first, but growing louder, I heard it. A scratching sound, like nails dragging across wood, coming from the other side of the door. This isn't real, I whispered to myself. This can't be real. But the scratching continued, growing more insistent with each passing second, and beneath it, I could hear something else. Whispers. Countless voices speaking in languages I didn't understand, but that filled me with a deep, primal dread. I pressed my hands over my ears, trying to block out the sound. But the voices seemed to be inside my head now, growing louder, more insistent. A particularly loud crack of thunder shook the house, and with it came a blinding flash of lightning. In that moment of illumination, I saw them seeping under the door, living shadows, flowing across the floor like spilled ink. I scrambled onto my bed, watching in horror as the shadows began to take shape. They rose from the floor, forming into vaguely human silhouettes. But there was nothing human about the way they moved, gliding across the room with a fluidity that made my stomach churn. One of them reached out, its arm elongating impossibly, stretching towards me. I could feel the cold emanating from it, a deep, penetrating chill that seemed to reach into my very soul. "What do you want?" I managed to choke out, my voice barely above a whisper. The shadow paused, its featureless head tilting to one side. When it spoke, its voice was like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "To live," it said. "To be whole again." "I don't understand," I said, pressing myself against the headboard, trying to put as much distance between myself and the shadow as possible. "We are the forgotten," another shadow said, its voice like gravel grinding together. "The lost, the abandoned, and you. You can bring us back." I shook my head, unable to comprehend what I was hearing. "How? I can't." "It's simple," the first shadow said, moving closer. "We need a vessel, a body. Yours will do nicely." Terror surged through me, breaking through the paralysis of fear. I lunged for the window, my only possible escape route. But as my hand touched the latch, I felt something cold wrap around my ankle. I looked down to see a tendril of shadow coiled around my leg. It pulled, and I fell, hitting the floor hard. The shadows converged on me, their cold forms pressing in from all sides. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The shadows were all around me now, seeping into my skin, filling my lungs. I could feel them inside me, a deep, penetrating cold that was quickly numbing my body and mind. As my vision began to fade, I saw one last flash of lightning. In that final moment of clarity, I understood. These weren't just shadows. They were something older, something that had existed in the dark places of the world long before humans ever walked the earth. And now, they were taking back what they saw as rightfully theirs. The last thing I heard before consciousness slipped away was a chorus of whispers, 1,000 voices speaking as one. "Thank you for letting us in." When I awoke, the power was back on. Sunlight streamed through my bedroom window, and the storm had passed. For a moment, I thought it had all been a terrible nightmare. But as I stood up, I caught sight of my reflection in the mirror. My eyes were different, darker, and when I smiled, it wasn't my smile at all. They were right. It was simple. They just needed a way in, and in my fear and confusion, I had given it to them. Now, as I write this, I can feel them inside me, waiting, watching. They're patient. They've waited thousands of years for this chance. They can wait a little longer to fully take control. So if you ever find yourself in a long blackout, surrounded by candlelight and strange shadows, be careful. Don't look too closely at the darkness. Don't listen to the whispers, and whatever you do, don't let them in. Because once they're inside, they never truly leave, and the person who emerges on the other side, well, they might look like you. They might sound like you, but believe me when I say, it won't be you at all. The rusted padlock crumbled in my hand, decades of neglect finally giving way. The heavy door creaked open, revealing the yawning darkness beyond. As the beam of my flashlight cut through the gloom, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were about to stumble into something we shouldn't. "Are you sure about this?" Sarah whispered, her breath visible in the chilly night air. I nodded, trying to project more confidence than I felt. "Come on, it'll be an adventure. How often do you get to explore an abandoned asylum?" Our little group of four, me, Sarah, Mike, and Jess, had been planning this excursion for weeks. Hillcrest Asylum had been shut down in the 70s after a series of scandals and mysterious patient deaths. It had stood empty ever since, a decaying monument to a darker time in mental health treatment. We'd heard all the stories, of course, ghost sightings, strange noises, people going in and never coming out. But we were skeptical, armed with our flashlights and our certainty that there were no such things as ghosts. As we stepped inside, the musty smell of decay hit us like a wall. Debris crunched under our feet, broken tiles, shattered glass, the detritus of half a century of abandonment. "This place is creepy as hell," Mike muttered, his flashlight beam dancing nervously across the walls. We moved deeper into the building, our excitement slowly giving way to an uneasy silence. There was something oppressive about the air, as if the very walls were saturated with the pain and despair of those who had been imprisoned here. We passed through what must have been the admissions area, then into a long corridor lined with patient rooms. Most of the doors hung open, revealing sparse, decaying interiors. But one door, about halfway down the hall, was closed. "Hey, check this out," Jess said, pointing her light at the door. Unlike the others, this one looked clean, well-maintained, as if it had been used recently. A chill ran down my spine as I approached it. The nameplate on the door read Room 237. I reached for the handle, then hesitated. Something felt wrong. "Maybe we shouldn't," Sarah began, but I had already turned the knob. The door swung open silently, revealing a room that looked nothing like the others we'd seen. It was immaculate, as if frozen in time. A neatly made bed, a desk with papers stacked on it, even curtains hanging at the barred window. "What the hell?" Mike whispered. "How is this possible?" We stepped inside, our curiosity overriding our apprehension. The room felt different. The air was cooler, and there was a faint smell of antiseptic that hadn't been present in the rest of the building. I moved to the desk, picking up one of the papers. It was a patient intake form, dated today. "Guys," I said, my voice shaking, "look at this." They gathered around, their faces pale in the flashlight beams as they saw the date. "That's impossible," Sarah said. "This place has been closed for decades." A sound from the hallway made us all jump. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming closer. "Hide!" I hissed, already diving for the closet. The others followed, cramming in beside me. We barely got the door closed before we heard someone enter the room. Through the slats in the closet door, I could see a figure moving around the room. It was dressed in what looked like an old-fashioned nurse's uniform, complete with a starched white cap. But something about its movements was off, too fluid, almost as if it were gliding rather than walking. The nurse, if that's what it was, paused at the desk, picking up the intake form I had just been looking at. It made a soft clicking sound, like chitinous mandibles rubbing together. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure it would hear it. Beside me, I could feel Sarah trembling. Suddenly, the nurse's head snapped towards the closet. I caught a glimpse of its face and had to bite back a scream. Where eyes should have been, there were only empty, dark sockets. Its mouth was too wide, filled with needle-like teeth. It took a step towards the closet, then another. I closed my eyes, certain we were about to die. The sound of shattering glass made me jump. My eyes flew open to see Mike standing there, a broken bottle in his hand. He must have found it in the closet and decided to act. "Run!" he yelled, swinging the bottle at the creature. We didn't need to be told twice. We burst out of the closet and ran for the door. I chanced to glance back and immediately wished I hadn't. The nurse thing had Mike by the throat, lifting him off the ground with inhuman strength. Its jaw unhinged, opening impossibly wide. I wanted to go back, to help him. But Sarah grabbed my arm and pulled me along. "We can't help him," she sobbed. "We have to get out." We ran down the corridor, the sounds of Mike's screams echoing behind us. But they weren't alone. Other doors were opening, more of those things emerging. Some wore nurse uniforms, others patient gowns. All had those terrible, empty eyes and too wide mouths. We reached the main entrance, but the door we'd come through was gone. In its place was a solid wall. "No, no, no," Jess moaned, pounding on the wall. "This can't be happening." The creatures were getting closer, their movements becoming more frenzied as they sensed their prey was cornered. "There!" Sarah pointed to a window. Without hesitation, we ran for it. I grabbed a chair and smashed it against the glass. It shattered, and we climbed through, ignoring the cuts from the broken shards. We fell to the ground outside, the cool night air a shock after the stifling atmosphere of the asylum. To my amazement, we were no longer in the overgrown grounds we'd crossed earlier. We were in a well-maintained lawn, with modern cars parked nearby. A security guard came running up, his flashlight beam blinding us. "Hey, what are you doing? This is a restricted area." We babbled our story, telling him about the creatures, about Mike. He looked at us like we were insane. "Lady, I don't know what you're on, but this is a working hospital. Has been for years. Now come with me. We need to get you checked out." As he led us away, I looked back at the building. It was no longer the decaying ruin we'd entered. It was a modern, well-lit facility. But there, in a second-floor window, I saw a figure watching us. A nurse, with empty eyes and a mouth full of sharp teeth. It waved, a slow, mocking gesture. Then it was gone. We spent the night in the police station trying to explain what had happened. They didn't believe us, of course. How could they? We were drug tested, questioned, eventually released with a warning about trespassing. Mike was never found. The official story is that he ran off, spooked by nearly getting caught. But we know the truth. Sometimes, late at night, I think I can hear his screams. And when I close my eyes, I see those empty sockets staring at me, that too wide mouth opening to reveal rows of needle-like teeth. We tried to go back once, in the daylight, but we couldn't find the asylum. The road we'd taken that night simply wasn't there. I don't know what happened that night. Were we somehow transported to another time, another reality? Or did we stumble into something older, something that has always been there, hiding just beneath the surface of our world? All I know is that I'll never look at an abandoned building the same way again. Because sometimes, the things we think are empty are anything but. And sometimes, the past isn't as dead as we'd like to believe. So if you're ever tempted to explore an abandoned place on a dark, rainy night, don't. Some doors are better left unopened, some mysteries better left unsolved. Because once you've seen what lurks in the shadows, you can never unsee it. And they'll be waiting for you, with their empty eyes and hungry smiles, ready to welcome you into their world. Forever. The steam-filled bathroom mirror reflected a shadowy figure that wasn't my own. For a split second, as I wiped away the condensation, I saw it. Tall, unnaturally thin, with eyes that glowed in the dim light. I blinked, and it was gone, leaving only my own startled face staring back at me. I've always been a skeptic when it comes to the supernatural. Ghost stories, urban legends, things that go bump in the night. I dismissed them all as products of overactive imaginations or too much late-night television. But what happened in my bathroom that stormy night shook my disbelief to its core. It had been raining for days, the kind of relentless downpour that makes you wonder if it'll ever stop. I'd been cooped up in my apartment and working from home, the constant drumming of rain on the windows my only companion. By the fifth day, I was starting to feel a bit stir-crazy. I decided a hot shower might help clear my head. As I stood under the steaming water, I could hear the storm raging outside, wind howling around the corners of the building. The bathroom was filled with steam, the mirror completely fogged over. It was as I was stepping out of the shower, reaching for my towel, that I felt it. A sudden chill, as if a cold breeze had swept through the room. I shivered, quickly wrapping the towel around myself. That's when I noticed the mirror. The steam had cleared in one spot, a perfect handprint much larger than my own. I stared at it, a sense of unease growing in the pit of my stomach. I hadn't touched the mirror yet. Trying to shake off the eerie feeling, I reached out to wipe away the rest of the condensation. That's when I saw it, the figure in the mirror. It was only there for an instant, but the image burned itself into my mind, tall and gaunt, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. And those eyes, they glowed with an otherworldly light, fixed directly on me. I stumbled backward, nearly slipping on the wet tile. When I looked back at the mirror, it showed only my own reflection, pale and wide-eyed with shock. "Get a grip," I muttered to myself, trying to calm my racing heart. "It's just your imagination playing tricks on you." But as I turned to leave the bathroom, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, on the steamy glass of the shower door, was a message, written in long, spidery letters. "I see you." I ran from the bathroom, slamming the door behind me. My mind was reeling, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. It couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of prank or a hallucination brought on by too many days of isolation. I spent the rest of the evening huddled on my couch, every creak and groan of the old building making me jump. I tried to distract myself with TV, with books, with anything that might take my mind off what had happened in the bathroom, but my eyes kept straying to that closed door, half expecting to see a shadowy figure emerge. As night fell, the storm intensified. Lightning flashed, illuminating my apartment in stark, electric bursts. In those brief moments of brightness, I could have sworn I saw something moving in the shadows, a tall, thin shape that disappeared as soon as I tried to focus on it. Sleep was out of the question. I sat there, wide awake, as the hours ticked by. The rational part of my mind tried to argue that I was overreacting, that there had to be a logical explanation. But another part, a more primal part, knew that something was very, very wrong. It was just past midnight when the power went out. One moment, the TV was on, providing a comforting background noise. The next, I was plunged into darkness, the sudden silence broken only by the sound of rain and my own ragged breathing. I fumbled for my phone, using its flashlight to illuminate the room. The beam seemed pitifully weak against the pressing darkness. As I swung it around, I caught a glimpse of something that made my heart stop. There, in the corner of the room, was a figure. The same impossibly tall, thin shape I'd seen in the mirror. It stood perfectly still, its glowing eyes fixed on me. I scrambled off the couch, backing away until I hit the wall. The figure didn't move, but I could feel its gaze following me. "What are you?" I managed to choke out, my voice barely above a whisper. "What do you want?" Slowly, so slowly it was almost imperceptible, the figure raised one long, spindly arm. It pointed at me, its finger elongating impossibly until it nearly touched my chest. "You," it said, its voice a dry whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "We want you." Before I could react, the thing moved. One moment it was across the room, the next it was right in front of me, its face inches from mine. I could smell its breath, cold and damp like a long, sealed tomb. I screamed, ducking under its arm and running for the door. But as I reached for the handle, I felt something cold wrap around my ankle. I looked down to see a tendril of shadow, solid as rope, coiled around my leg. The thing pulled, and I fell, hitting the floor hard. As I struggled to get up, more shadowy tendrils emerged from the darkness, wrapping around my arms and legs. "No," I gasped, fighting against the icy bonds. "Please, no." The figure loomed over me, its body seeming to blend with the shadows around it. Its mouth opened, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. "We have waited so long," it hissed. "So long for someone to see us, to let us in. And now, finally, you have." I felt the shadows tightening around me, pulling me towards the creature's gaping maw. I closed my eyes, certain that this was the end, and then, suddenly, light flooded the room. The power had come back on. The creature shrieked, a sound of fury and pain that made my ears ring. I felt the shadowy bonds loosen, then disappear entirely. When I opened my eyes, the thing was gone. I scrambled to my feet, not wasting a second. I ran out of the apartment, down the stairs, and into the rain-soaked night. I didn't stop running until I reached a 24-hour diner several blocks away. I spent the rest of the night there, huddled in a booth, jumping at every shadow. When dawn finally broke, I went to a hotel, unable to face the thought of returning to my apartment. It's been weeks now, and I still haven't gone back. I've sent friends to collect some of my things, but I can't bring myself to step foot in that place again. I don't know if what I saw was real, if it was some kind of hallucination, or something else entirely. But I do know one thing. I'll never look at mirrors or shadows the same way again. Sometimes, late at night, I think I see movement out of the corner of my eye, a tall, thin shape that disappears when I turn to look at it. And sometimes, when I'm in the bathroom, I could swear I see a faint message appearing in the steam on the mirror. "We're still waiting." So if you ever find yourself alone on a stormy night, and you catch a glimpse of something strange in your mirror, don't look too closely. Don't wipe away the steam, because sometimes the things we think we see are all too real. And once you've let them in, they never truly leave. The neon sign flickered ominously as I pulled into the deserted gas station. "Last stop for 100 miles. It proclaimed in sputtering red letters. I hadn't seen another car for hours, and the storm was getting worse by the minute. I needed fuel, but something about this place made my skin crawl. I'd been driving all day, trying to outrun both the storm and my own thoughts, the fight with my girlfriend, the stress of my job, the feeling that my life was spiraling out of control. I thought a long road trip might clear my head. Instead, it had led me here, to this desolate gas station in the middle of nowhere, with angry clouds above and an endless stretch of desert on all sides. As I pulled up to the pump, the rain started coming down in sheets. I cursed under my breath, realizing I'd have to get out in this downpour to fill up. I sat there for a moment, watching the rain hammer against my windshield, trying to work up the courage to face the elements. That's when I saw them. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, shadows playing in the rain. But as I squinted through the deluge, I could make out shapes moving at the edge of the flickering light cast by the station's fluorescence. People? No, not people. The shapes were too tall, too thin, their movements too fluid to be human. They emerged from the darkness like ghosts, dark silhouettes against the gray backdrop of the storm. There were 3 of them, spread out in a semicircle around my car, moving with a slow, deliberate pace that made my heart race. I sat frozen, my hand on the key, debating whether to start the car and try to outrun them. But my gas gauge hovered dangerously close to empty. I wouldn't make it far. As they drew closer, I could make out more details, each one making my blood run colder. They were impossibly tall, at least 8 feet, with limbs that seemed too long and thin for their bodies. Their faces, I couldn't see their faces, just smooth, featureless expanses where features should have been. They reached my car, surrounding it. One stood at the front, one at the back, and one right outside my driver's side window. I held my breath, afraid that even the slightest movement might provoke them. A sound cut through the pounding of the rain, a tapping on my window, slow, deliberate, like the way they had walked. Tap, tap, tap. I turned, ever so slowly, to look out my window. The creature stood there, its blank face inches from the glass. As I watched, horrified, a seam appeared where its mouth should be. It split open, revealing rows of sharp, needle-like teeth. "Let us in," it said, its voice a hiss that somehow carried through the closed window and the roar of the storm. "We only want to help." I shook my head, unable to speak, unable to look away from that terrible mouth. The creature tilted its head, an eerily human gesture that only served to emphasize how inhuman it truly was. "Your car needs fuel," it continued. "The storm is getting worse. Let us help you." "No," I managed to croak out. "No, thank you. I'm fine." The creature's mouth stretched wider, a grotesque parody of a smile. "Are you sure? It's not safe out here. Anything could happen to you." The threat in its words was unmistakable. I glanced at the other 2 creatures. They had moved closer, pressing against the car. I could hear the metal groaning under their touch. "Please," I said, hating the tremor in my voice. "Please just leave me alone." The creature at my window leaned closer, its blank face filling my vision. "We can't do that," it said. "You see, we're hungry. So very hungry. And you look delicious." Terror surged through me, breaking through the paralysis of fear. I turned the key, silently praying that the engine would start despite the low fuel. To my immense relief, it roared to life. I didn't stop to question this miracle. I slammed the car into drive and floored the accelerator. The creatures shrieked, a sound that set my teeth on edge and made my vision blur. The car shot forward, and I felt a moment of resistance, then a sickening thud as I hit one of them. But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I drove blindly through the rain, my headlights barely penetrating the gloom. I could hear things hitting the roof and sides of the car. Were they jumping on it? Throwing things? I didn't dare look. I just drove, faster than I'd ever driven in my life, praying to whatever might be listening that I'd find another gas station before I ran out of fuel. The gas gauge dipped lower and lower as the miles flew by. Just as the needle touched empty, I saw it. Another gas station. Its lights a beacon of hope in the storm-ravaged night. I pulled in, my hands shaking as I turned off the engine. For a long moment, I just sat there, trying to catch my breath, trying to convince myself that what had happened was real. Slowly, I got out of the car, my legs wobbly as I made my way to the pump. As I started to fill up, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, on the roof and hood of my car, were deep gouges in the metal, claw marks, as if something with impossibly sharp talons had been trying to tear its way in. I finished fueling as quickly as I could and went inside to pay, half expecting to see those creatures waiting for me. But the store was empty save for a bored-looking clerk who barely glanced up from his phone as I paid. As I walked back to my car, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I looked around, scanning the darkness beyond the station's lights. For a moment, I thought I saw something. Tall, thin shapes moving in the shadows. But then I blinked, and they were gone. I got in my car and drove away, not slowing down until I was miles from that place. I didn't stop driving until I reached a well-lit, populated area where I checked into a motel and collapsed into bed, exhausted and shaken. In the light of day, it all seemed like a bad dream. But the claw marks on my car were still there. A tangible reminder that what I'd experienced was all too real. I never told anyone about what happened that night. Who would believe me? But I've never forgotten it. Now, whenever I'm driving late at night and I see a lonely gas station looming out of the darkness, I keep going. No matter how low my fuel gauge gets, no matter how bad the weather is. I'd rather risk running out of gas than face what might be waiting in those distant pools of light. Because sometimes, the most dangerous things aren't the storms or the empty roads. Sometimes, they're the things that offer help when you're at your most vulnerable. The things that look almost but not quite human. The things that are always hungry, always waiting for someone to make that one fatal mistake. So if you're ever driving late at night and you come across a gas station that seems too quiet, too empty, keep driving. Don't stop, no matter how much you need to, because you never know what might be waiting for you there, hidden just beyond the reach of the lights, ready to offer you a helping hand that you'll never be able to let go of. There's something eerie about driving alone at night. The stretch of highway ahead of me seemed endless, the dark horizon blending seamlessly with the road, as if it was pulling me into the unknown. The hum of the truck's engine was comforting in a way, its steady rhythm a reminder that, at least for now, I was in control of something in this wide, empty world. But as I've learned in all my years as a long-haul trucker, the open road can play tricks on your mind. Sometimes, you see things that make you question just how alone you really are. It was one of those nights, the kind where the sky was pitch black, the stars barely visible, and the air had that thick, oppressive silence that clings to everything. I was about 300 miles from my next stop, driving through a desolate stretch of highway that cut through the middle of nowhere. No lights, no houses, just an endless road and the occasional flicker of a passing car, though even those had become fewer and farther between. I've always been the type to keep going, no matter how late it got. If I pulled over every time the road got creepy, I'd never make a delivery on time. But that night, something felt off. It wasn't something I could put my finger on right away, just a gnawing sense in the back of my mind that kept growing the longer I drove. I tried to shake it off, attributing it to exhaustion or maybe too much caffeine. But it was hard to ignore the way the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, like I was being watched. That's when I saw it. A car, broken down on the shoulder, its hazard lights blinking weakly in the distance. As I got closer, I could make out the silhouette of an old sedan, sitting there like a forgotten relic. My instinct was to keep driving. This was the kind of stretch where cell service was spotty at best, and I wasn't sure how safe it would be to stop in the middle of nowhere. But something in me, the trucker's code, I guess, made me slow down. I've been on the other side of a breakdown before, and it's not fun. I pulled over a few yards ahead of the car, putting my hazards on and stepping out into the night. The air was cooler than I expected, with that crisp bite that comes with early fall. The sedan's interior was dark, and as I approached, I noticed something strange. The engine was still running, but the driver's seat was empty. No one was behind the wheel. I knocked on the window anyway, just in case someone was lying down in the back, but there was no response. The silence around me felt too loud, like the night was holding its breath. I backed away from the car, glancing around, but all I could see was the long, empty road behind me and the vast, open fields that stretched into the darkness on either side. Whoever had been in that car was long gone, or so it seemed. But where would they have gone? There was nothing out here for miles. No gas station, no houses, just empty land and highway. I glanced back at my truck, debating whether to call it in, but that nagging feeling that I wasn't alone kept gnawing at me. I decided to head back to the safety of my rig, figuring I could report the car when I hit the next town. But as I reached for the door, I noticed something that stopped me cold. The side mirror on the passenger side of my truck had been bent inward, like someone or something had brushed past it. My heart skipped a beat. I hadn't seen anyone on the road for hours, and I sure as hell didn't hear anyone walking up behind me. The unsettling part was how deliberate it looked, like someone had made a point of pushing it out of place, just enough to make me notice. I did a quick scan around the truck, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow, but there was nothing. Just that same oppressive darkness pressing in from all sides. I was alone, or at least, I hoped I was. I climbed back into the cab and locked the doors. My hands were shaking as I turned the key, the engine rumbling to life beneath me. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing, maybe the wind or even my own hand brushing the mirror earlier without realizing it. But deep down, I knew better. As I pulled back onto the highway, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing on the side of the road, watching me drive away. But there was nothing, just the blinking hazards of the abandoned car fading into the distance. I cranked the radio, hoping to drown out the gnawing tension in my chest. The familiar voices of late-night DJs filled the cab, talking about everything from sports to politics, but I couldn't focus. My mind kept drifting back to that car and the empty driver's seat, the way the mirror had been bent out of place like someone had deliberately left their mark. About 20 miles down the road, the feeling of unease still hadn't left me. I couldn't shake the thought that I wasn't alone on that stretch of highway, that something, or someone, had been watching me, maybe even following me. I glanced in the rearview mirror again, and that's when I saw it. Headlights. They were distant, barely visible, but they were there. A pair of dim yellow lights flickering in and out of view, like they were struggling to keep up with me. My pulse quickened. It could have been another car, sure. But something about the way those lights wavered, almost like they were disappearing and reappearing, sent a chill down my spine. I pressed the accelerator, pushing my truck a little harder. The road stretched on ahead of me, empty as far as the eye could see. But those lights, they kept flickering in the distance, never quite disappearing. My grip tightened on the wheel. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe the stress of driving for hours in the dead of night was getting to me. But no matter how much I tried to rationalize it, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I decided to make a stop at the next rest area. It was about another 40 miles down the road, but I needed a break. Maybe if I pulled over, got out of the truck, and stretched my legs, the unease would go away. When I finally reached the rest area, it was as empty as the highway had been. A couple of vending machines hummed quietly under the fluorescent lights, and there was one other car parked near the entrance to the restroom. I pulled in, turning off the engine and sitting in silence for a moment, trying to shake the tension that had gripped me since seeing that abandoned sedan. I got out of the truck, keeping an eye on the road behind me. No headlights, no sign of the flickering lights that had followed me earlier. For the first time in what felt like hours, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. But as I walked towards the restroom, I felt it again, that sense of being watched. My skin prickled, and I stopped in my tracks, glancing around the empty rest area. Nothing. Just the quiet hum of the vending machines and the distant chirping of insects. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was all in my head. But then I saw it. The side mirror of my truck, bent inward again. My stomach dropped. I had just parked. No one had been around. And yet, somehow, the mirror had been pushed out of place, just like before. I didn't wait to find out what would happen next. I sprinted back to the truck, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't even bother adjusting the mirror this time. I slammed the door, locked it, and fired up the engine, pulling out of the rest area as fast as I could. I didn't stop again until I reached the next town. And even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, was still out there on that dark stretch of highway, watching, waiting. And I wasn't going to give them another chance to make their move. There's a stillness that hangs in the air when you're far from civilization. It wraps around you, almost suffocating, and every little sound, whether it's a creak, a rustle, or even your own footsteps, feels magnified. I've never been one to scare easily, but when you're out in the middle of nowhere, miles from the nearest town, even the most level-headed person can start to feel a bit on edge. My girlfriend, Emma, and I had been planning this road trip for months. We wanted to get away from the city, disconnect for a bit, and spend a few nights under the stars. We'd mapped out a route that took us through some back roads and rural areas, places where you could drive for hours without seeing another car. It sounded perfect in theory, a little adventure, just the two of us, away from the hustle and bustle. But by the time we ended up near that old farm, I was starting to regret the decision. We hadn't planned on stopping there, but the sun was setting, and the next campground was still a good 2 hours away. Emma spotted the clearing first, just off the main road, and suggested we set up camp for the night. From the looks of it, the place had been abandoned for years. The farmhouse was dilapidated, its windows boarded up, and the barn nearby was little more than a crumbling shell. The land around it was overgrown, the grass waist-high in some places, but there was a flat patch not far from the house that seemed perfect for our tent. "We can camp here," Emma said, already pulling out our gear. I wasn't as enthusiastic. Something about the place felt wrong. It wasn't just the isolation or the fact that the farm looked like it hadn't seen a living soul in years. There was an unsettling quiet, the kind that pressed down on you and made you want to lower your voice, even though no one else was around. "You sure about this?" I asked, glancing around the property. Emma shrugged. "It's just for one night. Besides, look at that sky." She pointed up, and sure enough, the stars were just starting to come out, dotting the twilight with little points of light. Reluctantly, I agreed. We set up our tent, unpacked our stuff, and before long, we were sitting by a small fire, eating dinner and talking about the next leg of our trip. For a while, it felt peaceful. The kind of peace you can only get when you're miles from anywhere, with nothing but nature surrounding you. But as the night wore on, that peace started to fray at the edges. It started with little things, a soft rustling in the tall grass behind us, the way the wind seemed to shift direction, making the trees around us creak and groan like they were alive. At first, I brushed it off as nerves. I wasn't used to being so far from civilization, and my imagination was probably just getting the best of me. Emma seemed completely unfazed, poking at the fire and humming quietly to herself. But then I heard it, a distinct crunch, like footsteps in the gravel, coming from the direction of the farmhouse. I sat up straight, straining my ears to listen. The fire crackled, but beyond that, there was only silence. I told myself it was probably just an animal, a deer or maybe a raccoon scrounging around for food. But the sound had been too deliberate, too heavy for a small animal. "You hear that?" I asked Emma, trying to keep my voice steady. She looked up from the fire, her brow furrowing. "Hear what?" "Footsteps, over by the house." Emma rolled her eyes, but I could tell by the way she glanced over her shoulder that she was a little spooked too. "It's probably just the wind," she said, though her tone didn't sound so sure. I nodded, but the uneasy feeling in my gut didn't go away. We sat in silence for a while, listening, but the footsteps didn't come back. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. Eventually, we climbed into the tent, and Emma fell asleep almost immediately, her soft breathing filling the small space. I, on the other hand, couldn't relax. Every little sound outside seemed amplified. The wind rustling through the trees, the distant creak of the farmhouse, even the occasional crack of a branch breaking. I kept telling myself it was just the sounds of the countryside, that this was normal. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching us. It must have been sometime after midnight when I heard it again. The footsteps. This time, they were closer, moving through the grass, slow and deliberate. My heart raced as I lay there, frozen, straining to hear. They stopped, just outside the tent. For a moment, I was certain someone, or something, was standing right outside, listening to us. I held my breath, waiting for the zipper to slide open or the sound of someone, or something, breathing just outside the thin canvas. But there was nothing. Only silence. Then, the footsteps started again, moving away this time, back toward the farmhouse. I lay there for what felt like hours, wide awake, my mind racing. I debated waking Emma, but what would I say? That I heard footsteps? That I was scared of an old, abandoned farm? I didn't want to freak her out over something that was probably just my imagination. But then, just as I was starting to convince myself I'd imagined it, there was a soft scratching sound against the side of the tent. My blood ran cold. It was faint, barely noticeable, but unmistakable. Something or someone was out there. I sat up, my heart pounding in my chest. "Emma," I whispered, shaking her awake. She groaned, half asleep. "What?" "There's something outside." She blinked at me, groggy and confused. "What are you talking about?" "Just listen." For a few seconds, there was nothing. Then, the scratching came again, this time louder, more deliberate. Emma sat up straight, her eyes wide. "What the hell is that?" "I don't know." We both sat there, holding our breath, listening. The scratching stopped, but the uneasy silence remained. I reached for the flashlight, flicking it on and pointing it toward the side of the tent where the sound had come from. The light illuminated the canvas, casting long shadows, but there was nothing, no shape, no movement. "We should leave," I whispered, my voice barely audible. Emma didn't argue. She grabbed her shoes, and we quietly unzipped the tent, stepping out into the cold night air. The fire had died down to embers, casting a faint, reddish glow over the clearing. I swept the flashlight around the area, but there was no sign of anyone or anything. "We're probably just freaking ourselves out," Emma whispered, though I could hear the fear in her voice. "Maybe," I muttered, though I didn't believe it. We stood there for a moment, staring at the farmhouse in the distance, its silhouette barely visible against the starry sky. There was no movement, no sign of life, but that oppressive feeling of being watched still lingered, heavy and suffocating. "We should pack up and go," Emma said, breaking the silence. I nodded, and we quickly began breaking down the tent, stuffing our gear back into the truck. As we worked, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone, or something, emerge from the darkness. Once we were packed up, we climbed into the truck, locking the doors behind us. I started the engine, and we pulled out of the clearing, the old farmhouse disappearing into the distance behind us. We didn't talk much on the drive. The unease hung between us like a fog, thick and heavy. I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see headlights or some shadowy figure following us, but the road remained empty. By the time we reached the next town, the sun was just starting to rise, casting a pale light over the landscape. We found a diner and sat down for breakfast, though neither of us had much of an appetite. "Do you think it was just animals?" Emma asked after a long stretch of silence. I shrugged. Maybe. But deep down, I didn't believe that. There was something about that place, something off. And whatever it was, I was just glad we left when we did.